Call of Duty fans, we're in for a good one.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. What other dirty tricks have you got up your sleeves?
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
Cannot believe it. That'll be it. Beans again.
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. The newcomer. Can he be the hero? Hey, take it.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
Ghosty going big. Ghosty spits on him.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing.
And that will be the game.
It is over.
That was Minnesota Røkkr clutching up in front of their home series crowd, crushing it up in Madison, Wisconsin. A 2-0 day for the Røkkr after going 0-6 in Major 3. Welcome back to headquarters. It's Puckett, Alley Cat, and Nameless. Nameless, I want to start with you. Røkkr's big day. How important was it for this franchise?
Well, you got to think these guys are sitting in 8th place, right? They were only up by 10 points in Vegas with the change. Looked incredible. So that was a massive getting those 20 points and getting a little bit more separation. But on top of that, they were on a huge losing streak in the Search and Destroy and in matches as well. So them to come in, bring in Fame, him have a good series. Everything went well for them. That's exactly what they needed and a good foundation to build upon.
Yeah, if you guys missed the story, attached, he was doing a watch party. Fame from the Challengers team boosted into the starting lineup. He drops a 1.54 in his opening series, Allie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, second of the best CDL debut series KDs that we've seen. And to be honest, it was a big shoes to fill, right? Attach is an incredible player across the board. Some question marks were raised, not so much on Minnesota Røkkr making a change, but who it was for. And honestly, I feel like Fame really showed out.
Yeah, and that's like exactly what we want to see out of the Minnesota Røkkr. Solid at Search and Destroy and winning your controls. Also, going up against the teams at the bottom, they should have a clear-cut advantage with this type of team. They should beat those teams and be competitive with the top squad. So obviously those weren't two very good teams, but you could see now going forward they have some separation.
Those were the expected wins, and those expected W's give them 20 points. Now a 30-point advantage over 9th place, which currently belongs to Vegas Legion. So a big day for the Røkkr, but a bunch of other teams were scoring some points along the way. A squad that scored big at the last major was OpTic Texas. Let's talk a little bit about this squad because this was a team that was almost in 9th, 12th. Round 11, a game 5 against London. Then they rattle off 5 straight victories all the way to that championship match.
It was incredible. I don't think many of us expected them to go on the run that they did, especially going down in that first winners round 1 down to the elimination bracket. And they go to a game 5 round 11 against the London Royal Ravens. So things were looking grim, but OpTic Texas pulled it together and started making one of the most incredible runs we've seen since LA Thieves last year.
I mean, you could see this team just has so much talent, right? That first couple matches were so stressful. They lose that to Boston. They go to London. It's a game 5. They had to have some massive clutches. And honestly, it started in that game 2 where we saw Ghosty have that huge clutch against Asim. It seemed like they got confidence there. They get through that series, and then they go on a crazy streak. They figured out their hard point, and they figured out their map pool, which was massive. Teams did not know how to approach this OpTic Texas squad. And you can see their stats here in hard point was ridiculous.
They're the favorites when it comes to hardpoint, but games 2, 5, and 3, it's a coin toss for me today. I'm excited to see the rematch because they're going up against a team that definitely gave them more trouble than anyone in this league expected. London was showing up on land, but they've struggled in the qualifiers, but they do have a new face once again. Today, what does London need to do to pull out the W this time against Texas?
They kind of need to reiterate what they did at the Major. Try to get to that game number 5, that round 11, maybe not so much. It's just a struggle when it comes to London Royal Ravens, simply because they were looking good. They were playing a lot of these teams really close. They were just there to pass that hump to start getting some of these series under their belt. And then they make that roster change with Yuli. So then it's like, okay, is this going to be the player that catapults you, or are you completely changing your system? And from what we've seen, it looks like it's changed their system and not for the better.
Nameless, we got to talk about the new face here because Yuli comes in against the Thieves. They get smacked with a 3-0 defeat. Today, it's not an easy challenge in OpTic Texas. What are you looking from the young man that just graduated from Challengers?
Well, I'm expecting him to play better than that, but it just fit into the team, right? Like fit into their team chemistry and their system, because when they went up against OpTic, Nastie and Asim were the guys who went bonkers in the respawns. They had the edge. Like when you look at map pool, London will take them to HyDra. They were like the only team that beat OpTic on that map. So it can get interesting there. And then also Bagra, that won't be in this series because it's gone in control. We might see an expo. So if London are good at that map, it could definitely get interesting if Nastie and Asim replicate the previous.
So you're saying we might see some expo today? I know a team who's pretty comfortable with it. They go by the name of the Florida Mutineers. And although they didn't win their first matchup, today they have a chance. Let's talk about the squad that has been up and down all season, always unpredictable. If they want to pull off a victory after losing in their first matchup, what do they need to do differently?
Everybody needs to come with a different face to show, to be honest. A lot of struggles specifically out of the sub-duo from Florida Mutineers in their matchup against Minnesota Røkkr. Granted, they were the underdogs in the series anyway, but I was really shocked in their search and destroy as well to find that they were struggling in that game mode. That's typically their net. So for the Florida Mutineers, hopefully we just have to think that was maybe a bad day and a bad series for them, and they have to go up against the Atlanta FaZe, which is no easy feat.
It was a close 3-0 for Florida. If they're going to start finishing games stronger, Nameless, is there an individual you're looking at?
Yes, I will say the sub-duo, but I will say in particular, Capstone. I mean, coming into that series, he got absolutely smoked. Yeah. He was like 12-40 on that hotel control, which they lost 3-2, by the way. So they had opportunities throughout it. And you can see right here, this is the series layout. Like, the SMGs have to play better. That's how you beat these top teams. They have to be on point. And you brought in Capsule to be a superstar on this team as well.
All right, Florida trying to get to a Game 5 potentially, because we know Atlanta FaZe, they have enjoyed some long series, but this squad is coming in with an 0-1 record after dropping that round 11 to the NYSL. What are the chances FaZe starts our Major IV Qualifiers 0-2, Allie?
Like 2%. Like, it's really, really low chances. If there's any chance, maybe some opportunity, it has to be in those hard points, simply because that's been kind of the only struggle for Atlanta FaZe. I mean, they're top 2 S&D team, best in the league right now currently, and so when it comes to those hard points, you'd think the Atlanta FaZe, they have to win a respawn, but the fundamentals are still continuing to lack in those match 1s and 4s, and it's really punishing them in some of these series against some of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the rotations, right? When you look at the statistics, it's like sometimes FaZe just drop the ball there, and I don't know if maybe it's their system that's leading Slasher to have these dips in performance. Like in the match versus New York, he had a 0.5.
Yeah.
The guy did not play well. I'm not going to straight up attribute it to just him getting smoked. It's a system thing. Like we said, we watched them. There's sometimes they have an advantage and they decide to hit scrap when they don't need to. Hopefully they come more buttoned up today.
Some of the best numbers when it comes to holding a hill, but getting the hill, that's been the hard part for Atlanta FaZe. I said they would be looking for a Game 5, they being Florida. Do you think that's true, or does Florida need to beat FaZe in 4?
Ooh, I think Florida need to beat FaZe in 4. I don't see FaZe losing 2 S&Ds in a single series.
All right, I like that breakdown. Let's take a look at the full schedule for the day, because that matchup, it is coming up at 6 p.m. Before it, OpTic Texas versus London Royal Ravens, round 2, baby. And we've got Toronto Ultra taking on Seattle Surge. Both teams looking for their first win of the Major IV Qualifiers. It all begins right after this. Don't go anywhere. When we return, Toronto, Scrappy, taking on Surge, Predator, Scrappy, Bread. Lock in, baby. This is the CDL.
for the show. Now we caught up in the flow. We gon' give a little more. Ready, set, go.
Call of Duty League Pick'em is back. Bottom to bed, a few more points, and this will be it. Pick the winning team. Pick the final score. Now with 2 new features. Fan Insights are here to give you real-time intel. Feeling good about a pick? We now have double boost points and point matches. Bonus picks, extra points to rank you up on the leaderboard. So as you get hyped for the weekend, pick, watch, win. Woo, it's getting good.
Nothing less, and the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Toronto Ultra versus Seattle Surge. We got some superstars on the stage to open up the day. This is day 3 of qualifiers leading into Major 4, and we got to talk about this one because, well, both teams are coming in winless. Toronto losing a Game 5 against Boston, 80% of the community losing channel points on that series. What went wrong for Toronto in that series? What do they need to fix today?
Yeah, I think it's a search and destroy. As you look at that series, first of all, it's my favorite series so far throughout this weekend. Just high-level Call of Duty on both sides, and I actually thought Toronto came with a pretty damn good game plan, especially in that Game 2 S&D. Just weren't able to adjust throughout. We saw Beans, he was making moves on them, man. So I think Toronto coming into this series, they're going to be well prepared. They're a better search and destroy team up against Seattle Surge. It's a little bit easier of some opposition on the other side of that stage, so I think Toronto got it.
Taking a look at this lineup, we have seen the numbers, and they're pretty evenly spread. But if you're looking for a guy who's going for entry kills, he goes by the name of Kleenex. Tell me about the SMG for the squad up north.
I mean, this is usually our highest engagement player. Toby is always just on one at all times, but the kind of gamble with that is that he could either be getting smoked or he could be smoking them. And he had to go up against Nero yesterday, who was very close in the fact of pace-like and the amount of engagements. And unfortunately, Kleenex just wasn't really able to hang up against Boston yesterday. So coming into today, we have to expect him to hang up with Pred, who yesterday had a little bit of a slower series than we were expecting.
Yeah.
He dropped a .58 versus Boston in that first hard point and a .84 in that second one. So maybe some opportunity here.
Kleenex is going to be our player to watch for Toronto Ultra, but it is a squad effort when you're watching this team, and it's been that way since they picked up Hixie. Keep your eyes on those players as we're getting ready to go. And on the other side of this battle, we got to talk about their opposition, right? Seattle Surge has been that squad that opened up this season, going to a grand finals against the Subliners in Raleigh. Then they totally tanked in the second major. Major 3, you finished in the middle of the pack. It seems like they're righting the wrongs, but yesterday, they were handed a brutal loss. How do you bounce back with the W tonight against our number 2 seed overall?
I mean, I kind of want to focus on the fact that they lost to LA Thieves. More so, I want to focus on those hard points because Seattle Surge is like our best hard point team in the league right now, and it was just not characteristic out of them yesterday whatsoever. They were lacking on rotations. They weren't actually putting a player in sight on that early rotation, so a player from LA Thieves would slip by, pop 1 or 2, and suddenly they would lose it very early in the series.
Yeah, a lot of times it comes down to like 1 or two situations in every map. And, you know, when we were watching Seattle yesterday, they weren't playing it like they usually do. On the Embassy, we saw rotation P1. Nobody went top PD. Maybe it's just because some of the players were individually underperforming. Player to watch, accuracy. That guy played great yesterday.
He did.
I mean, he was the best player on the squad throughout the series, which is very surprising to say. But today, I agree with you. I think it has to come through in the hard points. Once again, they have to play great.
Can you imagine if accuracy and Pred play great at the same time? What could happen, Seattle? Maybe you can show us in this series. Let's take a look at the 5 maps that are coming our way. HyDra, LSCO, Hotel, Fortress, and Fortress, nameless.
Yeah, I got a stat from one of our guys, and Tim, Seattle have picked Team B in 13 straight series because they are not confident in their S&D, and they want to avoid Game 5 at all costs so they can pick that Game 2. You know, looking at Seattle Surge, 1-5 since Stage 3 qualifiers, since the Major, up until now in Search and Destroy. It has to be better, and that Game 2 is their pick.
Ali, 70% of the community all going with Toronto Ultra. 80% of those most likely went with Toronto yesterday. Do they get their points back today?
I think they probably get their points back today, but you never know when it comes to Seattle Surge, to be honest.
Nameless, where are you going in this one, Toronto or Surge?
I'm going with the champs, baby. I'm going with Toronto. They got this 3-1.
Toronto bounces back according to Nameless, and I ride with this man. Let's send it over to our casters right now to kick off match 1 of 3. It's Lando and Study, gentlemen.
Yes, it is. It is indeed. I tell you what, Pocket Jay decided to dress like me today, buddy. I appreciate it. Jay, I know I'm your hero, and it's amazing to see it on full display. You look great.
Yeah, man, you are my hero, my friend. Let me just tell you, I look up to you in that bronze rank play. Like, it's unbelievable, your performance, you know? So I just wanted to come out here and look like you today. Hopefully, I'm not shooting like you, but we look good, kid. We look good.
Okay. All right. Shots exchanged already. I love it, Jay. I love you. HyDra Hardpoint. This is going to be a fun series, by the way. Toronto versus Seattle. Both teams off of pretty surprising losses yesterday. I think for sure it's got to be Ultra that is the more shocking of the two, but both teams also played HyDra HP yesterday, so you're trying to make some adjustments coming into today. How do you feel about both these squads, buddy? Give us a nice little rundown on how you feel like this series is going to go, specifically starting things off here in Game 1.
Yeah, this game number 1 is everything on the side of Seattle Surge, man, because the way that they lost yesterday just wasn't good. They're so far in the last 6 hard points. They're 1-5. We're going to get a restart, so it gives me a little bit more time to talk about this game. So on the side of Seattle Surge, like I said, man, struggling in their hard point as of recent. They also played this map yesterday versus the LA Thieves, and the biggest thing that I took away with it is that they were winning a majority of the rotations, just their setups were not the best. They were getting instantly broken every single time and could not find an entry right back in. So that eventually led to LA Thieves walking away with that map number 1. And then the opposite side for Toronto, this is a great hard point for them, man. When you talk about their overall record sitting at 5-1, what makes them so good at this map is that they are number 1 in breaks and number 2 on rotations. They have the fundamentals down packed. And when you have the American MVP in Scrapz taking over, leading in the comms, it's definitely going to help you a lot.
Yeah, it's going to be a blast. 2 players that I think it's fair to say that we want to highlight when it comes down to a matchup like this, Ultra versus Surge. 2 players that you instantly think of for either side. When it comes down to these squads, it is Scrappy for the Toronto Ultra and Pred from the Seattle Surge. Jay, this is going to be a very fun matchup to watch. And you know, we got to talk about both these players. You also have to bring up the MVP conversation. These numbers, the most impressive thing to me, buddy, is that, like, look at the consistency across every single game mode for both of these guys.
Oh yeah, both of these guys are some of the best players that we have in the game. You see the consistency, like you said, my friend. 1.12, 1.15, almost a mirror image. But that S&D is what really stands out to me, because Seattle, they struggled in S&D for quite some time, and Pred is still holding a 1.21 KD. So both stellar players in their own right, 2 completely different roles. But when you ask someone to take over, they definitely have that ability. So it's going to be a great matchup between both of those guys.
Yeah, it's funny. I kind of forget, like, it's almost like when Octane previously played with the Seattle Surge, like in Search and Destroy specifically. Like, I remember he was like dropping bombs. He had a super high KD, and the team really struggled in that mode. I don't know what it is. Maybe just a little bit of a trend. Let's go back to our maps and modes. Let's go ahead and revisit those a bit. I know we had a brief moment where we were flying in for HyDra. We'll get the chance to do that again. But Jay, I want to give you the chance to talk about games 2, 3, 4, and 5. How do you feel about the map set, the map bans, anything that you're specifically keeping in mind?
I feel like the game 2 is a square. Both of these teams don't really have a lot of success on that LSE elo, with both having a record of 3-4. One team is really good at defense, one team is really good at attacking, so it's gonna be a battle there. But that hotel control is just a square up, man. Both of these guys love themselves some hotel control, and if you are Seattle, you got to make sure that you're on point, because Toronto, they are the best team in the game at that mode, and even on hotel, the best defensive team as well, where usually defense is not that easy to win when you get to this high level gameplay. But as you go forward, the map number 4, Fortress, we know what Seattle like to do, and even if it gets to that map number 5, that's where it gets a little scary for Seattle, because 1-5 overall record, cannot win a defense on Fortress. They just haven't had a good time there. So if you are Seattle, you got to get it done before you get to 5.
Yeah, I feel like too for Seattle, like, you know, at least in my eyes, I don't know about you, as we're loading in for this hard point, I think I'm definitely keeping an eye more on those blue arrows than I am on the purple ones, just given the fact of the recent struggles for Seattle in the HPs. We know lately in Search Destroy, it hasn't been great, despite the last time we were in our Major 3 qualifiers, they were looking great in Search and Destroy. And on top of it all, Seattle Surge recently actually have some competition now for that 7th seed. Minnesota, after their home series yesterday, they have now tied them in that position. So if you are Surge, you want to walk away with the dub and provide a little bit of a cushion between you and Røkkr.
Yeah, so the pressure is on. That's all you had to tell me for Seattle Surge. They have to start to figure it out, or they would not be one of those teams that make it in towards chance, with Minnesota finding those 2 wins, big wins, to tie up in the CDL points column as we get early into this P1. It's been back and forth, scrappy with Toronto spawning on the bad side, but at least Seattle are doing a great job of maintaining those spawns for P2. They're thinking big picture. They're going to win that rotation, but look at the player that sneaks on by. Dead silence already invested from Hicksy.
And how about it being the young player? As we know, Hicksy, first event managed to win a championship, and it was based off of plays like this, oftentimes labeled as the dirty work type of player, and right now he is doing it. 2-2, make it 3-2, cuts away accuracy, and look at what that does now for the Ultra. Tosses really a stun off of the chest of his teammate, and things begin to collapse. Thankfully for Surge, they will stabilize and handle what was a very pesky play coming in from the rookie.
Yeah, Hicksy almost made that play happen for Toronto. They just could not take care of the SMG duo on the side of Seattle Surge, as they were able to combine for 3, break in through the front. But instantly, Toronto put a lot of pressure in through Broken. They were able to flip the spawns right on back with only 30 seconds left. It's looking like it's going to go to the Ultra. And now you're going to force Seattle Surge to hit that early rotation. They're still maintaining map control. They're trying to keep the pressure on, keep a couple layers away from that next hill.
And one thing too, Jay, that we were talking about it when it came down to the vetoes, like Toronto, Seattle, as we said, they both matched up, or rather in their matchups yesterday, they both played HyDra hardpoint, but it was obviously a dub yesterday for Toronto. That now makes it 5 in a row in terms of HyDra hardpoint W's for Toronto, and a lot of that is based off of their breaks. We see that be done at P2. We'll see if they can make it happen again. For Seattle, a great opportunity at that last hard point. That chance gets squandered, and we'll see how they can try to maintain things now moving into P3. Pred in the water, trying to cause some issues and maybe lighten the load for the rest of the teammates.
Oh, this is great work so far from Seattle Surge. They're making sure that they block those back spawns. You have Pred all the way pushed out towards P1 side, knowing that they're all coming from Dome. Eventually, he does get cut down, but that's been 30 seconds uncontested so far, which now leads to Seattle Surge taking the lead for now. Toronto Ultra, though, still putting pressure on from the front with only 20 seconds left. They want to try to at least get them off of this time, not give it all up. Maintain those spawns for next. That's why you see Inside already backing his way up towards that P4. But look at the spawn. Mack actually is able to spawn right behind him. That's going to be a huge engagement.
Yeah, and you actually noticed throughout that hill, Seattle started to progressively move a few members forward, keeping in mind the spawn that could occur for Toronto. We've got big battles going on both sides of the map. The player number 3, that one in Inside, is able to win a crucial 1v1. That is now going to make things a little bit more manageable now here for the Ultra moving forward. And with that, they will hold on to path for now. But from the front side, it is Pred and Simp trying to lock things down. As we know, the dynamic duo on this Surge lineup trying to put in some work. Currently a 3-point game, and really we're waiting for somebody to hop on that hill, Jay.
We're waiting for somebody to hop on that hill. Look like Toronto Ultra are going to be able to take the lead right on back. But let's step aside and let's go to the comms with Seattle Surge. See if they got some fight into them going to the next hill.
Outer. He's gonna hop up sign. I'm playing my Ray. He's gonna hop up sign. Yeah, that means Hicksy sign.
Okay, I'm running back.
Sign.
No, he's open, challenge you guys. Open, challenge you guys. Open, that's it.
Dead.
Nice. One on the back.
Outer.
Go.
Trying to heal. So when you go top close,
he's gonna hold it left.
Yeah, I stunned her close.
I'm trying to kill the guys pushed up.
I stunned him close. He could be lower. He's on the sign.
Okay.
I naded close.
I got top close right now.
I got naded.
Trying to heal the
left. I don't see him on the god rock.
He's on the god rock. He's lying down.
Yeah, we cannot kill that guy. He's on the god rock laying down.
Rune's dead. On the god rock.
He jumped down. Close right. Yeah, I'm trying out.
Top plat and god rock. I'm right in the back, God Rock, and then
top. I stun him, God Rock, weak. God Rock dead.
God Rock
right the right. I stun back in front. There's 4 in front. I'm trying to work top. Window side top weak. Window side
I got native God Rock. I'm in front. Window side top.
Top weak. Top
in front door. Top in front door.
Top plat in front.
Top. Dante, hold on.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you.
We're coming, bro. We're coming.
We cut on you. Back door.
Great little check-in there with Seattle. I mean, as we said, man, as the first set of rotations begin to come to a close, it just feels like for Surge, a few opportunities where they allowed for Toronto not just to keep this one competitive, but to keep this one pretty much on the inverse. Toronto with a slight lead as Seattle begin to make their prowl right back into this game, but a few opportunities, like we said, Jay, where it feels like Surge, the scoreline should almost be reversed.
Yeah, the scoreline should definitely be reversed. Right there at the end of that P4, Seattle Surge, they were fully set up for that P5, but they didn't win a single gunfight, which eventually led Toronto Ultra to flip those spawns, get a good amount of time, and maintain this lead going into our second rotation of hard points. But now it's an all-out battle around the P1. You see Toronto, they put pressure over towards Dome. They're able to flip those spawns. Now Seattle Surge have to try to soak as much time as they possibly can off of this P1. And if they win a couple gunfights, it's time to push on forward.
See what they can do with it. Big gunfights one there from Sid. Board gets cleared. We do see a few spawn outs happening. Player 6 on the right side, player 4 from Toronto on the left side. So a bit of chaoticness and accuracy. How about the great shots onto Hicksy, as he will have more competition to deal with, not expecting player 4 to be here. It is all out chaos going on here for HyDra. It's a race to P2, but thankfully it is CleanX locking things down in the back. A huge 1v1 now gives Toronto the spawn they so desperately have been fighting for. A stressful and a frustrating moment there for Seattle. We'll see now if they can make the break.
And how do they decide to break it? They're trying to spread the map, have Pred be the only guy pushing from Dome side. He invests that dead silence. He also has attack 56 in hand, so he's ready for the long-range engagements. But he's just going to move right back for free until he gets cut down by CleanX. Great shot from him. The pressure's still here, though, from Seattle. Mack is able to find 2. They're able to get the break.
They still have the statue in the back, though, inside. He'll try to make things a little bit easier toward the back lines. He's wanting to join alongside the rest of the squad mates, waiting for the pinch, but the kills are not happening. A nice 4 down for Surge. As we said, a chance for them to break at P2. They seize it, and they will have the lead. Now moving into next, and based off of that, they now allowed to send the Aussie forward. Predator indeed, looking to strike, eventually found, but now it could be the chance for Mack. A great game so far, now finds himself on the 4 spree. The SMG starting to fly, starting to fry. And right now for Surge, it feels like they have got the confidence. See if they can make the break once more. And Scrap, a bit of an off game, finally able to put 1 up on the board. 9-19 as he visits the respawn screen again.
Now if you are the Ultra, just got to make sure you're blocking those spawns, winning your gunfights towards the top hop, but one player is able to sneak right on by. It's going to be Pred with that dead silence invested. They're able to find 2 kills from the front. Pred finally strikes. Last player here is CleanX. He gets taken care of, and that is a perfect break coming in from Seattle. Beautiful communication, beautiful setup on the pitch, which is now going to allow them to walk away with this final 30 seconds. Toronto Ultra, got to cut your losses, got to set up for that P4.
Yeah, and you gotta be frustrated, right? If you're Ultra in a situation like this, like, guys, there's like 28 seconds, but we have to go for the rotation. That's the way that it works here on HyDra. You gotta cut your losses. And right now for Toronto, you gotta hold a hill. This is really the situation that Seattle was in yesterday versus the LA Thieves. The hold's just not all that strong. In our last 2 HPs, it has been wonderful work from Seattle. On the other side, Mack, he goes for a dip. He eventually falls. And so with that, Toronto handled business for the first wave, but there are plenty of Seattle players still here. 1 more gets dealt with, and now it is all up to accuracy in the back. How about CleanX putting in work with attack 56?
Those some big kills right there from CleanX to secure those spawns for his team, allow them to flood on through the front, and continuously spawn Seattle Surge all the way across the map. Great shots from Hicksy, not able to pick up the kill, but now that's going to be 3 dead. All lift up the inside. Your teammates are still getting those back spawns, but Seattle put a lot of pressure to find the break. This is exactly what you want to do, knowing that you're going to have those spawns over towards next. Just got to take care of Insight, the 1 player that spawns out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, take a look at player number 3. In the meantime, for Seattle, they're able to get the break, at least make Toronto have to work. And with that, the spawns are not going to be in a favorable position either for the Ultra, understandably so, given the positioning of their adversaries. Insight, he's been waiting here for such a long time, and now quickly it is Ultra with numbers, Jay. We might have lost Jay. Not sure what's exactly going on. Hey, you're here, Jay. Okay.
I don't know what's going on, but we're back.
It's okay, Jay. It's all right. Take it away, buddy.
Toronto Ultra, they're trying to hold on. Seattle Surge, even with the back spawns, gonna be able to win the trade battles. Pred finds the final one onto HyDra, because they're gonna be able to maintain this lead. But you see those spawns for Toronto, they're still gonna be in the back. Seattle, they get all the information that is needed. Just gotta make sure you win these next wave of gunfights, so then you can rotate early and get that dome spawn for the next hill.
And Pred starting to heat up again, 27 and 16. It just feels like spree after spree after spree for him. Surge, they have awoken on the second set of rotations. How is the third side going to treat us? And oftentimes when it comes down to positions like this, at a stage of the game like this, you've got to take a look on the right side of your minimap. It is really all going to be about those P2 spawns. Who can be in primary position of it? Who can be in the more advantageous side? Currently, it is going to be Seattle. Mack with the great awareness is able to cut away one. The flank opportunity, not able to work out for him. Surge, they could smell victory, but Toronto still fighting. A lot of time still to fight for a P1 as well.
Yeah, still definitely a lot of time. Seattle Surge had the ability to win it if they still want to put the pressure on, as Simp is able to find 2, but they're just thinking, we have to make sure we're not able to give up this 30 seconds and maintain those spawns for next. As Toronto Ultra is still getting those warehouse spawns. You do have one player in CleanX who wins a gunfight over towards Dome, but the spawns still have yet to flip. Seattle just doing a great job of just keeping them off that point. But it's all about these next wave of gunfights. Last 2 players from Seattle have to try to maintain this side of the map for their teammates. These are going to be some big gunfights, Lando.
This is Toronto Ultra, the #1 breaking team in the game on HyDra HP. Now's the time to put it to the test. Oh, HyDra! It felt like he had a gunfight that was guaranteed. Regardless of it, all of his teammates have now managed to make it toward the back. Mack overwhelmed in Ultra takeover.
Ultra takeover. That is a beautiful play to set up that pinch onto the player towards back. God Rock, the last player was on point. He eventually gets cut down. So Ultra, they can win the game here. They're maintaining the spawns. One player in Mack is going to be able to try to slip his way right through. He's probably going to be the playmaker, but he gets taken care of. Toronto Ultra, they're holding.
They are indeed, and now for Seattle on the back foot, they continue to get pushed on out. Nobody past that 50-yard line, and they have got to get a move on because Ultra can absolutely win it here. CleanX starting to go on a run. The same thing can be said for Insight. Here comes Surge, the potential last play of the game. Oh, and they're able to find 3. Seattle able to find the break, but they can't win it here. It is about the race toward new.
It's the rotation. It's all on HyDra and Scrapz. The only 2 players here from Toronto Ultra. Seattle trying to set up the pinch. These kills are going to be big. They're able to find 2. Trades back and forth. Seattle are in.
Oh, it's currently a 2 versus 2. Seattle with close spawns. Simp, he's able to drop 2. Simp, can he make it 3? Oh, going down, but Scrapz tosses out the nade. Seattle, too many bodies. Able to hold on and take Toronto off of their hot streak. 5 in a row on HyDra comes to a commanding halt as Seattle Surge come away with the clutch and come away with the huge Game 1 win.
Man, what an ending to that hard point that was, man. If accuracy does not find his way towards top dome and make his way to that contest in towards P2, I thought Toronto Ultra were going to be able to close it out there. But once he contests that point, his teammates then attack from broken. You flood the numbers, you find the break. Then even off the rotation, they were finding a majority of the kills on the map. 2 Toronto players spawned all the way at next, which was HyDra and Scrapz. But you take care of them in the 4v2 situation. You get the close spawn towards the back. And eventually you win the trade battle to close out what was an insane map #1. Look at the damage from Sid, man. 4,100. He was putting down shots, but I think the guy that I really wanted to talk about is the guy who didn't have the best performance yesterday in Mack, sitting at 26 and 28, 3,500 damage. He was just finding 2-piece after 2-piece every single time Seattle Surge needed him to do so. Great teamwork from Seattle to take map 1.
Yeah, it just felt like a team victory. I mean, obviously, as we know, it was chaotic. It was Toronto who started off so great, as we'll look through the highlights, but you caught it perfectly, man. I feel like throughout this game, it was Mack. I mean, he had such a wonderful beginning to this hard point, 10 and 6, and actually coming into HyDra HP, I believe he had like a 0.77 KD, the lowest in the lobby. And while it's not above a 1, you definitely felt his presence around the map. But as we said, Jay, just felt like a team victory. Surge felt like break after break toward the stretch. They started to feel some confidence, and then all out chaos over at P2. I mean, that is one play that I think we're going to be looking at the most for what could really be the life, maybe the confidence now that Surge have moving forward.
Oh yeah, without question, man, because you needed something to stand on. The thing is, with Seattle Surge, it's usually always been their hard point, but that is where they have been struggling as of recent. 1-5 out of their last 6. That now makes it 2-5 in their last 7. Finally getting a win versus the Toronto Ultra. But what an insane finish to this game, man. Simp was able to cut down 2. You get those close spawns. You see the reactions for Seattle Surge. Sam Phoenix instantly from behind the backdrop gets the boys hype as Seattle Surge. Nice in that 1-0 lead so far.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it for Surge. I mean, when it comes down to this map set, when it comes down to just search and destroys, whatever it is, I think Ant was talking about it, how they're choosing Team B. They're nervous about that Game 5 search and destroy. So whatever it is, we talked about it, Seattle, they need to finally win some of those HPs. It's been a recent struggle for them toward the end of the Texas Major and so far throughout our Major IV qualifiers, but they're able to win this one. And like I said, it's really what we wanted to see yesterday versus the LA Thieves, Jay. It felt like at times it was the pred show. At times it was the accuracy show. There wasn't really this moment where it was a lot of cohesion as a team. It feels like right there we were able to see it. A great team victory, it feels like, for Surge in that game 1.
That's what it looks like in Hardpoint. Like when we see LA Thieves, it's never, whenever they're beating teams in Hardpoint, no one's going crazy. No one has like a 1.3. Everyone's probably sitting about a 1.0 or a 0.9. And that's just the teamwork. True. Everyone is flying around, shooting together at the same time, using the teamwork to the best of their ability. And that's how you want to play Call of Duty. It's not all about the stat padding. It's about the small things, the team shots, the communication. And that's what Seattle Surge were able to do great in that map number 1. Signs from what they didn't do yesterday. Complete turnaround so far.
Yeah, and maybe Seattle with the awareness of the standings right now. But 2 players we got to talk about moving into this next search destroy. It's the battle of the Iceman. Accuracy definitely currently holds that title, but Insight has definitely been in a spot like that a time or 2. But we'll go and talk about the search destroy numbers for both of these players. Obviously for Jamie Craven, rocking a 1.04 so far throughout this season. I hate to say it, Jay, but it's not been a great year for Lamar so far throughout S&D.
Oh, yeah, but I'm not even worried about the stats. I'm looking about the first blood column. 8% and 6%. These guys are not moving at the beginning of rounds, and they're also not dropping as well.
I mean, that's why they're in the clutch spots, Jay.
Yeah,
you don't want to get involved at first. You need it at the end of the rounds.
That's exactly what you want to do, man. We saw Insight ever since he's joined the CDL, man. He's been one of the best search and destroy players when it comes down to those 1v1s, 1v2s, or even 1v3s. He has the ability to clutch it. And then Lamar, aka Accuracy, the guy who invented the nickname Iceman. We know what he is capable of in search and destroy, and he has to bring it here because Toronto Ultra, at least the last time we saw them play this map, they were able to end Atlanta FaZe's win streak in S&D. So that's a very big thing. If you are Toronto Ultra, you got to come out with that same momentum like you did in map number 1.
Yeah, screw the record. It was like 3-4. Now we're 1-0. We are maybe 10-0 after beating Atlanta FaZe. That is a triumph indeed. A 6-3 win. As you said last time, they faced off against Atlanta FaZe. Into round 1 we go. It's Accuracy, who actually does find a first blood, Jay.
Nice.
The percentages are improving. They are increasing. And how about that round from Surge? Accuracy gets a first blood, and look what happens.
Wow.
After the team thrives.
Yeah, Accuracy, just get in the mix, brother. Get that first one for your team. Your teammates are thinking, wow, Lamar, you got that one? We're definitely not losing this round. Great job from Seattle to put the pressure on through bottom mid. One thing that Toronto Ultra do struggle with is simply their attacking rounds. They're awful when you get that bomb down, but even if you don't get it planted, Seattle Surge were there for every single engagement. They walk away with round 1.
And something yesterday that really was kind of eye-opening, man, was just the performance from Pred and just the lack thereof for the rest of the squad. I mean, Pred has been on an absolute beamer lately in search and destroy. Rest of the team, not so much. That is a wonderful team ace off the rip that maybe is starting to improve things. We talked about game 1. It was a team victory. Well, round 1, it was a team victory. for Surge. They got to do it in numbers, but this time it's CleanX. The Great Dane was able to answer early. And how about the shifty movement to utilize that post to his advantage? Is he ready for Pred? You bet it. Wonderful work there for CleanX, 3v2.
Oh, that's a good job right there from CleanX to find those 2 kills. Bomb's now going to be down towards top plat. His accuracy is able to get that angle from top radio, takes down Insight. This was his favorite spot yesterday, on control. And he puts himself in that position again, but now in the 2v2, CleanX is going to invest that dead silence. Sib just ran out of his. So what's the play call coming in from Seattle? Do they decide to route this bomb all the way towards B? Because Toronto have full mid-map control now.
And something that both squads are going to be feeling about in this situation like this. Toronto, the SMG. Seattle, the ARs. I know in S&D it doesn't always mean that, but little things that you're thinking about in the clutch moments. What's the weapons that both players could have? What's the positioning that both players on the other side could have? Time begins to tick. The nades are tossed out. Toronto know that it's surely got to be a B plant now. A little late to the party, but can the plant go through? Accuracy with Overwatch, and he's got both. Not only can he do it at the start of rounds, but he can do it at the end. A big 2v2 as accuracy cleans them both up. And speaking of 2, Surge now 2-0 up.
Oh, man, that's just good work right there from Seattle. Even after getting first blooded with CleanX finding 2 massive kills on the round. Accuracy, the Iceman. No pressure to his name. He finds that first kill onto Insight. They wait the clock out. They know that they were not able to spot any of the SMG players trying to hit a route. So they just work over towards B. Sib gets it down. Accuracy holds the cross. And he's able to find the final 2 kills on the round. Already 4-0 to start this S&D.
See if Ultra can start to wake up a bit. Already bruised and battered. It's really that 2-piece from CleanX that has been it so far for them. Another first blood. This time it's going to come in from Mack. So with that, yeah, you can see CleanX. He's trying to get aggressive. He just lost his SMG duo, and now the entire team has taken a tumble. And now it is inside. Oh, good heavens. Oh, we surely can't show a replay of that. That is, oh, God, that's not good.
Yeah, Mack might get locked up for murder right there, because that is unacceptable. If you want Insight, you got to be able to win that gunfight. But Mack with the snap, no hesitation on the push. Another dominant defensive round. Seattle Surge, they're just shutting down that A push. You saw Hicksy. He was just jumping into that A bomb, no hesitation, and he just wasn't ready for that player in towards sight. Probably want to get your teammate to assist you in that play, but once you get bombed down, once you get that first blood, you saw the trade was about to come in. Sib was able to cut down another 2. But it's been flawless search and destroy so far from Seattle. Only 2 deaths for the entire squad.
That definitely puts it into perspective a bit. Oh, and CleanX, a moment where you think, okay, here's Toronto's chance. Here's their opportunity. It's almost as if Seattle knows exactly where CleanX is hiding. Looks to make his way up toward top office, but it is accuracy. Another first blood for him. He's able to answer, and with that, what did Toronto do? Scrappy trying to stay alive. Did not have a great map 1 performance, and so far 0-3 for him. Thankfully, Insight gets on the board, and so does Scrappy. Toronto keeping this one alive for the first time. They've got numbers.
Oh, that's good stuff right there from Scrap to get that kill and get out with his life. He's going to get the information onto Sib as well, but look at Pred. He's just waiting for his chance to strike. He's able to come up right behind Scrap. Also get out with his life. Now he makes it a 2v2. The sophomores versus Insight and Hicksy.
On Pred. They've just gotten a bit of info there on to Insight. So with that, 20 seconds to go. Plan has to be made. Pred not exactly sure where Insight could have gone. Sib, in the meantime, actually does clean him up. So now it is all up to Hicksy, the rookie. Now finding himself in a 1v2. As we said, the bomb has got to get planted, and it will. The kill yet to go his way. And now the engagements could favor him. Tosses out a nade. He knows both players have got to be in this spotted mattress. The door opened. The opportunity. Hicksy sees it. The chance is there. Able to fight one. Oh, and Sib and Seattle with numbers hold off Hicksy. And what would have been a monumental 1 versus 2. The confidence was there from the Røkkr, but not able to get it done. And Surge continue their reign of terror. 4-0.
4-0 for Seattle. Just simply not making any mistakes. Even in 2v3 situations, they are finding a kill, making an manageable play, and then sneaking out the last player to force it to a 2v1. I thought Hicksy stood a great chance at clutching that round, but with no dead silence, all the sound cues are going to be on the side of Seattle Surge. Now up 4-0 in the series, in the search and destroy, with Simp already earning that cruise.
Dude, what is going on? Like, what is happening right now, Jay?
I don't know which Seattle Surge this is, man.
I don't either. Like, what team are we watching right now? Kleenex, great stun for information. Thankfully, Toronto starting off this round hot. Better late than never. A few times they've had numbers, and it has not equaled out to much. Okay, Simp, a chance to go for the shot. Insight there with the beamer. A frustrated Toronto Ultra surely should have their first round on the board now, but it's all up to Mack. What can he do?
Mack in the 1v3. Bomb is still going to be down. He also does not have that silence. Kleenex is able to hear him switch his weapons towards top mid. Is able to land the headshot to close out the round. Finally, Toronto able to stop that bleeding. Just great pressure over towards the courtyard. You take down accuracy. Even though Simp found one with the nade, you don't allow the 2v3 to happen this time around. Toronto Ultra now down 4-1.
We'll see what Ultra can do with this. I mean, obviously, we've seen some crazy search comebacks happen before. Yeah. We've seen it even yesterday happen multiple times. So, go ahead, Jake.
We saw it for Toronto yesterday. One thing that they were really good at was making those mid-round adjustments. Even though they did lose both search and destroys, that's one thing that this team is great at doing. So, hopefully, they start to read the setups on the side of Seattle Surge. And you already see it on this defensive round. As Kleenex pushes his way towards Kegs, he's getting a couple sound cues. The pressure's going to come over towards B side.
The utility toss, they're going to know that more than one thing has been thrown. And so for Kleenex, the information is there. The comms are known. Over at field, we've got 2 Seattle Surge members. What does Toronto do with this info? Early shots exchange, and Kleenex not able to find the kill. He jumps out toward middle, and Pred is going to drop him there. So for Toronto, like I said, it feels like they have all the information in the world, and somehow they not only get killed for the first, but the second and the third. Scrappy now left at a 1v4. How quickly this round has gone the other way.
Oh my. Seattle Surge with the perfect game plan. You send 2 players over towards fields. You get the guys that like to be aggressive in through Kegs alley to peek through Kegs. But once you get him to back down, he runs right into the first blood, into Pred. Then accuracy, he so far has had the number on inside when you talk about those island gunfights. So he was able to take him down once again. And then when you take down that last player that was in towards the site, you know that Scrap had to be that player over towards B bomb. 1v4 situation, no hesitation. Don't even work the bomb plant. You go for the beatdown to not put yourself at game point.
I just don't know like what that round was though, Jay. Like it just looked like for Toronto, you got everything. Like you got the angles covered. Sloppy round, and now 1 round away is Surge from quickly going up 2-0. First, the defending Major 3 champions. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but how can you not? Looking at the way this game has gone so far. An instant 2v3 now for Surge. It is Sib and Mack. And now just make it Sib. Able to find the trade. 2 more to go.
2 more to go. As the bomb is now going to get planted. He might get some great timing if he just checks bomb, but going to pick up that SMG and get out with his life. Rotates his way all the way back towards lockers. Should be able to get an engagement here soon.
Time continues to tick. Sib. Element of surprise. Able to drop another. Insight versus Sib. A round that could close out the game, or maybe one that could start to spiral a bit of a comeback. 20 seconds to go. Sib, hearing the footsteps, knows exactly where Jamie Craven is hiding. Problem being, no dead silence. Does he go for the jump? Does he wait for Insight to go for the chow? And Insight, patience is going to pay off. Toronto Ultra, regardless of how this gun engagement goes, it is going to be their round. And Insight able to keep alive for the squad. A shaky game up to this point, but it starts with clutches like that. It starts with rounds like that. Toronto finally get their second.
Yeah, that was just good work right there from Insight. Just keep that angle. Don't over peek, because Sib was just waiting for him to turn that corner. But he knew the dead silence was not going to be there for Sib. Sound cues are going to be on his side. You throw a couple shoulders towards that bomb. You know he's not defusing. The round is going to be yours. So Toronto Ultra now down 5-2. Going to send Seattle on the attacking side. And I think if you are Seattle, you got a cruise missile to work with. You call this in. You get your information. You plant the bomb over towards B.
Instantly into this round. Insight bringing out the big guns. I think for Surge, they definitely saw that flashlight across the map. They saw that glint from the scope. pop up on the other side of the field. Nades exchange and HyDra with a bit of info. Scrap, meanwhile, his old good challenger buddy eventually found, and that is the only layer of defense that Toronto had on that side of the map. That is a quick plant and an instant retake position now for Toronto.
Now in the 4v3, if I'm Sib, I'm just calling in this cruise. You want to get all the information on where they're going to be playing from. So he's just holding down an angle. Mack finds his second on the round. CleanX at least finds one onto Pred. But now in the 3v2 with only 30 seconds left, someone has to stick that defuse, and it's multiple players from Seattle ready for the push.
Well, actually, he actually has made his way into the site. He's made his way into the site. He's made his presence felt with that. Mack able to win one, and now it comes in to the 1v1. HyDra
gotta go.
Jumps on the defuse, and now Lamar, he's got to turn it up.
Run!
He's gonna run. Oh, he's beaten down the air. HyDra right on the defuse. Toronto aware of the players, aware of the map positioning and accuracy, just not able to get there in time. There is plenty of iron boot jokes that we could make, but we'll hold off for now. Toronto stay alive based off the narrow plays.
And that could be a game-changer round. Right there, Seattle, they were able to find that first play. You get the bomb down over towards B. You still have Sib with the cruise missile. I would like to see him just invest that. Get the information, even if you don't pick up a kill, so your teammate's able to set up properly around it. But Toronto Ultra, and more specifically HyDra, goes massive to clutch up that round for Ultra. Stay alive in this search and destroy. Now down 5-3. They're going to slow this one down. Every single time they've been aggressive in towards A, Seattle have shut the door immediately. Now time is starting to tick. No one's budget. You're just playing for your info.
It's funny because I do feel like there's been a few times we've watched Toronto on LSCLO. They've had some wild diffusing games versus other squads. But already into this round, it is a first blood granted for Ultra. And take a look at player number 3 in Insight. He's going to win this gun engagement. No, not going to happen. Pred with the shifty movement ends up staying alive, at least for the time. So information found. Top side of the map is going to be cleared there for Surge. In the meantime, Pred does rock dead silence as Ultra looks to make their presence felt inside of the bomb site. HyDra looks to plant that one down. Warehouse cleared, and now it is up to accuracy. 1v3.
1v3. Dead silence still not earned, but this might not be a round that you want to invest it in. Get the information onto Scrap. The drop down comes down from CleanX. That's Toronto Ultra, man. I told you, those mid-round adjustments, they're starting to show them. Couple rounds in a row to keep themselves in this search and destroy. Now down 5-4. If you are Seattle, the pressure is definitely on. So in this next round, Sib's gotta use this cruise missile.
And what wasn't like Seattle up yesterday, Jay, versus LA?
Yeah, they were up 4-1. They were up 4-1, then they lost 4 straight.
Okay. Well, and one thing too, I think Toronto, they were up. Were they up like 4-1 yesterday versus Boston?
Yep,
I want to say in the
Boston.
game 2 S&D.
Same thing.
Sake. My word, clutch has definitely been a factor of both these teams have been playing. And right now, talk about the heroics from the Ultra. As you called it, a streak. When are we going to see it come through? In the meantime, for Surge, it appears to be time to bring it in on the attack. They've got all their arrows positioned for a B bomb site play. And right now, it is all about info. Seattle have gotten it, and what do they do with it?
Oof.
And here comes Ultra.
Yeah, this might get scary because Ultra know what player they're trying to go for. You have Scrap working his way all the way around towards Cliff side. Should be able to set himself up for a nice little angle, but Pred is able to find that first blood onto HyDra. Couple players from Toronto around the site, but they're all getting cut down.
And now it's all up to CleanX. It's all up to Toby. He falls as well. And Seattle managed to stay alive. We're up 5 rounds to 1 and just allowed for Ultra to stay there with them, making the Seattle fans sweat just a bit. And how about that streak placement at the end? We were waiting for it. We were waiting for when Simp was going to bring in that cruise missile. Finally does, and watch what happens when he eventually brings it forward. Surge, they clean everything up, and it's a wonderful dub for the squad. We've been doing a lot of research in the Seattle Surge search destroy numbers. The recent slump that they have been on, it's been all Pred. This time, it was the rest of the squad getting things done, Jay.
Everybody came out to play, man. You see accuracy with 2 first bloods. He was at 6% before this map started. But when you start off round number 1 getting 1, the confidence is going to be there from your teammates as he goes 8-4 alongside Simp, who earns himself that cruise missile to eventually close out this game. It got a little scary, but Seattle Surge knew the perfect game plan to close out that final round. To now put themselves up 2-0 in the series. This is the best case scenario because now you win your hard point, which you have been struggling in. You win your search and destroy, which has been a recent struggle for this team as well. And now you're going into your best mode into control, man. Seattle Surge, completely different team today.
Yeah, a completely different team. And for Toronto, this kind of looks exactly like how the Boston game went for them just yesterday, right? When they were facing off against them, they went down 0-2. They managed to make a nice little comeback, but couldn't get it done in a game 5. Will we see some similar life, maybe an actual reverse sweep happen for the defending Major 3 champions, or are they about to start off their Major 4 campaign 0-2? We will have to find out as this game maybe has only just begun. We'll see you back for Hotel Control right after this.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28th, only on Prime Video.
Well, howdy friends, and welcome back to the Major IV Qualifiers. Hope you are all enjoying your lovely Sunday. And I'll tell you what, we love those people right there. Shout out to our production team, Esports Engine, locking it down. We are definitely taking a look at every single person's desktop screen. You got to keep in mind, there's a lot of little tidbits, little funny things going on there in the production side. We're watching you guys, but Jay, so far throughout this series, I mean, this has been kind of crazy. Like Seattle up 2-0 over the Ultra. If you're new, Ultra just won the Major III championship. And you and I have started to have this convo a bit throughout the series and even during the break. Like, from what we've seen so far, Toronto, they lose yesterday to Boston, a slow start to that series. The same thing here for Seattle. Our defending champions are about to maybe start off 0-2. Is there an element, you think, of maybe a championship slump? Like, are Toronto a bit fat and happy right now?
I think it's definitely a case, man. When you win an event, you're probably thinking you're the best in the world. No team can touch you. So you're probably lacking off a little bit in scrims.
Wow.
But you just have to get back on that prime form because all these other teams, when they're going up against Toronto Ultra, one of the best teams in the game, they are on point. They are bringing their A game. And right now, Toronto, they're just simply getting caught slipping. You saw those stats from Scrapz, man. 0.6 overall in this series. This is the MVP at Major 3. Just took over whenever his team needed to. And now they have to try to complete a reverse sweep versus Seattle Surge. They got all the way to a Game 5 yesterday versus Boston and fell short. But now they're on their best control map. Going up against not an easy opponent in Seattle as well. One of their better controls for both squads.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, it's weird to like get back to the championship side of things. You know, the whole slump side as Toronto do find 3 off the rip. It's a great start of this round 1 in control, but it does make you wonder. Like, you know, I think all of us watched Blueprint, you know, given the drama that's been going on with Toronto lately.
Video, by the way.
It just feels like, man, this is a squad that's really not going to have that stuff really mess with them. It felt like they were even hungrier when it came down to jumping into Major 4, but I don't know, it's hard to argue against the results that we've seen.
It definitely is hard to argue. For a team to start off 0-2, falling to Boston and potentially falling to Seattle, this schedule does not get a lot easier. They got FaZe, they got Florida, and they also got Vegas. Vegas picking up that new player in Standing. They look like a completely different team, so you gotta show why that you are the champions. 2 ticks already at both points. You're gonna be able to close out towards A. And now with 2 minutes on the clock, they only need 1 towards B. This is a great start from Toronto Ultra, starting this reverse sweep.
Yeah, a great start here for the Ultra. And finally are able to get that 3rd segment in, another minute added on to the clock. But as you said, the schedule for Ultra gets that much more interesting. Some fun battles that they're going to end out their Major IV Qualifiers facing off against the man that they dropped, facing off against Standy. The biggest thing is that for Toronto, you don't want that to be a match, Jay, that you have to rely on winning. Like, we could be talking about that already. An 0-2 start, that could be a game that they have to win in order to get winners when we talk about Major IV. Just the conversations that we quickly have to have. Both teams cannot afford to start off 0-2, especially when we talk about the other side of the screen in Seattle Surge. But still, off to a wonderful start in this series so far throughout this control. Allow for that A zone to slip, but they have been rock solid on the defensive end over at B for the last 30-45 seconds. 1 more segment to go, and really 1 minute on the clock. Lives definitely could become a factor.
Oh, lives are definitely going to be a factor. Seattle Surge is doing a great job of roaming around the map, maintaining map control, and finding the kills when it's needed. 20-12 in lives remaining with only 50 seconds. If you are Toronto Ultra, at least you got some bedroom control. But it's all about these next set of gunfights. Accuracy at least starts it off with a big nade. Keeps the pressure slowed down. But Toronto Ultra know, we win these sets of gunfights, we will be able to close out this game.
Pred trying to do a little bit of work. Great work, great coordination. Pops the dead silence, though, and does get overwhelmed. Accuracy, got to be careful. He only takes a nade to the forehead. He's still beaming from range. 5 and 3 is that trophy's really not going to do a whole lot. Explosives everywhere, and here comes Ultra. Here comes Toronto. Plenty of bodies on the point. This could be their chance. This could be their moment. Toronto jump right on forward. And despite the disparity in lives, Ultra run on in. They go for the capture. And what started off as greatness that then turned on into Seattle starting to have a great little moment. All it takes is one sequence, one situation. Toronto jump in and they seize it 1-0.
Yeah, I think the biggest kill right there from Toronto Ultra was taking down Pred in towards top bedroom. If Pred finds that kill towards top plan, just simply plays his life in towards top bed and makes Toronto slow down and continuously try to play for him. But once you take care of him, now you get the information. No players are put out towards bed. A couple of players are coming off a spawn. We can get on this point and stack it and win the trade battle. And with only 1 segment left, 2 stack was good enough to close out that round number 1. Now we get to watch the best team on defense on Hotel.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Toronto, unbelievably solid when we talk about the defensive side on Hotel control.
Not a good start.
It's not what you think when it comes down to the gameplay on the screen, but I mean, hey, Seattle, they've been very, very solid on the attacking side. So we've got great offense versus a great defense. We'll see who comes out on top in this round number 2. Toronto have done their job, and now it's time for Seattle to do theirs.
Yeah, Seattle, they're slowly working up the progressions over towards A. Want to see if Toronto are going to send any players to try to contest this point, but they're just holding strong. They're playing for the kills on the exit. So they're going to be fully set up, giving up this A point, and now have to play defense over towards B for 2 minutes. They find a couple kills around the middle of the map, but at least Seattle were able to extend that time. Now it's all about wrapping back, getting some bedroom control, or deciding a 4-man push through Sandy to hit that backside.
Right now for Surge, you can see it off the spawn, all spawning pretty much in the same spot over toward the kitchen. Gonna be about just trying to take down a few players, make your way through mid-map, and really just try to keep the forces alive. It's oftentimes a one situation, one sequence type of moment here on Hotel Control, but it's based off of numerous little gunfights, numerous micro details that allow for you to be in a favorable spot like that. And right now, Surge, they are hunting for it. They're searching for it. Nice long-range shots coming in from Civ. That's going to set up Pred to eventually find that. So here comes Seattle. 2 members on the flank, 1 off the spawn, and 1 that currently finds himself over toward the bedroom. So here comes the pinch. How's it going to work out for Surge? Pred loses his compadre, and Civ has to do the work, and he's able to. Surge starting to stabilize as Toronto have awoken everybody over at this B zone.
Yeah, everyone's on this side of the map. They're just making sure that they're flooding over towards bedroom and winning the trade fights as Scrapz and Hixie are able to find 2. So now with only a minute left, Seattle, they're going to send 3 players back towards bedroom. They want to fight for bedroom control, but the biggest player on the map is going to be aBeZy, who actually wins that gunfight on the flank. Simp also takes down Hixie, so already a 2v3 situation. The close spawns are still going to be there for Ultra, but what else can aBeZy get done?
Oh, Accuracy able to find another one. Still uncontested toward the back. Player 3 inside arrives. AR on AR. In the meantime, okay, well, Mack loses all of his squad mates. Still at least gets 1 segment done over at B. And as we said for Toronto, they were able to grab the entirety of the round. So right now, Seattle still down by a decent margin and currently down in lives as well. 11 v 16. A job to do, and that timer continues to go. 30 seconds. Maybe 1 good push at this is all you've got. And as we said on Hotel, sometimes 1 is all that it takes. Seattle begin their attack, and Toronto look to hunker down.
Yeah, Toronto just have to hold strong for 20 seconds. Great movement right here from Insight. Just simply played his life. Not able to get out. His Accuracy's gonna go for the challenge and actually picks up the kill, but the close spawns are here for Ultra. It's gonna be an all-out trade fest in towards the couches. Scrapz is able to cut down 2. Scrapz finds 3. The rookie has finally came alive in this series. 15 and 11 so far on a 5 spree going into round number 3. Toronto Ultra hold strong on defense.
That is a wonderful confidence boost. Like I said, after winning that opening attack, to see Scrap starting to get things going. I know he's not super vocal right now, just given maybe the current KD, given the performance of the team. But after a round like that, sometimes that's all that it takes. Starting to get things going. Off of his first championship, wins MVP of the tournament. All eyes on Ultra coming into the Major IV Qualifiers. All eyes, especially onto him. Quite a confident young player, Jay. Definitely a very entertaining one at that. And oftentimes he is the difference maker for this Toronto team, as he'll look to be the catalyst that can maybe start to bring them back in this game and in this series. 2-0 start. We'll see if they can make it a clean 3. Long-range shots actually with the Vaz. Problem being for him is that really no teammates are here. Still in hunt for that cruise missile, and does not earn it.
Yeah, it's tough right there for Scrap. He whips out that Vaznev, thinking that the pressure's still going to be coming from bedroom. He was just trying to play a corner, play for that one kill, turn that cruise missile, but Mack is able to shut him down. And Seattle doing a great job again, just maintaining map control, pushing out towards bedroom, keeping the kills scrappy. As Toronto Ultra this time around do not find that early pressure on towards B. And they've only been able to find one kill this entire round so far.
I like what you did there, Jay, about the keeping it scrappy. I love that.
Like that?
Nice.
Like that?
See what you did there. Okay,
Yep.
all right. Well, Scrap, speaking of him, quickly makes his presence felt right into the restaurant we go. Toronto, party of 4. Mack, well, he'll erase the other one. And so with that, really, the hostess can't officially seat them. So 27 seconds on the clock. Ultra, regardless of it, trying to get the full party here. The entire team is squadding up. Accuracy once more. There to erase one as Scrappy continues on his spree, now at 3 in a row. And with that, they will send Hixie forward. While the scout's not there to find information, thankfully for Ultra, they maintain, they stabilize, and now they've got an extra minute to work with.
And Kleenex already finds himself in towards bedroom, so you see that catches Pred off guard. He gets the read onto Simp. Now you have full bedroom control. All of Seattle are going to be over towards double dash. You can push right on forward. It's all about these next set of kills. Kleenex is able to find another. He's dolphin diving. He's pushing on the pressure, but he's not able to find that kill onto accuracy. Seattle able to find 3 kills, shut down that first push, and now force Toronto to reset.
At the same time, for Insight does not want to die in a position like this. If so, that could be dire to the map positioning for the rest of the team. So him staying alive right there instantly allows for them to be right back on this objective. So what could have been the last push now allows for this one to be a much more healthier one at that.
3
Mack
dead.
eventually falls, and with that, it is 3 down. Sib, the only player in ear's distance, has to get something done. There's 2. Does he have a third? Vaznev in hand, ready for the chow, eventually falls. Chaos going down at this B point as it is all up to Insight. He gets taken down. Pred ends up finding 2 himself. Surge will hold, and now for Toronto, 30 seconds to go.
They got one more push. Got one player in Kleenex who's trying to decide if he's going to work on the D flank or cut through middle arches. He's just going to try to team up with his teammates, fight through front bedroom, and that's a great way to start. Taking down Pred from top bed. Scrapz with great shots to take down Mack off the Godheady. Seattle just have to win a couple gunfights, but they get all cut down. And now the stack is going to be here. Toronto Ultra trying to close it out now.
Pred, long-range shots, at least takes away 1. Mack does as well. 2 players on the point for Ultra. Can they hold? Yes, they will. Ultra answer back here in game number 3. When they needed some life, when they needed an answer, they are able to have one, and a commanding one at that. A nice little 3-0 here on Hotel Control. It's been their stomping grounds, and that was indeed a stomping, my friend.
Yeah, that was just good work from Toronto. They only had to win 1 defensive round, which almost went down to the wire, but they were not worried at all. They clutch up on that side, and then even on the attacking rounds, you start off with early pressure towards B, you get 2 segments, and you rotate over towards A, you're able to close at that point, extend time by a minute, and then with 2 minutes left, all they had to do was capture that 1 segment over towards B. All it took was 1 set of kills in that very first round, and then in that final round right there, Ultra just once again found the most important kill on the map, and that was Pred towards top bedroom. I would like to see Pred just simply play a corner, make your life a little bit more valuable, because you were the only player on that side of the map. But once you take care of him, Ultra won some insane gunfights towards the child, towards Godheady, just knocking players off left and right. You find all the kills, you get the spawns all the way across the map from Seattle. The stack is there, and Toronto Ultra showing why they are the best control team in the game.
That's exactly what I was getting ready to say. Indeed, Toronto Ultra making game 3. Well, actually, that's what it looks like. That is what this Toronto team is supposed to look like. As you said, the best control team in the game, undoubted. And I don't know, man. It just feels like when it comes down to this game mode specifically, I know we could, give some critiques on game 1 and game 2, but it just feels like in control, they're just so great at just maximizing certain situations. It almost just feels like this team, when it comes down to their arrows on the map, they just can quickly conform together. I don't know. It just feels like we watch certain teams in control. They just have the issue, the error of knowing when to jump on that team as a collective. And for Ultra, they just know the timing. They know exactly when to do certain things. It just feels like everybody's on the same sheet of music, at least when it comes down to this very game mode. Great work from Toronto. It's a crazy round one for them, and then from there, as you said, they win on defense. They win a second offense here in round 3 to get the nice little 3-0. So out of sight, out of mind. It's not going to be a 3-0 today, but problem being is that we've got that Fortress HP up next. Seattle, well, this is one that they absolutely love, and for Toronto, they're going to have to go through a very, very difficult Surge team just to see that game 5, Jay.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be tough, man. This is one of their auto vetoes in the beginning of the year. They started to expand their map pool, throw this in a couple series, and see how it goes. They're sitting at an overall record of 2-3. But the biggest thing that stands out for me when I was looking at the numbers is their hold percentage. On a map like Fortress, where you have a majority of money hills, that P2 to that chain at P3, that is where you get a majority of your points. And then you're going up against Seattle, who are the #1 breaking team on this map. So this is gonna be a tall task ahead for Toronto. But just based off of what we saw in that last map, Scrapz finally came alive.
Yeah, he finally did. And like I said, it's what we brought up earlier, even coming into this series. Top left side of your screen versus the bottom right side of your screen. Two players who absolutely have the potential to take over games. I will say, so far for Surge, it feels like it's actually been the other 3 players who have been really what has cascaded them, allowed for them to at times be up 1-0, 2-0 in this series. But it feels like maybe Scrap answers back in game 3, and now this has the chance to be Pred erupting maybe in game number 4. Just an unbelievable amount of talent across all 8 players. But like I said, man, Scrappy goes off on Hotel, and then when we talk about Fortress Hardpoint, I mean, this just has Pred's name written all over it to maybe close out the Toronto Ultra boys here.
Oh yeah, that's the guy you got to put a lot of focus on, because Pred, if you allow him to roam around your art, if you allow him to simply slay with that SMG presence all over the map, he is going to be the reason why you end up losing it. One of the best players in the game, statistically wise, doesn't matter what it is. The Predator is always going to find a way to get it done. So the full team collective effort so far in this series, but sometimes you just need a superstar. And on a map like Fortress, Pred is definitely the guy that you have to put a lot of focus on.
It just feels like there's a lot of weight. There's a lot of weight coming into this game 4. Like, the result of this map has massive implications on the rest of the CDL. I mean, we can get into seeding discussions about what this means for Seattle trying to get that extra 10 points above the Minnesota Røkkr, what it means for Toronto Ultra, our defending Major 3 champions, to start off Major 4 0-2, and they still have teams like Atlanta FaZe to face off against. Not going to be an easy task for either 2 of these squads, not just to get this game done, but the loser of maybe this map, the loser of this series. It definitely has got to hurt a lot. And so with that, Fortress HPs will return our eyes next. In terms of previous performances, it definitely sides with Seattle. We'll see maybe if Toronto, off of that 3-0, have got some momentum on their side. I know we've been talking about fast and aggressive SMGs, but we got to remember, Toronto has got one of their own. Kleenex could very well be a difference maker for Ultra. As we jump into P1, it is Seattle with the early time.
And that's good work already from Seattle, starting off on the bad side, even with Scrap hitting that beautiful nade to find that first bullet onto Pred. They won a majority of their gunfights. They're able to start off with the initial P1 time, and Pred already finds 3 in the feed. Now it's going to force Kleenex to slow it on down. You want to make sure you maintain this side of the map, but his teammates aren't finding any kills. Kleenex just going to strike, and now that's 3 dead. And look at the spawns. They're now going to flip. Perfect start for Seattle.
Yeah, great work from Surge, and now instantly for accuracy, I was going to say, he's in a big spot. He stays alive in that 1v1. Not only does he have the time, but he's got the crossfire. He drops, and now Ultra instantly knocking on both of those doors. Over at the steps, a big gunfire take, and Simp and Mack will deliver. Seattle coming through with a few haymakers to kick off here on Fortress.
Oh, Seattle are not making any mistakes, man. The SMGs are roaming. They're cutting down all the angles. Pred finds himself another 2-piece in the feed. And now look at where Toronto is spawning. They're spawning all the way at the next hill. They're probably going to decide to give this one more good push, because you know how impactful that P3 can be. Because they're going to put the pressure on from the front. Kleenex starts it off, but the SMGs on the side of Seattle Surge that came to play. Mack already 9-2 on the 7-3 with a cruise missile, and you're not slowing down. You need to go. You know these gunfights are going to be big. You want to try to flip those spawns.
Oh, Mack says, come here. 8 in a row. Now for Mackenzie, you ready to melt another? Okay, well, it's the nade that has to take him down. Still, here comes Pred. Here comes Seattle once more. This is a 1v1 for some great map positioning. Can it be Pred who's able to take it? Insight. Oh, he ends up taking it down. Thankfully, the cavalry arrives regardless. So Toronto finally a chance to get on the board. And boy, do they need this time now, Jay.
And now we see what the number one breaking team is able to do on one of the more difficult hills to break on in. They find that first kill, but Scrapz playing a nice little corner in towards the stables. Is able to find two. Mack's gonna decide to invest that cruise missile. Everybody spam your attacks towards the hill and take that player off the site. Great work from Seattle, great communication to lead to that kill, but there's still a couple players here from Toronto. Wow. Able to find every other kill on the feed to hold down that push. And Ultra did not budge. This has been a full 60 hold for them to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very impressive situation there out of the longtime teammates of Scrappy and Hixie. I mean, they're pretty much the only two players who are spawned up. Once that streak comes forward, they both win their fights, and from there, they make it a full 60, pretty much over at the fountain. So a neck and neck game, pretty much tied as we come in toward cannons, and here come those Vaznevs once more. And maybe it even could be a cruise missile for Ultra, depending on how Hixie, what he can do now in this position. Toronto with early time, and Seattle, given those spawns, are going to have a pinch established. They got to choose their timing carefully here. Able to drop two off the rip, and now for Hixie, oh, not able to find the cruise. Big gunfights for Seattle, not just for the time, but also when it comes down to streaks.
No, but Insight still trying to just stay alive as long as he can for his teammates to get back into the play. He's able to find two, stalls out a lot of time. Well, eventually the pinch to come right back on in, and Ultra so far running up that score. The great hold on this P4 hard point. You have the SMGs on the side of Seattle jump up towards the top windows, but that's another 4 dead in the feed. Toronto Ultra usually struggle on their holds, but completely have changed the script so far in this hard point. Almost a 40-point lead as Scrapz with the snap onto Simp.
Yeah, that is wonderful work coming in from Scrappy. Toronto Ultra, my goodness. How about the run that they have been on? As we said, just really based off of these last two hills. They were down early and have quickly changed the script up quite a bit. But into P5 we go. An opportunity maybe for Seattle to quickly get back in this game. Maybe have another lead change. But you take a look at those numbers, Jay. Take a look across the board. 12 and 10 for Scrappy. You've got Hixie, who's currently on another 3 spree. Insight, he's positive. Kleenex is Mr. Engagement right now. Wonderful work across the board from Toronto. These boys have woken up and then some. Spawns begin to flip. Head on a swivel there for Hixie. And really now it's about positioning for P1, getting set up for those next few spawns. It's about to be a crazy, crazy second set of rotations now between these two.
Yeah, it's all about these fights towards Art. Yeah, the majority of the players from Seattle spawning on this side of the map, so they're able to relieve that pressure, take care of Scrapz and Kleenex, and maintain the better side going into our second rotation of hard points. But Hixie, he's just waiting for his time to strike. Dead Silence is about to run out, but just in the nick of time, he's able to reset it, finds that kill onto Mack, cannot find the second. They at least makes an opening for his teammates to now get out through stables, and now this is where these gunfights are going to be big. Seattle got to be ready for the pressure on the back end.
We'll see if they are. We'll see if they're ready for it. Mack having a wonderful series so far. Another excellent hardpoint beginning for him and Pred. 17 and 14 pretty much for both of them. Mack continues to stay alive, trying to have some shifty movement over at P1, getting tagged up and nearly bagged up. Pred, he'll get dropped. And how about the 3-piece there for Toronto? Not only do they take the time, but they also try to take the spawns. Big gunfights there for Simp as he falls. Toronto take the time, and now they've got the spawns themselves. All out chaos right now here on Fortress, but it's Ultra who finds themselves in the best of positions.
Oh, Toronto Ultra, especially Kleenex, is able to just find a couple kills on towards P1. The only guy on that side of the map, he knows that the pressure is coming in from double doors, but he's able to relieve that pressure from P1 side and now set up his teammates to get fully set up for this P2. They are just growing this lead more and more. Seattle had to try to find a break.
They do indeed. Ultra, I mean, this could be a huge hard point of which they pretty much close out this game if they're able to walk away with the remaining 40 seconds. Here comes Seattle as they are on the brink for a break as well. Toronto Ultra trying to make the reverse sweep, and right now in a great position to maybe send us toward that game 5. Still quite a bit of hard point to go, but let's step aside and go to the comms of the Toronto boys.
I'm going chip. Need you front push trap. Yeah, I'm holding green. What's up, hold on me. Here, one front. He's weak. Yeah, front right. Yeah, I'm RP. Another one. Yeah, I'm needed. Stun, front really weak. See him? Might be gate on me, bro. Holding it. He's still P5, boys. Still P5. Yep. One shot ship as well. I should spawn in with you. Actually, no, I'm gonna spawn out. They're gonna flip this once. They're gonna flip this once I spawn out, boys. Hold on. I'm behind in front as well. Me 2 seconds. Yep. Right now, dead. They help Jimmy. I'm okay. Front now. Front dead. Hey, weak. I'm dead now. Last guy probably green. He's baiting his team. Yeah, low green. But hit him once. He's going on the stairs now. Top green. Big 50 stairs. Yeah. I heard you. I'll help gate. I'll spawn. Okay, left front. Up in gate. I'm maybe trying front. Yeah, up in front. Yeah, front. Front right. No, 2 front. 3 front. 3 front. One's absolute accuracy. Nice. Come on. Guys. One shot, Jimmy. You can charm. I've already green again. Actually, come in. Charm out. One shot, bro. One shot. Just nade. The guy cross. Back the nade. He's laying down left side. I'm gonna spawn in green, maybe. Find me, gate. Gate dead. Front again. Just soak this. One front again. Stay alive. Yeah, I got. Green's green. You gonna charm me? Yeah, I'm just charming. One shot. Again, abso-fucking-lute. Top green. 18 seconds. What's this, bro? See the guy front. Let's stay in green. Gotta be in green, bro. He's gonna kill wearing green. Bottom pillar's dead. They got time on this break, boys. They got time on this break. On the bench. Mack, he's back to the P1 truck. Take your time on this break.
And Toronto Ultra's comms, man, they're so silky smooth. It's everyone's just relaxed, feet kicked up. It's like they're not even down 2-1 in this series, as they have been able to get some good time off of that P3 hard point 2 times now, to where they now have a 50-point, 60-point lead. And now they're on the brink of finding another break in towards P4. That's another 3 dead. Seattle just can't get a good setup.
It feels like for Klidex, like he's just like, all right, guys, I'm Nastie, I'm Spider-Man, I'm jumping around, I've got their spawns, I'm doing everything right now, I'm the best player in the game. Like, it just sounds calm, cool, collected. Ultra, you would never know that they are up right now in the midst of trying to make the reverse sweep. Klidex, that's now gonna be 3 in a row. His stat line, unbelievably impressive, positive 10 as it stands. But for Seattle, trying to make their last stand over inside of cannons. Down, but still not out. A few players on sprees. Accuracy would have been huge to maybe have that cruise missile going forward. He dies off to 5. And now from there, it is about heading toward P5. 181 to 217. Some work to be done for Surge and a lot of things to think about, Jay. You're thinking about spawns. You're also trying to make sure that Toronto is not getting any free seconds. We'll see how Surge look to handle quite a bit of negatives against them.
At least Seattle had the better side of the map over towards our side. They just have to find an angle, try to get that first blood, get this player off point. Do a great job of doing so. But Toronto, they are set up for the push. That's another 3 dead in the feed. Every single time I'm looking at that kill feed, it's Hixie finding 2 to shut down that pressure. 1 minute and 40 in the hill alongside his SMG duo, who's been having a phenomenal hard point so far. Toronto Ultra trying to force the game 5, and they're 10 points away from doing so.
Yeah, they're about to do it. Inside.
Oh my!
8 in a row. Win sight indeed. Do we hear 9? You bet. And there's the game. Toronto Ultra clutching up here on Fortress HP. These boys have awoken and now have got themselves a game 5. Nearly made the reverse sweep yesterday versus Boston, and they need that energy today. It was Seattle who started off great here on Fortress, but Toronto turned things up to a new level. Insight ends the game on a 9 spree, but Jay, look at those numbers. They're from Tobias, 35 and 23. They're at a Klidex, 3,700 damage. Wonderful, wonderful work coming in from him.
Man, Ultra, they just came out swinging, man. Every single time they needed to have an answer, it was always that P3 hard point. Seattle Surge are the #1 breaking team on this map, but even when they found a couple kills, they had a cruise missile to work with. Toronto Ultra were not nervous at all. They won those clutch gunfights. They were able to soak that P3 for a full 120 for Seattle off that rotation towards P4, where they thought they had a good setup. But every single time, Toronto Ultra just flew right on in, found a couple kills, and were able to instantly find the break. Toronto Ultra, we waited for them to come alive. Unfortunately, it takes 2 maps for that to happen. But when they're the best control team in the game, those are basically guaranteed. You play hard points that you usually don't like to, but the teamwork comes out and prevails to now force the game 5, man. This has been a banger series. Can't wait for that one.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute blast to see how this one winds up. As we said, huge implications on the entirety of the CDL. One of these teams is starting off 0-2. We'll see if it can be Toronto that is able to walk away with the reverse sweep, or if Seattle can come away with a massive dub in the seedings here for the year. A big one about to be on your screens in just a moment. Stay tuned for Fortress Search Destroy. It's coming up next.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28th, only on Prime Video.
How's it going, friends, and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are starting off Sunday right. Toronto taking on Seattle in what is about to be a Game 5 thriller. Some massive implications on the seeding when we talk about this series. Kind of in inverse scenarios. So for Toronto, a win here would temporarily tie them with Atlanta for the #1 seed. Atlanta does have a match later today versus Florida. Seattle, a win for them gives them ownership back of that #7 seed, currently tied right now with Røkkr after their 2 home series W's yesterday. So Jay, a big one right now for both of these squads. Somebody starting off 0-2.
Yeah. It's definitely a big one for both of these squads, but Seattle Surge, they took Team B. They did not want to find themselves in this situation, playing their worst S&D map all the way into game #5. They don't want to play Hotel. They don't want to play Embassy. They also don't want to play Mercado. Taking Team B, Toronto had no hesitation choosing Fortress, where they have a 1-5 record on the side of Seattle Surge. Just hasn't been good, man. And it all starts on the defensive side. Simply are not good on that end. If you're on Toronto Ultra, it's all about winning your attacking rounds, but early into this one, Seattle gonna put the pressure over towards A. They know that there's no trophy systems to work with, as Mack is slowly trying to edge his way up towards the spawn plane.
And how about this gun engagement that very well could start off this game #5 here in round 1. First blood, gonna go to Kleenex, gonna go to Pred. 2 masters at their craft. The Great Dane looks to lock things down, remain solid. Meanwhile, the Predator, the Aussie, on the other side looks to do the same. Engagement, and we'll have to hold off for now. In the meantime, that bomb still has yet to get planted. 35 seconds on the clock. Surge do eventually begin their pursuit. In the meantime, it is accuracy for the first blood. Pred also able to answer, and at the same time, Toronto are able to drop 2. Pred escapes with 2 HP. Bomb has not been planted, and here come Toronto. It now leads into a 1v1. Scrappy versus
Oh!
to Scrap. My God, what a start!
That's so tough, man. You're thinking Vaznet versus Tack up close and personal. You're going to put yourself in the advantage, but the hip fire is able to connect for Scrap and eventually leads to the snap. The fine 3 on the round, secure round #1 for Toronto Ultra. Such a crucial round on the retake right there from Toronto as they get it done, man. And that one's got us thinking, if you are Seattle, you get the first blood, you win a couple gunfights to keep the trade stagnant. But it's all on Scrap. Rookie of the year. Clutches up for Ultra.
And now, buddy, for Seattle, you're like, okay, cool. Like, we look to be, in a good spot to maybe win this opening attack. And now we head toward defense, which typically most teams will be excited about. But you're not if you're Surge, right? They have struggled mightily in spots like this, man. It's wild.
Yeah, defense for them on this map has not treated them well. They're 12th overall in that category, and even in the retakes, they only have a 12% chance at winning the round. So if you are Ultra, just try to work up towards this bomb plant. You see Hixie slowly trying to edge his way up. But Seattle Surge, they're just going to be there to pounce on him immediately as soon as they put that pressure on towards stage.
Oh, and a big gunfight win for accuracy. Another first blood. Tacked it up. It's pretty much like his 4th or 5th so far of this series. Mack runs in and ends up finding a double. It is all up to Kleenex, and he gets found out. Surge, as we said, struggled mightily with retakes. They struggled mightily onto the defensive side, and in their first opportunity at it, it has really not been cleaner than that. That could be their best defensive round on the season, Jay.
Oh, yeah, without question. And that just came down to the teamwork. No one was trying to be the individual playmaker to flank through our 2 top double windows. They all decided to push on from the front side arches, 2 through open, 2 through closed. And accuracy was able to start it off with that first blood, which eventually leads Pred to strike on through closed doors. Him and Mack combined for the final couple of kills, and Seattle Surge holds strong on defense. So far, their search and destroy this series has been a lot better than we've seen as of recent.
Yeah, I mean, coming into today, we were talking about how it's basically all been Pred. Like, they looked amazing at the Major IV qualifiers, and then at the Texas Major, not so much. Even in their series yesterday, Pred was dropping bombs, and really was not the case for the rest of the squad. Today, it has been the total opposite, and what has provided them their opening 2 map victories. It was pretty much the entirety of the team, and then Pred pretty much doing his thing. Another opening and gun engagement of which Pred and Kleenex are inches away from aggressing each other. Pred finds the timing. He's able to strike. Not only do they have the first blood, but they've got the bomb planted.
Hit bomb planted now in the 4v3 situation. Ultra just gotta do exactly what they did last time around. Pressure all out throughout the front arches, but they all get cut down. Great setup from Seattle. This time to hold down their power spots. Pred gets that information onto Kleenex, gets him one shot. Then you also get the information onto Hixie, trying to be the aggressor in through bottom art. When Pred is able to strike with that first blood, bomb is down. You saw Toronto, even in the man disadvantage, they knew that we had to put the pressure on from the front end. And unfortunately, none of the gunfights go their favor. Seattle Surge now up 2-1.
And we could be talking about how Seattle, should be up 3-0 based off how that first round went. A few shots, one gun engagement, a few bullets connect opposite, and we're talking about this is really 3 clean rounds from Surge. However, for Toronto, they have one on the board, but quickly for Seattle, they are instantly into that A objective. Sniper out and Scrap not able to land it. In the meantime, it's his trophy that actually ends up finding the kill. Nate tossed out. Kleenex will fall. And as the dust settles, we find ourselves in a 2v2, and somehow Scrappy is still alive.
Yeah, somehow, some way. Scrap, even with the sniper pistol in hand, close range engagements, he's still able to stay alive. But now, your main focus is on where is Pred, because this was a player who was pushed out towards the site. Scrap, unfortunately, going to fall to Sib. Now in sight. We know he has tremendous clutch ability in search and destroy, but not hitting your jump up is not going to help you at all. Bomb's still going to be down over towards stage, but that dead silence is also about to run out.
Yes, indeed. Right around the corner. Pred goes low. Insight's able to take it. Now brings it into the 1v1. 30 seconds to go. And that bomb, not in the greatest of spots for Insight. As we said, considering that dead silence is no longer going to be an option for him. Time continues to tick, and it is all on to what Jamie Craven can provide us with. A 1v1 still on the cards as Sib, patient as ever, holds his irons. Did Insight get the visuals? He does. Tags him up and goes for the plant. And this is going to be successful. Now bringing the focus onto what Sib does next.
Oh, and Insight's playing this beautifully with the great snakes towards the stage, but Sib with the shots. 6 HP left. Able to hit a beautiful, beautiful angle in through the open arch. Jumps up on the ledge and finds that kill onto Insight. Tells him, no, you aren't going to win this one versus me. As Seattle Surge with 2 defensive rounds so far in this search and destroy. But what a clutch from Sib to not be the aggressor in that situation. He allows the bomb to go down. He trusts his gunny a lot more. And it comes out on top to now put Seattle up 3-1.
That is a monumental 1v1 there for Sib. Rarely do we see a smile. And Jay, we also got a wink from the guy. My word. You know it's a big round when you see a smile coming in from that man. Kleenex on the other side, trying to get Toronto right back in this. Fred at least makes the man count that much more favorable. So it's a 2v4 that now brings it into a 2v3. Thankfully, you've got the Aussie and you've got the hot shot coming in from Sib. We'll see what they can do with this positioning. There is a lot of time still on the clock left.
Yeah, and Sib's 1 kill off of earning that cruise missile. So he's probably just going to try to play for this bomb plant. And put himself in a nice little angle to at least play for 1 kill. So now Pred finds himself all the way pushed up towards open. They're ready for the wrap back. He has that angle. So many things have to be watched, but Toronto Ultra trying to attack through arc.
It's a bit of a tricky setup right now for Surge. High risk, high reward, and currently it is favoring them very nicely. Sib earns the cruise missile before hitting the deck, and with that, Hixie versus Pred. Hixie, the rookie, who's been known to go for many defuses in his career, is locking in another one. Does Pred go for the chow? Does Pred go for the chow? The shots are in, and Pred able to put in another massive 1v1 for the squad. It's Sib last round, and it's Pred this time. Laughs all the way through it. A smile for him, and Surge continue on their tear here in Game 5.
The sophomore just clutched up in a 2v4 situation. Pred is able to find 3 on the round. The 1 kill that Sib found was all that he needed to do to earn himself that cruise missile. But what a clutch right there from Seattle Surge. Not their best S&D map, but obviously they've been putting in work on the back end to get a lot better at it, and it's been showing so far. Up 4-1, cruise missile to work with. Toronto Ultra, they got to switch it up. Let's try to get this bomb down. But Pred, he finds the timing. He finds another first blood.
I mean, that's just a perfect example. I mean, to kick off this round of just the way that Pred can attack you. Instantly goes for the information toward bottom. Just the one angle that Toronto decides to not send a player this time, and then ends up tagging up HyDra, who's going for the bomb plant. Wonderful work coming in from Surge as they have invested 2 dead silences here onto the SMGs. Hunting for info, and here comes the cruise missile as well. Wonderful work from Surge, and here comes the cruise. Ends up finding the 3rd. It is all on to Insight. Found out, and Pred is running through happy. A 6 spree for him. And Seattle can do no wrong. Muscle up, some smiles, some winks. Everybody's feeling good. Some dolphin dives as well, Jay.
This has been flawless search and destroy, man. Seattle Surge, they struggle on their defenses. They're clutching up on a couple of those, but on their attacking rounds, 2v4s, does not matter. They had that ice in them today. As this time around, Simp says, we're up 4-1. I'm going to invest the cruise missile right now. I'm not going to wait until it gets more down the line. You get that first blow out to the player putting on that bomb. And you call on that cruise to get all the information to eventually lead to all the kills. As Pred earns himself a cruise of his own. This is looking like it's over for Toronto Ultra, man. They got to find something.
Yeah, it feels like for Surge, it's not if, it's a matter of when. And maybe it could be sooner than we think. Cruise missile established. Surge are ready to get this one done now. They had a 5-1 advantage in the last game, and allowed for Toronto to come screaming back. In his accuracy, he was able to put 2 of the Toronto Ultra members down, so it is instantly HyDra and Insight left alive. HyDra tagged up but not dropped, tries to go for the stake. Holy chows! And makes him have to rethink that gunfight. The rookie with some confidence now has made his way into the A site as all things begin to pause.
2v2. Actually slowly working his way up. HyDra's gonna be able to take him down. Now it's all left up to Pred. 1v2.
Oh, and Pred, this is a gimme. This is a free kill there for Pred. So 30 seconds left. It is him versus Insight for the series. Bomb is going to be over at A, but Pred maybe smells blood in the water, living up to his name. Maybe wants to go for the gunfight. Insight with some tags on the back. Pred went for the route, but Insight clutches up and stays alive. Toronto, just by the skin of their teeth, keep this series afloat.
Yeah, that was just good repositioning right there out of Insight. He knows that Pred likes to be the aggressor, potentially wants to hit a route, and it plays out perfectly. So he backs his way up all the way towards bottom maps, catches Pred on the rotation, and is able to keep Toronto Ultra in this search and destroy a little bit longer. But now you just have to figure out what mid-round adjustments you have to make. It's always been Pred striking on that first blood, taking your bomb carrier down, so they switch it up this time around. You get a couple SMGs that are going to be aggressive towards the arch. It should be a free bomb plant.
And as we said, maybe try to make Seattle, and we've talked about the stats, we've pretty much thrown those out the window, but on their defensive sides, historically, they have struggled. So with that instant bomb plant, what do? Pred, again, able to drop Kleenex for the first. Another first blood for Seattle. Does he have another one cooked up? Insight, knowing how valuable his life especially is at the later stages of rounds, trying to stay up. HyDra ends up winning his fight. Toronto down in numbers, but thankfully, they've got the time at their side. Here comes Seattle.
And HyDra pops that dead silence, so he's thinking, Scrapz, if you can stay alive as long as you can, I'm going to hit the route. Akashi looks like he puts himself in a position to at least read it, but Scrapz is in such a great spot. You get this player off bomb. HyDra finds the last player. It's all left up to Pred. No time to defuse. And Toronto Ultra starting to fight back round after round. They know that Seattle tend to struggle on their defensive side, but it was all on shutting down Pred from getting that player off bomb. You whip out the SMGs, you get aggressive towards the arches. Then even in a 2v3, Scrapz put himself in a great position to stalling out that clock, allowing HyDra to hit that flank and eventually clutch up on the round. Ultra now down 5-3.
Jay, why does Toronto keep doing this to us? They're starting off slow in series, and the game 2, they started off down 5-1, brought it back to at least around 10, down 5-1. Now they've got it to 5-3. Can we see another round 10, maybe around 11? Ultra starting to feel some life, and can Surge put them to bed here? Another chance to do so, and it could be Pred who comes through with the kills. That's 2 to start. There's the third. It surely should be a W here for Seattle. They can smell it. They can feel it. They're about to take Major III champions down, and there it is. Doing it in the search and destroys. Holding off the reverse sweep and getting a massive W for the squad. Taking back that number 7 seed. And what a game it was, Jay. This one had it all.
It had it all indeed, my friend. All the way to a game 5, not the round 11. But what a series it was from start to finish. Seattle Surge, we had questions on their hardpoint game. They at least take the first one. We also had questions on their search and destroy as of recent. They were 1-5 in their last 6, but they clutch up and take 2 versus the Toronto Ultra, who are usually a great search and destroy team. But when you give yourself such a comfortable lead, going up nice and early into these S&D rounds, clutching up 1v2s, clutching up 2v4s, earning yourself some cruise missiles, something has got to go your way. They find 7 out of the 9 first bloods in this game number 5 to not allow Toronto Ultra to get that reverse sweep, man. Seattle Surge, this is a series that they needed. This is a series that they needed after a very tough loss yesterday versus the LA Thieves. They get it done on their very worst S&D map all the way into game number 5, man. Seattle Surge just had some serious ice at them today, man.
Yeah, they've been trying to avoid Fortress like the plague, and after a performance like that, I think you should maybe see it a few more times. But
100%.
Impressive job from the entirety of the squad. And I'll be honest, man, I feel like accuracy, how great was he in this series? We talked about the numbers coming into that game too, about how he needs to maybe be a little bit more active in the opening engagements, puts up wonderful numbers on the Elosilo, and then as you said, 4 first bloods and a 9-5 performance here in game 5 for the squad. Excellent team victory here for Seattle Surge as they're able to at least finish with a W after week number 1. That's going to do it from the twin father duo of myself and Jay. Desk, we toss it back over to you now.
So handsome in the black and white, both of you. All right, let's talk about this matchup. Pred, the great white shark, leads his team in a game 5 on Fortress Search and Destroy. Seattle wins it. You should buy lottery tickets today, Ant.
Absolutely. We're talking about a Seattle team that has not won 2 search and destroys in a series all year long. And how did they do it, Allie? They win it in a game 2, and they go to game 5 on Fortress. They are 1-5 on this map. 12% retake percentage, which means if a team planted the bomb, they were not getting control and winning that round 9 times out of 10. And they fixed so many of their issues. We saw it. Pred usually goes out and gets that first blood. We've seen it time and time again, but they would fall apart after that. He was getting bloods here, but the teammates were involved as well, and they were active, open, and closed. They were supporting him, watching the windows. They played so good when they were converging onto these bomb sites. A new and improved Surge today.
Absolutely, I completely agree. I think, we all would see that Fortress in that game number 5 for Seattle and just be like, come on, we cannot keep letting this happen. Clearly, they head into this matchup with a plan. The retakes, even in the earlier rounds, it was like round number 2 or 3 if you go back and watch. Seattle had a beautiful retake on site. Not a single player dropped. And we saw it again later on in the series. And a big shout out to accuracy throughout games 2 and 5, having a lot of those first bloods. And map number 2, him and Mack combined for 5. And map number 5, he had 4 first bloods on the rack. So getting more active in those opening duels where he had like an 8% win percentage.
Yeah, and just capitalizing on your man advantage. They did it so well here, something that Seattle has struggled with throughout the season.
This was an awesome matchup. Allie, you called it last night. You said this one could go 5. Today it does, and it's the second upset that Toronto is going to suffer this week, an 0-2 start for our Major III champs. But your winners, Seattle Surge, and they earn your play of the game. Here it is, your Scuff play of the game, featuring Lamar aBeZy. Let's take a look at this one. Actually, excuse me, this is Simp from game number 1, I'm told. Part of his 31-kill massacre. He gave them the dub at the very end here.
Yeah, this was a really good hard point to open up this series. Seattle Surge, although coming off that loss on HyDra, they didn't look that bad on it. And as we heard into that later end of this game, that P2 spawn almost played spoiler for the Seattle Surge, who had been in the driver's seat a majority of this game. But it's Sib who makes the heads-up play to make that route back over to that P3. He spawns Mack with him. The 2 players fall in the front, but they're able to lock it down.
You saw accuracy, final kill. I knew he was in there somewhere. We're going to be speaking with the captain here in just a moment. Nameless, we were talking about it. It's Ramadan right now. He's playing without food. He's focused up, though, and the man is dropping numbers here in week number 1. He joins us live. How are we feeling, Omar? Congratulations on a very impressive finish to week 1.
You know, feeling good. We kind of needed a big bounce back win right here versus Toronto because the way that LAT series went definitely hurt us a little bit. So we knew we had to come back hard versus the champs. You know, they're a great team, so we were really locked in for this.
You guys definitely improved at the last major. We saw you finish in the middle of the pack, but you haven't been able to find success in the online qualifiers. What were your thoughts when you saw the schedule? You had to face LA Thieves and Toronto in opening week.
We knew it's just our luck, you know. We came off a tough, heartbreaking L at the major, and then we come in and we have super hard schedule at the beginning of this split. We just knew we had to buckle down, but practice has been kind of rough on us the last couple weeks because it's been Ramadan, so me and AG have been fasting, so practice has been kind of rough. We haven't been able to get to like our peak, you know, prime performance yet.
Yeah, for sure. And accuracy, I have to say, the past 2 matches, you have been playing to a step above of what we're used to seeing from you, and even during these tough times. So, I mean, huge ups to you, as well as that game number 5. You had 4 of those first bloods. That is usually Fortress S&D, where you guys tend to struggle. We see that in a series, and we're all kind of like, oh God, Seattle, please not again. What have you done to kind of change your pacing when it comes to that map mode? Because you were the front line of a lot of that success today.
You know, I had enough of being like very mediocre in S&D this season. Usually that's been my bread and butter game mode for pretty much my whole career, and then this season it's just been pretty rough for me personally and as a team in general too. So I kind of just been going back and watching a lot of VOD, watching what players are doing very well on what maps, and just trying to pick things up and, you know, improve that game there.
Lamar, you guys had some really good adjustments today in the search and destroy, and then also, you know, every time we watch you guys play Fortress, team would get bombed down, you weren't able to retake. It seemed like the communication was there because the timing of the challenges were all there in unison. Was that something you guys went over, like we need to calm better in these tense moments and when we're getting ready to retake bombs?
Oh yeah, 100%, because our comms are usually insane in respawn game modes, you know? So for us, it's like, why don't we have the comm in the slower game mode when it's easy? It should be easier to comm that way. When it's panic and chaos, we're yapping, going crazy, like calming every little thing, and we're like, why can't we do this when it's so slow in S&D? Yeah. So we kind of just been harping on that, and that's definitely helped our S&D game.
Lamar, we've been looking at the CDL point standings. You guys are currently tied in 7th, now jumping up and locking that in for sure. Tell me a little bit about your season so far. Everyone else making roster changes. How has the Surge decided to stay with the original lineup, and what have you guys done to improve?
You know, we just believe in each other. This team's more of a brotherhood than even a team, so our faith is unwavering within each other, and we know what we can do. We know we have some magic in the tank still from what we've created from the beginning of last season, and we weren't going to let that go to waste. And then to improve, you know, it's just, for us, it's always about putting our head down and grinding and putting in that work, and usually when we do that, the results do show.
I love that mental state. A true leader. That is accuracy. We'll let you go celebrate with the team, bud.
I appreciate it.
Seattle Surge picking up the first W on a 3-dub Sunday. When we come back, we've got match number 2. Nameless, you getting excited?
I am getting excited. It's OpTic, ain't it?
Yeah, we got
London,
OpTic
the rematch
going up against London Royal Ravens. Another Game 5 round 11? Probably not. But we do know one thing for sure. It's time to get your gear. Shop.callofdutyleague.com. And Allie, it's not just these beautiful hoodies, t-shirts, hats, and more. We also have gear in our video game that we make here at Call of Duty.
Yes, we can all spawn in next to each other and rep some of our favorite squads. I've been cycling kind of around, but I know I do see a lot of OpTic Texas skins in my games. I'm gonna need you guys to step it up, though, because you have not been shooting like Shotzzy lately.
We need more Surge. I'm dressing like Simp tonight, baby. We're going to break when we come back. It's that second battle. London Royal Ravens taking on OpTic Texas. Don't go anywhere. This is a Major IV Qualifiers.
Can I trust you?
Of course. Can I trust you?
Always.
Whoever betrayed us was readying for something cataclysmic. Everything you know is a lie.
Citadel Spotlights. That's right. That's what's coming up right now because, as everyone knows, Major IV is officially sponsored by Citadel. The new series coming only to Prime Video on April 28th. We're pretty excited to see Robb Stark kick some ass, I think. Before we get to that movie, though, we got to talk a little bit about our player. Let's give the first hit. Can you identify who this is? Oh, that's looking like a body that I'm pretty familiar with here. Production has 1130 bombs this season.
You want me to guess it? Or what?
I mean,
if you know
I'm going to pretend the silhouette's not there.
I know exactly what it is.
I think he's probably a London member.
Okay.
Doesn't look anything like OpTic.
No.
Or one of the SMGs on their roster.
What's the next hint?
That was a great first hint. Second hint is placed second at his first LAN.
My bad,
true?
London. It's just
Wearing
definitely
green.
not London.
All right, definitely not Yuli. Okay, Yuli hasn't done that yet. And appeared in grand finals every season he's played. 6 for 6. The Halo turned Call of Duty professional, Shotzzy.
Yeah.
Yay, chat, we're so smart.
It was the ear that gave it away to me.
Right? The haircut was so clean. I knew that perfect round top. That's our man Shotzzy, and he has been doing incredible things for OpTic. We look back at the major. This man, one of the key to their successes, but we got to talk about this matchup in particular because when you went up against London at your major in that losers bracket, you allowed a game 5. You allowed a 4-1 start to that game 5 before you mounted the comeback.
Listen, these guys have played twice this season. This went game 5 both times, right? And OpTic was able to get away with both of those wins. Although in this series versus London, I feel like when a lot of people go back and watch it, they'll feel like London choked this series in multiple instances. So OpTic definitely can't let their foot off the gas pedal. This is what kickstarted the entire run for them. So could get interesting for sure.
Where my poor people at in the chat? Let me know right now who is down bad on predictions. I'm sitting on 2.4K channel points right now, Allie. I could make a lot right now if I was picking London Royal Ravens. What are their chances in this series? Looking at our best of 5.
The chances aren't that bad, to be honest, when you're looking at least on the maps and modes. London's getting 2 of their best hardpoints and 2 of their best search and destroys. And then that control, it's a huge toss-up. It's a big question mark on if they're good at Expo or not. The biggest problem, though, is if you had told me it was a previous London Royal Ravens roster, maybe I would have bet some points. Maybe I would have been a gambling man, but Yuli has not really shown us a whole lot.
Man, what we're seeing Expo in this series is here for control.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's kind of bad for London, I would say, though, because London is like comfortable playing with Bagra against them. They won it last time. But either way, like Expo, we'll see something interesting, some crazy movement out of Shotzzy, maybe some spawn traps. Could get lit.
London's got a new face. He goes by the name of Yuli, and we got 2 new casters. They go by the name of Spaceman and Dream Crazy. Ladies, gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Puckett. This one is going to be interesting, right? If you're worried about channel points, you're worried about standings, it's going to have to be all boots on deck because, well, OpTic Gaming coming into this, we know how their Major 3 performance went. Ellen for London, looking at their weekend so far in totality, hasn't been the best, but looking at the maps and modes in this series, you're starting to think there might be some magic here for London to potentially extend this one the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you take a look at this Fortress hardpoint, and I mean, for OpTic, they have been frying on it lately. I mean, the last 3 times that they played it, it was complete domination. And I mean, for London, yes, this is potentially one of your better, scrappier maps here, but I mean, one of the things that they were so successful, Spaceman, when they played against OpTic in their hardpoints, was they were able to take them. They did take 3, you know, 1-3-1, but they were able to create chaos in that HyDra specifically. So if the subs can step up, especially I'm looking at Asim, and I'm looking at Nastie too. He was the X factor in that series that really was just lights out. I mean, between the 2 of them, they had 1.29s in the hardpoints. We really need to see them step up here.
After that low round 1 against this team alone, OpTic went through a North American gauntlet at the Major. You're talking the likes of Boston, FaZe, Seattle, and now they come into this weekend tied 3rd overall in the standings for London. A massive matchup for them just for points overall, 50 total in the CDL so far. Granted, they've had some tough ones going to boot, but they just went up against the Thieves, and well, now you got OpTic Gaming right on your backs. We'll see how this one plays out early on. The green wall inside P1.
And something that OpTic is so good at doing is having the success of being able to hold P1 into P2 and then chain. And I mean, while doing just that, there was London that was able to stop the damage at least to secure the art spawns here to get P2 in control. But with 20 seconds left, Shotzzy is going to look to work that rotation. And well, he's able to take down Asim now working top art. And well, he has 2 members to worry about, and there's information where he is.
When Shotzzy's able to start making plays, that's where OpTic are at their deadliest. Bricks are up, wings are flapping. London already starting to hit the rotation, but not before the damage is done. That's a full 40 from OpTic early on P1. We go to P2, and we know how dangerous it can be to chain this into our next set of hills. If you're the green wall here, you just want to set up, have Huke in these power positions to shut down those front subs as London try to make a play through the back, but the pinch begins right inside, and Huke is ready for it, already finds one.
I was going to say, Uli in the back could cause chaos there, but there is the team nade from Dashy. Huke on a 5-3 before he does fall. So you take a look at the back, it's Asim creating some damage, but he has to wait for help. You see number 6 there going to help him, but it's Shotzzy staying alive top rails, does get taken down, but not any time invested for the London Royal Ravens as they're going to have to work P3. And I mean, all this time you have to also contest P2, but look at number 7, it's Scrapz on the rotation, and it's Huke waiting patiently, but not before Shotzzy. He's going to work the scrap.
London, one of the better rotational teams you're going to see in the CDL, and it was Paul X who was kind of relegated towards that role in the old roster. Granted, a couple of changes ensue, but early on, Huke was already out ready and waiting for P3, and Texas starts driving off of it. Dashy able to find one, but here comes the contest. Finally, Ghosty walks away with the cleanup, and that'll be janitorial duties done and dusted. OpTic into P3, and they have a 90-6 lead going into our next hill.
90-6 lead and in control of P3, and credits to Huke on those rotations. He was waiting patiently. He's valuing his life so much more, and I mean just winning it in green in the kill feed that leaves Nastie in the front to fight by himself. So you see Scrapz, you see Ulysses waiting, and for London, how much time can you wait? I mean, that lead is running away, and with 28 seconds left, Shotzzy still continuing to hold top maps. This is tough if you're London Royal Ravens. You gotta think, you gotta fight for the scrap time, but they're not really able to convert anything. So now looking to back down towards cannons. It's gonna be After Gaming, not in control here, but I mean, look at this. This is just kind of like it was last time, Spaceman.
Recency bias is a horrible way to have a conversation, but a great way to start one. We're looking at After Gaming on Fortress. They really are one of the better teams in the world when it comes to their hold percentages, right? 82.1% overall. They're also just smoking teams off the map in general. They've 100-point club a couple of CDL squads back to back, and they're potentially going to do it here as well. But for London, what are the keys to victory right now? I mean, you want to say victory, we're talking about just chaining hills together, Ellen. What do they need to change going into our next point?
Well, of course, you have to be able to win your ones, and I mean, the subs, it seems like just not really able to find Huke or slay him on these rotations. I mean, even if they didn't, even winning them, still, Huke is on a 5 spree right now, just doing everything, winning those important engagements. London Royal Ravens haven't been able to do anything, and even having control, they're still losing it. So now there's a couple of wipes on the board there, and now you have the damage is stopped bleeding a little bit, but 15 seconds left. It's like at every which way, every which way, OpTic Texas are in control, and those fundamentals that essentially they were lacking on before, like they're executing everything perfectly.
And P4 was tough, but on to P5, Blacksmith's going to be even a bit more difficult. Looking at the AR battle, Scrapz at 4 and 11, not showing any resilience right now at mid-map. Here comes the cruise, it will clear the point, and with that, numbers fly forward. Ghosty finds one. Asim trying to even out the odds, and well, you're just looking at a couple of pinstrikes for the moment. Ghosty shots at range. We're stacking right now inside the stables, but you're caught in spawn here if you're London, and Ghosty is lining him up at range, and there's the point and the clear. Shotzzy shuts him down back into the point. OpTic Texas with time.
As soon as there is a whole field, OpTic is right there to cover it, and I mean, Ghosty just holding down the gate side, the double door side. You see every which angle, and OpTic have London Royal Ravens trapped exactly where they want to, getting those back fountain spawns, and well, Scrapz is able to take down Shotzzy at least to create an opening, but still flooding through the map side. You see Dashy holding down the lane and taking down Asim, just single-handedly flying through there. It's London Royal Ravens kind of forced and trapped into maps. They're not doing anything here, Spaceman. 202 to 31. I mean, my goodness, at the second set of rotations here at P1, they're gonna have to figure out how to turn it around.
London were on the receiving end of one of the fastest series in CDL history against Thieves on Friday. They might get an even quicker one if they can't slow this game down to a crawl. The bleeding needs to stop, but Ghosty continues to roll into the point. The trophies are out. We'll shut down those front nades, but even with the damage being done here, numbers quickly get cleaned up. But I have a feeling that OpTic are going to leave this one to its lonesome with 35 seconds to play. You can win this on P2. It's scrap time for the moment, but London need every single second. They got to play perfect hard point, but they need the kills to boot as well.
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, Dashy, he's definitely not going to give up the double steps here, as you see him roaming in the back. Shotzzy, he is pushing for that scrap time. In London, they are forced essentially to push their way through P2, but they're going to decide to send one member Scrapz towards the old and the rest towards the new. But Dashy waiting in the back, they have to take him down. Takes down Nastie and does almost get the second. Ulysses takes down 2, and well, the problem is here though, OpTic Texas, they still have the back spawns.
Yeah, that's huge, but now the subs are up. You got Yuli and Asim working together, and quickly behind is Scrapz. All of a sudden, London's starting to put some numbers on the board, and OpTic more than happy to throw nades over the top, but Yuli just has to play his life here. We talked about impactful kills going into the Thieves matchup. Granted, he got shut down quickly, but that's 2 for Dashy. That's 3 for OpTic. There's the contest. Yuli just trying to play his life and stay alive for as long as possible, but it won't be too much to ask because, well, OpTic are in yet again. They build upon their lead, just 25 points away from a Game 1 win.
Yeah, and I mean, such a great job. Dashy securing the back there, and Shotzzy to counter up with another 2. It seems forced to push through the front, but that is another wipe for the London Royal Ravens. And yet again, with 20 seconds left, this is win contention here for OpTic Texas. And 10 seconds left here in the game. They gotta go now, Spaceman.
You gotta contest. You're gonna run into the guns of Ghosty. You're gonna run into the guns of OpTic. Everybody drops 250 to 68. Have yourself another 100-point club. OpTic Texas, disgusting on Fortress. and London have nothing to show for it.
Nothing to show for it indeed. And I mean, I agree with Ali there, Spaceman. If I was a betting woman, if this was the game that I saw live where London Royal Ravens took OpTic Texas to a map 5, I would have thought, hey, maybe this is doable, but Texas is looking so strong. And I mean, just off the break from the beginning, they set the pace from the beginning. Shotzzy, Huke working those rotations, Dashy doing his job, and I mean, through and through the non-traded kills, double digit throughout the whole team.
That was an absolute stomping. There's really not a lot to take away from London. They got no setups. They were broken quickly. You're talking about a London Ravens roster that's one of the better teams at rotational gunfights in the game. Granted, you lose Paul X, so you lose a lot of that stability, but Yuli's not picking up the slack. The ARs on London aren't picking up the cuts either. You get blown off the hinges when it comes to those rotational fights, and Shotzzy has the easiest time ever just walking into the point, picking up kills. This is another situation where it looks like scrims. You're looking at a 140-plus game to 6. OpTic Texas just had their way with London. And my goodness, this one was not close.
And that is 4 in a row for OpTic Texas now winning on this Fortress hardpoint. And I mean, again, just seemed like the same pace from and any other time they play it. Like they start off strong on those first 3 hills, and it's always credits to Bruce holding back the back P2, but also Huke taking the long routes around the map. Like we didn't see London do that at all. Just never having P2 control. And when they did have it, I don't know what the call was or what was going on, how they let one member slip through, but it's like their setups were constantly just being broken so easily.
You can see the face cams there, OpTic, a little bit, I think, flabbergasted with how quickly that one went by. But look, the maps modes on your screens now don't show a sign of things to come for London in the negative light. We expected this series maybe to go 4, right? Expo right in the middle is going to be an interesting one. Granted, sample size is only 1. Hotel coming up. This is a map that OpTic would auto veto up until Major 3. They did not want to play S&D on Hotel. Now you're seeing it right after that Fortress. Granted, OpTic have looked fantastic on Fortress as of late, but it seems all the momentum for the moment, Ellen, it's just on OpTic's side. I don't really know what you can pull out of London in that performance. They got to get something going in that S&D.
Yeah, absolutely. And if they were going to pull out a win, they had to win that hard point, because when it comes to their search and destroys, it has been OpTic Texas to come out with the clutches. They've been winning those searches. And even after London having the lead, I remember on that Mercado map 5, they choked it. So they got to come out strong on this Hotel search and destroy.
I mean, you have to think about the fact that OpTic starting lower round 1 of Major 3 right after losing to Boston. They go up against London. It's a close opening HyDra hardpoint. The series goes the distance. Around 11, where London just don't find the answers and OpTic do. We know what happens from there. If that goes differently, who knows what happens with that London roster, but they make a change. And so far, they just have not been able to find any rhythm. When you go to Hotel, OpTic 2-2, London 4-1. Again, this was an auto video up until Major 3. For OpTic going into this, the way Shotzzy and Huke have looked, we talk about the sub battles, the parallels with the ARs as well going into this series. Playmakers, Shotzzy and Huke. It's going to have to be them going into the Hotel. But Ellen, when we look at the AR battle as well, and we look at the staples between these two teams, you can't go anywhere else but Dashy, right? Big Bruce, how good he was in that opening game and how great he's been as of late.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, just overall statistics here, 1.11 KD, and his hard point he's been slaying, and his search and destroy is the highest, 1.23. You can always count on Dashy to come up with those crazy clutches. And, you know, one of the things that I love about him as a player, even if he has an AR or a sniper, sometimes you could be looking at him and he'll quickly pull out a sub when you least expect it and be in your face. So he always, sometimes too, in those 1v2, 1v3s, plays unpredictable. And I mean, he's just so smart as a player over the years. It's always been an honor to go against Brucey, but let me tell you, that hasn't happened in a long time, Spaceman, and I hope it doesn't for quite some time.
It's an honor. For others, it's an absolute nightmare. Let's just be honest with that. But when we look at Hotel coming up, again, you're already up 1-0 in the series. This was a very quick map 1. The dangers to boot for London do come down to some of those decisions. Those subs up close have to be a little bit better, right? The AR battle is always going to be there, but the first blood conversion's been great for London. That's the highlight so far. Sample size against LA Thieves was not great. It was a very quick series, and now they're on the brink of going down 2-0. But we do have to look at their records overall. This is a map that London love. 4-1. They absolutely have what it takes to slow this OpTic roll, but the Green Wall are out in full force today.
And you have to remember, the last time that London did play this Hotel Search and Destroy, it was March 4th against the Toronto Ultra, and they did take it 6-4. So I mean, that on your side, you know that you have some comfortability there, and you have been able to beat a really good team on it. Gotta see if they're gonna do it here, but let's see. Off the break, it's slow start. Both teams just waiting for that first pick.
It's a chokehold over to B. You've got no room to work with and no budget if you're Yuli. You peek out, Shotzzy will punish, but your bomb carrier is the man on your screen. Waiting for him to make his impact. We know how great he is, how wonderful he's been in the Challengers Elite Series, has a couple of championships to his name. Still trying to fit in with the London personality, but they're going to start their slow creep and approach. A will be the call. Scrapz with the snipe. If he finds the pick, the bomb should move.
Now to completely giving up A. Don't spot Dashy actually on the cross. So beautiful setup from OpTic Texas to play the retake here and just focus on controlling the middle of the map. Dashy able to take down Scrapz, and there's Shotzzy taking down Asim. So now that forced London Royal Ravens the bomb down. And a 2 versus 4.
I mean, that stun just gives away info. Now the slow swing OpTic playing their rotation appropriately in London. Bit of time on the clock, but not much. Nastie, who's been an X factor for this team against OpTic in the past, needs to have a similar result, but everybody falls. It's a 1v4 for the new gun. Everywhere to look, nowhere to run, finds one. Yuli trying to make some magic happen, but he will get crossed and shut down round 1. OpTic.
And that was just a beautiful setup there. I mean, OpTic completely decided to just give away A. You have Dashy who's just watching the cross from couches, and I mean, he spots one, he gets that first pick onto Scrapz, and then, I mean, from there, able to reposition. That kind of created chaos for London, and quickly, Shotzzy able to pick up one more, and that even it up to 2 versus 4. That was just clinical round from OpTic, and looking really quite comfortable.
You know, I think for a lot of people, the question after the major was, can OpTic continue this run that they had online, right? Like Ghosty has one of his, honestly, his best individual performance. The entire team seems to turn it around. They go on an absolute tear on the hard points, come up just short in the grand finals, but so far OpTic are answering the questions, and Huke is answering the response. That's 2 in a row right into the kitchen. You're getting bullied offensively, and the bomb hasn't even been grabbed. We're just playing TDM at this point. It's a 4v2. Numbers fall. Yuli and Scrapz are last alive, and they're just trying to recover their bearings.
Man, OpTic was warming up, shooting ball before this game, and I mean, not even grabbing the bomb, just going in full force at B. Huke on a 2 streak right now, dodging the nades, but I mean, repositioning in the back, you might get something, but here, you gotta look at Scrapz coming in from the side. Huke at least has Shotzzy there to help him, and that bomb is working its way towards kitchen.
Nightmares, but here comes Huke, even bigger. Through the side door, this is going to be easy to pick up, and Scrapz puts one in the dirt, and Huke puts this round away. All smiles, 2-0.
And what a fast round that was, too. I mean, aggressively push through freezer, get into the restaurant, get in there. Huke picks up 2 with that aggressive sub, but you also had Dashy, too, who's tucked away in the back. So if anybody tried the flank, boom, they had it. And that was the problem, too, that London Royal Ravens had when they played OpTic last time in their Search and Destroys. They weren't picking up the flank. So, I mean, like, I don't know. You would think, Spaceman, one person making this big of a difference, it's just crazy. It's crazy that this London Royal Ravens is the same team, but they gotta watch out.
In the last matchup between these two, the biggest conversation was, can you shut down Huke and Shotzzy? Can you limit their ability to make plays? If you do, you have a chance to go the distance. So far in this series, they haven't limited anything. They've been giving them all the space to work with, and the kills have followed quickly after. Dashy with the snipe in his hands, we know what he can do. Let's stay here for the moment. Everybody breathe. Here it comes, picks him off the spot, and Scrapz gets put in the dirt quickly. Numbers advantage to Texas.
Yeah, let's say Huke, maybe he spots some information, but Ulysses playing very, very patient, takes him down. But that bomb, he's gonna stick the plant. Nastie does get it off.
Shots from Asim. Complete bedroom control for now, but Ghosty, that's the knife. That's not what you want, but that's the repositioning. At least finds the kill in a 1v2. Trying to make this a 1v3, but he's getting pinned from every single angle. Still, London not cleaning up the kill, but they eventually find it, finally. Some signs of life and positivity for London. A desperate round at desperate times.
Indeed, and that's what they needed, right? They needed to stop the bleeding, but they also needed to figure out a way to convert that first blood. And Ulysses playing very patient there. And that engagement with Huke, able to take him down, and then Nastie swoops in for the plant. And the coverage there, the setup from the London Royal Ravens, successful. But OpTic still leading the series 2-1 now. On the attacking side, we saw them play aggressively, miss the bomb in the spawn the last time, but you see it this time around. They are going towards B again, and kind of similar setup last time, but this time they have the bomb.
I mean, defensively, OpTic again in SND is so hard to push through, but they are making their presence known very quickly. Bomb carriers, Ghosty, first blood as well. Texas on the board now. And a slow crawl from Muley will watch the cross, but can't hit the lineup for Scrapz. That's a shot you like back.
Yeah, to see if that bomb was going to reposition over towards A, but it looks like it fakied and went back towards B here. But that was a huge kill for Huke to open it up over at B. So you see that bomb repositioning, making London think that OpTic is going to go towards B, but we'll see if Yuli might be able to catch him on rotation.
He just needs time. Gets it. He finds one. Yuli can't reposition. Dashy wins it. Tries to even it out. A 1v2. Scrapz with a snipe in hand. He has dead silence to work with as well, if he so chooses. But with 20 seconds to play with, it's going to be a quick plan at A, as quick as you'd like. Just doesn't know where Huke's at.
Your Huke, don't move. He might meet the spot over here, but there it is. Positioning from Huke and the re-wrap from OpTic. Very cautious play, and we'll say that was the possible there from Uli there to stop the play when they were over at Restaurant, but the positioning, the trades, the two-piece did not happen. Now OpTic leading this 3-1 now. And that's still, you would have to say, Spaceman, they're still feeling pretty comfortable.
There's no reason not to at this point, but the game one was just kind of a bit of a wash for London, right? Going into this, it's a little bit more even killed, you'd like to say. Call will be to be. Default on the setup so far defensively, OpTic. And be watching their crosses as Huke will fall back, just gets enough of info to give it out to the rest of his teammates. Now comes the call to swing as well. Numbers fly over. You need a first blood if you're London to really make this feasible. Huke in a great spot, and he'll play his life.
Yep, he's gonna back on down in the reposition from London there too. You look at Scrapz on the other side. He might actually take down Shotzzy, and he does. So the A site is open. And the information is there for OpTic, at least one member. But we'll see where London takes this bomb. It looks like they're gonna try to fake out OpTic. Pulls a couple of members away.
Huke could play spoiler here. I wasn't sure if they were going to cross, whether or not Nastie saw this swing on the opposite side for OpTic. They saw numbers there. You elect to go to B, but Huke, great shots as well. And the follow-up, the collapse. Texas, numbers around 3v2. Bomb is down in a horrible position for London. And Nastie's just got to fly, and he's got nowhere to go except right into the jaws of Huke.
Oh man, Scrapz that had that first blood on Shotzzy over at A. Last alive now, and that was just crumbled so fast for the London Royal Ravens. What looked like they were gonna get a potential B plant off, and I mean, even Asim just trying to avert and just pull OpTic away from that point. Huke still stayed. And I believe right now, Spaceman, I believe he's on a 5, close to earning that cruise missile. But OpTic Texas, very good at holding strong, despite Scrapz, believe having that first blood over onto Shotzzy on the other side of A. You would have to think there they would maybe reposition and swing over there, but of course not having the information that it's 100% clear. OpTic still holding strong now, leading 4-1, and look at this fast aggressive play from Huke.
Yep. Zone of 5 is pretty close to the cruise as well. Where's the mid-round adjustment right now for London? You already get picked early on. The numbers start to scramble. Huke trying to hunt down what would be a cruise and potentially match point here for OpTic. And he takes himself out. That is absolutely hilarious. Nastie will find Shotzzy. All of a sudden, London have numbers in this round.
I was gonna say, you gotta finish your food. You gotta finish your food, but sometimes that happens. But still, there's plenty of time to work with. There's 48 seconds left. And OpTic can still play for a pick here. Nastie, don't need to get too over-aggressive or defending. But that bomb is not moving. Ghosty still waiting patiently. It's Ghosty and Dashy versus Nastie and Scrapz. The AR battles.
Nastie knows it. He feels it. He knows something's up. It's whether or not he has the angle, right? I mean, right behind is Ghosty, and he reads it perfectly close enough, but can't turn and burn right onto the second. Dashy will pick up bomb in a 1v2. Could be a 1v3 situation. But you really got nowhere else to go except A, and my goodness, what a tall task in front of you. Can Bruce read it? He's going to get him down in time, but if you're London, one peek is all it takes. There will be Dashy. Great shots, not good enough. London find the round.
Oh man, if Dashy had won that right there, KO, yeah, he would have the plan off, and then that's pretty crazy. But here's the replay from Huke, not able to finish his food, and the accidental explosion. Oh, the chain reaction. Oh, he's definitely not happy about that one, but still, smiles on his face. Smiles on his face there, Spaceman, still not worried. And it stinks too, because I mean he was on a 5 streak too.
Look, I don't think there's a single soul in chat or even us who's thinking, yeah, that's going to happen in that moment. That nade looked pretty far away from our point of view, but
it definitely did.
Regardless, it doesn't even matter. First blood yet again. OpTic converting, rolling their rounds into wins. Granted, London were able to even out the numbers, but Huke continues to go on a roll. Doesn't need the cruise, just needs his own gun. 10 and 3 for him. Shotzzy letting nades ring out, but I mean, it's just chaos for the moment. The complete setup broken down. London, how do you recover onto A without numbers?
Yeah, that was credits to Shotzzy on that first blood there to stop the setup, and then Dashy, of course, sitting middle does pick up Nastie, so now Scrapz last alive here. The bomb is down. There's 43 seconds left. If you're OpTic, this is definitely a win. Just go ahead and full send challenge. And there it is. Brucey from the sky raining in like Batman. And my goodness. This is a round winning point here, Spaceman, for OpTic Texas.
Yeah, I'd say this one's pretty close to being done if London just don't make some adjustments, right? And maybe the biggest question mark is, okay, instead of defaulting over towards A with the bomb, if we can start getting into some off angles with those ARs, you're looking at Scrapz, you're looking at Nastie. They need to start challenging some of those that pressure from the subs up close. I mean, Shotzzy and Huke are literally running right into those power positions, and no one's getting an angle on them. Nastie at 4 and 7, Yuli at 3 and 5, but the lack of a presence for the ARs has been the detriment right now for London, as Dashy and Ghosty find 2 more. And going into round number 8, I mean, this one is getting out of hand very, very quickly. Shotzzy playing with everything, and Huke cleans him up. Guardian Angels there, 4v1. This could be a 2-0 series lead very quickly.
Yep, and that's it. Done and dusted. OpTic Texas looking strong from start to finish, warming up on the basketballs earlier. I mean, my goodness. It was the subs so strong, Spaceman, and you're absolutely right. Like, every which way, every setup was being broken, and those first bloods were always going to Texas. Seemed like the one round that the Ravens were able to get that first blood, it was Ulysses shutting down Shotzzy, but what do you do when you have Huke always there? He went 12 and 3.
4 first bloods for Dashy, by the way. Let's just put that out there just to start, right? Like 4 first bloods, everybody else gets involved as well. You have 1 for Scrapz. When we went into this game too, one of the stats that popped up was just the percentages of first bloods that London were able to find, and then rolling those into round wins. It's going to be very tough to shut down OpTic Texas if you don't have the first bloods to boot. Losing numbers quickly, Asim 2 and 7, the sub pressure. It was essentially Huke and Dashy versus everybody else in a 2v4. And that's kind of how this one went. Just like the opening hard point, so goes the S&D, 250 to 68 and 6 to 2. We now got Expo coming up next. Ellen, there's a lot to jump into. Expo, sure. When we look back at this series, you can't help but feel like London had opportunities here in this series to make it interesting, to potentially send it to a 4 or 5.
Yeah.
And have found nothing.
Yeah, found nothing. And I mean, if you're London, you pick Expo over LSU, you're 0-4 on that. But this is your chance to come back, right? We know that this is a map that not a lot of players have had as much experience on it. But for OpTic Texas, the advantage for London is that their controllers, they're weaker game modes. So I don't know. We'll see if they can get anything going. But with how strong Texas has been looking since that Major 3, since they've made that run.
Yep.
I think they're going to go the distance. I think this is going to be a 3-0.
Look, the positives for London is that OpTic is not the best control team in the game, but London have to turn things around. We'll find out if they can actually do it. Expo's coming up next after the commercial break. Welcome back, everybody. At least your channel points are probably looking pretty good, as well as those pick'ems, because OpTic Texas are currently up 2-0 in the series, and London have been trying to fight tooth and nail back into it, but it has been too much from the likes of Dashy, Ghosty, Shotzzy, and Huke. Ellen, when we get into the series, we look what's coming up next. Talk to me a little bit about Himmelmat and Expo coming up. Granted, we've only seen it really once so far this weekend, but a lot of teams electing to leave it, some electing to scrim it. Now we're seeing it here on Control.
Yeah, and I mean, just from what I've noticed from this map, because I personally too obviously haven't had too much playtime on it, it just seemed like it's a lot of the sub game, right? Getting those subs get mixy, you know, over at the theater, over inside of the steps at their base by the bar, but you always want to, of course, keep applying the pressure because we know Control is a game mode like that.
Sure.
But if you're London, when they played Control against the Thieves, they let Kenny drop a 2.25 KD on them. So yeah, don't let that happen this time around.
You know, we look at Himmelmat being like dead center in the middle of the series, and we're thinking, okay, if London can steal an S&D or the hard point to start, there's a chance we could get the ball rolling. The ball is now sitting flat. It's off a cliff. You have to find a way to sort of bring your morales back, because London are still much better than what they're showing us at this moment in time, but we're going to have to see their personality kick into high gear, and maybe it is on a neutral map like Expo coming up. When it comes to the keys to victory, we still talk about the AR presences in this series. Dashy's been fantastic as always. When we look at Nastie and Scrapz, that's where we need to see some makeup happen for this London Ravens squad. What are you seeing, Ellen, that needs to drop down for London to send this one on its way for a potential map 4?
Well, they need to have their ability to slay. Of course, we need those ARs in peak prime position, and I'm really looking at Nastie here, because when they had Paul X, I feel like maybe that just squad complemented each other better, but like he was the one that was like the X factor going off. I mean, even in the Control stats, I believe he had a 1.48 or something like that. It just went insane. So like we need Nastie, we need him and Asim to just both pop off and complement each other here, and then of course just Scrapz and Ulysses be able to fill in and do their thing.
We've had the benefit of the map being out a couple of times, and specifically in those rank play challenges, we've been able to fly our way in and find out what's really going on here on Expo. But when it comes down to London, keys to victory at the moment, taking the map at a time, and you need the subs to step up their pressure. Asim on your screen flying forward and finding kills. With that, it's a good start for London. They're picking up kills left and right, and they have some positioning to work with already over at A, half tick through.
Yep, and this is exactly what they needed now. Asim just popped that dead silence, so there's a stun check out, and on the other side, OpTic are looking to funnel and push forward towards A, but a couple of ticks captured over here, and still the damage has been stopped, at least over at the A site. The tick has been saved, but now you see London Royal Ravens flooding in towards the other side, that upper northwest side of the map, and 3 and over by the point.
Asnev in the hands of Nastie. Asim 4-1 currently on the point. Will fall off. With that, Ghosty picks up. And so far, so on. Yuli on the opposite side of your screen, finding a player running in front. It's Dashy. Make it 2. Good shots from Yuli, trying to clean up the last, but here come the reinforcements. Cavalry is in. 26-18. Make it 17. Numbers fall. OpTic trying to get back towards the point. But here comes the stack. London are on B, and they're making quick work out of it as well.
Oh my goodness, and you guys didn't see it, but on the other side, there was a huge save from Dashy, I believe, or the help of Shotzzy over at A. So still the bleeding, though, at B is happening here, and the team kill and the explosion from Huke again. Scrapz is going to work to try to capture B, but still, Ulysses left there, and Shotzzy to take down 2. Wow. Will stop the damage, but for the London Royal Ravens, they have half the battle that has been completed here. 45 seconds left, and they only have to worry about both one tick at A and B.
I mean, that's a huge 2-piece from Shotzzy. He just shuts down all progress over at B, and he's still roaming. He's still flying. London don't know where he's at the moment. Though London do have numbers, they got to hunt him down, and they do so. Rewarded for their efforts and successful for the moment. But Huke's been an absolute nuisance in this series for London. For the moment, he continues on his spree. They will get B, 60 seconds on the clock, minute 29 to work with. Essentially S&D at this point. Try to play through the trades and the kills. Shotzzy slowing it down, but Asim wins the gunfight up close, and here comes London on to A.
Yep, and then there's the stop from Ghosty. He's going to work on the bottom side of the map here. That was a huge nade to take down Asim off the point, but you see Nastie, and I was going to say, get some information there where Ghosty was. That's a huge kill, but for OpTic Texas, they're going to force these engagements long range, it seems like, because the middle of the map is where London Royal Ravens seem to thrive with those subs working bar. But Asim now with that dead silence pop, there's 56 seconds left, is going to work to make a play.
And Shotzzy has absolutely absolutely no idea that Asim's behind. So as this one unfolds, you're just looking at picking numbers of OpTic apart, but you still have to get over towards the point. For the moment, we will. Player 6, that Yuli, he does go down. Asim now making his move. As OpTic are spread out nicely defensively, and they can watch all those crosses. It's going to be difficult to go unseen, but for London, trying to stack their numbers and make one final push. You get one wave down of OpTic, you get onto the point, but OpTic are not letting anything through for free.
No, they are not, and credits to Shotzzy, who's on a 3 streak right now, who was roaming in that northmost side of the map, kind of forcing London to spawn over here. And now making quick work too. You see Ghosty set up, so far pushed forward. And they have complete control of this bottom side of the map here. 12 seconds left. London Roller Ravens gonna make the last attempt to make a play.
Huke, roaming, slaying, finding 2. Time dwindling away, and OpTic stands strong on defense. Scrapz doing all he can, but the green wall does not fall. Yet again, when numbers are down, they find the clutch kills. And OpTic find more ways to win.
Yeah, and I mean, off the break there, London Royal Ravens had such a strong start, and Asim, he was really working the middle of the map. I mean, it just seemed like from the beginning that they had control. But I mean, just OpTic Texas did a really good job at just holding control, and you saw Ghosty pushing so far forward on that bottom side of the map over by the house, and just always forcing London Royal Ravens to spawn north by the theater. So that was a great stop, a great defensive round here. Now on the attacking side, OpTic working A off the break, and Shotzzy with the first blood.
When it comes down to the multi-kill game, OpTic, it's been all of them so far in this series, but very far pushed up for Ravens defensively, trying to make sure that they wipe the point quickly and get back to their numbers as they do. Dashy on your screen. We know what he's been able to do so far for the majority of this series, and still roaming, but Yuli will punish him. Can't find the angle, but here comes London, a 2-2 split, and Daddy popped. Ghosty now trying to make a play.
Yep, Dead Silence is popped there, but Nastie is able to spot him. So now over on the B side, you see OpTic trying to work over there, but London Roller Ravens, similar setup to what Dan Ghosty was doing here. Nastie's now pushed up far forward, does get taken down by Dashy. So for OpTic Texas, you have Shotzzy over by the B site. Takes down Scrapz, so that's a huge kill there. And now OpTic still trying to split numbers away.
Yep.
Working both sides, leaving Nastie here to clean up the kills over at A. So that was a stop that London Royal Ravens definitely needed.
The way Shotzy's been playing at B, you'll leave him on his own every single time. They can prioritize B if they would wish to. Numbers are up, 19-24. Again, 2 rounds in a row. London have had the advantage, but OpTic have been able to pull these rounds away slowly but surely. As Nastie with nowhere to run, nades continue to fly, but it looks like for the moment things will slow down. Ghosty on B. Working on that second tick. Can't find the angle, but Nastie trying to reposition, getting shot from every direction, has nowhere to go. This should be a chow for Dashy, but he'll just let the nade do all the work. And B should be done for OpTic. Now you pull your numbers back to the other point.
Dashy on a 4 streak right now, and my goodness, I mean, a 1.23 control KD versus these guys, and you see why. Still going off right now, and Huke on the other side with a 4 streak. So all of OpTic streaking out right now and continuing to capture A.
Well, the trades, pinstripes, now all 4 dead. OpTic will have to try again off the wipe. One finally find some answers and find some kills to boot. Their defenses are strong at A, and player 6, that's currently Yuli, making his route to B, trying to regroup up with Asim. The subs are out. The ARs are going to have to take these fights up close. Shotzzy with great shots. Make it 2. OpTic finding the numbers. Nastie, the only victim left up. And he goes bye-bye. A, completely open. OpTic going to try to make their push.
I was about to say there, Spaceman, that was a good setup for the London Royal Ravens. Essentially, they had the whole map locked down, but Shotzzy able to create an opening to push on through now in the middle, working their way towards the A site, because they did capture B first here. And I mean, the lives in favor still of OpTic Texas. I say that now, it's even, but Huke last alive on the point. It is contested. The stun checks are in, but that was the help there from Dashy, I believe, to take down Tube. And still, it is OpTic Texas. 54 seconds left on this to fight over towards A.
I mean, this is a great defensive hold from London. You'll take this spread every single time. They've kept their ARs up on the wings. You've had great sub-pressure inside the point to clear off Huke, to clear off Shotzzy. And now you're just playing one-on-ones. You can play TDM at this point. You have the lives to give. You got 36 seconds to play with. OpTic are far back in their own spawn, just trying to make the wrap to A, and they will have a couple of kills to boot, but How much time do they need? Probably not much. London have to throw numbers at this, but Scrapz able to pick him off the point.
Yep. 26 seconds left, and there was another wipe there from London. So now only 2 lives for OpTic Texas, who can make something happen here. But they have to be very careful. All it could take really is a couple of key kills here. But he has to figure out a way to work together with Shotzzy.
3v2, 7 seconds. They're on the point. Shotzi's on. He's still alive, but London finally finds some answers, and the ARs are posted up appropriately. London with a huge round win to give themselves some line of breath in this series. Asim, Nastie, Scrapz, Yuli, that's all of them. That's all 4 of London, and they get a very necessary round win here.
Yeah, and credits there too, of course. Asim, he really works those defensive rounds really well, but what really was a standout there was Ulysses just constantly able to apply the pressure. He was constantly being annoying, and I mean, it really just was a really good defensive hold from them, but being able to spread across the map still. OpTic Texas, that attacking round there, what they did really strong was they captured A first off the break, and you have to wonder, London Royal Ravens, they did that last time around. They went towards B. This time, you see the full stack at A.
Yep.
And OpTic I was gonna say, OpTic looked like they were giving it up, but you see the full wrap around there from Shotzzy and Huke. Take down 2.
I mean, London probably have to expect they're going to get pinched from the back. If not, you're going to find some pressure walking through the wings there. Whether or not they deal with it's an entirely different question. So far they do, but they are rewarded so far. 1 tick of progress, working on the second. Dashy wins the battle on the parallel, and Scrapz will try to slow his roll here, looking for 1. Dashy finds another victim, make it 2. Everybody falling. London had good progress today for the moment, but as of now, it's been all of green in the kill feed. They'll have to try again off spawn. London set up nicely, but so are Texas.
Yeah. And I mean, again, you see Ghosty pushed far up on that bottom side of the map, forcing London to spawn on that most northern part of the map. And you see number 6, Ulysses, they just spawn up there. Asim is going to try to make something happen, but he's got to wait for his teammates to come off spawn. What OpTic Texas is doing here, Spaceman, basically, yes, they're completely isolating the London Royal Ravens. And I mean, despite Asim just getting that 1 kill over by Bar, I was going to say that there's 2 more that were able to take down over by the A side. So this could be opportunity here for the London Royal Ravens.
Now's your time to stack. They'll give OpTic an opportunity to come in for the contest. Get A done and dusted. They do. Another minute on the board. Now you try to play through the kills. Asim going to pop Deddy. Turns and burns onto Shotzzy. Here comes London. Right off spawn. Plenty of time to work with. Plenty of kills as well. And they'll start to make their move above the bar. As Scrapz just looking and praying that Shotzzy will go down quickly, but Ghosty's there for support. The Overwatch quick in for OpTic.
Yeah, and these are huge engagements for London to win, essentially, because you see Asim still has control. Nastie being so far pushed up into their base, he's able to take down Ghosty. So this is kind of what I was talking about, Spaceman. If the subs can get over here on this elevator side in this theater to create chaos, maybe they can get something going. So on the other side, both Asim and Ulysses take down a couple, and well, now this is the opening that I was going to say that the Ravens need here, able to take down a tick.
OpTic contest. Scrapz to the back. He gets cut down. Shotzzy's in. Numbers up top. It's Ghosty with nades flying out, and you just hope there's a trophy down. I don't think there is. Here comes Ghosty for 3. And there's the wipe for OpTic. They will clear off that 3rd tick. 38 seconds to go. London will have an opportunity yet again. 9 and 20. Make it 10 for Scrapz. Not his best game. They're going to have to get through this green wall somehow, but it does come from the back. Shotzzy still flying, still roaming, finding kills left and right. London just trying to throw numbers at this point, and they got to go.
Yep, and you have to take care of Shotzzy, who's on the other side there, but the information is in. There's only 20 seconds left. The London Royal Ravens, the advantage is here that Asim is able to take down Dashy, but both Huke and Ghosty take down another 3. And now all last alive, it is Nastie. That is a full wipe for the London Royal Ravens.
Nastie
and now one last push, but not enough time.
Ghosty. Yeah. This round was done. Nastie was taking a one-on-one against Ghosty at mid-map. He was essentially leaving a 3v4 hit over towards the point, and OpTic were just playing numbers. They were winning the gunfights, and Nastie has nowhere to go when everyone else drops. Dashy for 3 in the kill cam. When you need the ARs to step up, OpTic have answered the call. London still just trying to find their way towards B. Needed one more tick, could not find it. Into round 4, 2-1 advantage, 2-0 series lead at the moment. Texas just need one more.
Just one more to get it done and dusted here, but for the London Royal Ravens. I mean, it is looking promising. This is definitely looking like a better map out of them. I mean, you see Nastie has been using a submachine gun too to help apply some of this pressure, but the pressure off the gate. Shotzzy with the first blood over at the bar, and now Huke over at A does get tagged up here, but there's the contest that comes in from the London Royal Ravens, and Huke wins it.
Deep inside the point will always work in the favor of OpTic. Huke has been absolutely electric in this series, been the X factor so far. But the point continues. London, no contest, no bodies, anybody around and answer a prayer. It's not going to happen. Scrapz trying to make the play from the back at B, but A is gone. OpTic very quickly off the back of Huke and Dashy will find themselves another minute and find themselves an absolutely green kill feed. It is everybody falling. B almost done working on the first tick. They're stacking this one quickly. They want this series done and dusted, and I do not blame them.
Yeah, this is looking like it is it. I mean, the full stack is it almost here. Ghosty has a huge battle to win, and he wins it. But I mean, number 5, number 8, you see Nastie and Simp both in the back trying to win these engagements. But that segment is going down. It's about to be captured here, Spaceman.
Dashy, the only one up. Now come the numbers for OpTic for London. The only one around's Nastie. Scrapz in the opposite wing, but he goes gone. And with that, everybody else collapses. That's going to be it. It's another quick cap. GG's all around. Fist bumps, I think, because, well, OpTic find a way, and they will themselves through that control. One of the first times you're going to see it here on CDL. Himmelmatt looks pretty good from our eyes, and OpTic look just as good. It's a 3-0 in the series. London tried as they might. They just couldn't put it together. And 2 series back-to-back where they can't find a map.
Yeah, 2 series back-to-back, and I mean, you would just not think it, especially the last time they played OpTic Texas when they did take them to that map 5, but of course that roster change, it's unfortunate. I mean, every single setup was being taken apart, but OpTic Texas looking stronger than ever. And of course, I mean, look at the non-traded kills in comparison, the damage. I mean, the slaying power is so strong. And London Royal Ravens, Spaceman, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say about this squad because it's just completely unacceptable at this point.
We went through the map mode list. We went through the bans and picks. We got them early. We said, okay, we're going to try to plot out this series, how it could go, how we think it might go, and what we'd like to see. We would love to see it go 5. We'd love to see the HyDra hardpoint, but London just doesn't have enough at the moment. It's clear they have to go back to the drawing board and figure out whether it's personality change, whether it's just simply the role change, right? You take Paul X off the main AR role, you put Nastie on it for the moment. Nastie looks good. The squad looks good. Now you bring in Yuli. Maybe that dichotomy doesn't work anymore. Something does need to pick up because at the moment the slaying isn't there. The rotational gunfights and hardpoints just aren't there for a London team that was so good at it. And you're looking at this series in totality and you're wondering, where are the mistakes? It's everywhere. They just don't look like the team that we're used to, and the individual players are so much better than what we're getting at the moment. But OpTic just had a very easy series in front of them. An easy Fortress 100-point club, Ellen. I think that's the takeaway. It was a 100-point club to start, and it just kept going. Desk, we want to know your thoughts because another quick series here on this side, but OpTic, they look good. Their Major 3 performance was not a fluke.
Yeah, if you keep your opponent to 13 kills, you tend to win the game. That's what I've seen in the respawns. OpTic gets it done in a very swift 3-0, respecting everybody's time. But what do you grade this OpTic squad today, Nameless? I know they didn't have to bring out all of the stops in this matchup, but how do you think they played?
Fantastic. I mean, I look at the hardpoint. These guys have been unbelievable when it comes to Fortress hardpoints. Like 5 in a row, they've won by 100+ points. They started that one off, what, 150 to like 7? They were going crazy. We see them adding Expo to their repertoire as well, which is massive for them. As we remember, Bagger was not a good map for OpTic Texas when it came to the controls, right? So now that they have Expo at their will, that's going to be very good for them going forward. The Search and Destroy still looks great. So OpTic, I mean, we all expected them to come in and win this series. I just kind of wanted to say, like, London, they are terrible.
Yeah, chat is right now spamming hashtag free Asim. Ali, let's talk about what could happen, though, for London. Looking at our standings, they're way back, right? They're about 7-8 games back of 8th place. What do you fix, if anything, in your next 3 matches remaining next 2 weeks?
To be honest, the series for OpTic was just getting business done. There's not really something you can point out when it comes to London Royal Ravens on what they need to fix. Again, it's just been a heartbreaking story for me. They were right there. I felt like they were a team that was kind of on the Vegas Legion story, that was just trying to get over that little bit of hump, keeping these series close. And I hate to say it, but you plug Yuli in this roster, and I mean the decline is insane.
What's telling me, like, London has made a lot of changes throughout the season, right? And they just made another one after they had, like, an iteration of this team that was looking a little bit better, that was competitive. So it tells me that they're still striving to try and make a run. They are trying to make it into champs. As from an organizational standpoint, they want to make it work. They've made terrible decisions, though. Like, we look at this new team, his first 2 matches, 169 total points in hardpoint across 2 hardpoints, 2 rounds in S&D across 2 S&Ds, and 1 round of control. They need to make another change, man. I don't think this team can bounce back from this.
London, you are running out of time. If you're an OpTic fan, though, you're happy with another 10 points added to your standings, and you're very happy with our scuff play of the game. We got to take a look at this play here in a moment, because, Allie, we're looking at this search and destroy, and Huke, a guy who's dropped 14 and 1s, decided today I might grace the fans with an ace.
I mean, it took the Nuke, and in this situation, there's no better place than to drop an ace, and he needed it because later on he ends up nading himself in this series and search and destroy. I'm surprised that didn't make it to play of the game, just for fun. But I mean, yeah, Huke just getting business done per usual.
All 4 gunned down, and he has nothing but smiles. It's been all positive vibes for OpTic Texas since they brought Dan Ghosty on the lineup. And they've got a new man in charge. At least he's taken over the Call of Duty scene when it comes to content creation. Shotzzy, the one and only, live on stream once again. How are we feeling, young man?
Good. As always, man. You know, just fresh off the dub, 3-0. So definitely happy right now, for sure.
We were looking at some of those highlights, and Huke's smile was ear to ear. What were the comms like today?
We just had fun out there. We were laughing. One of the kill cams, Skyler's stump, fell out of his stump stick, and I don't know, it was just funny, and we were just laughing that entire series for sure.
Definitely business per usual. I guess to, kind of at least ask you something about this series. Last time you guys faced London Royal Ravens, obviously at the home major, it definitely went a little bit more competitively the first time around. What do you gauge this London team from when you played them last time to now? Did they genuinely just get that much worse, or have scrims been going really well and you guys have just gotten that much better as well?
I think we're just onliners. No, I'm joking. We definitely played that. They're probably going through a hump with that team. I mean, they just picked up Yuli, so they're probably trying to balance things out, trying to figure out, their pace and all that good stuff. But recently, we've been doing really well in practice. Ever since we picked up Dan, we've been phenomenal. So we're kind of just doing everything day by day and try to build from there. So shout out Dan, one and only.
Absolutely. Shotzzy, I wanted to ask you, watching you guys run at that last major, you were steamrolling everybody. And one of the thoughts I had was, how are they going to emulate that same intensity of being in front of the home crowd into an online match? It looks like you guys just did that. What have you guys been working on out of the major? Because obviously looking at the major, it was like we dominated everything.
Yeah, honestly, the only thing that we really took was just making sure our matches were just like our practice. In a way, we figured out our problem was, if you go back in that Boston, the first match that we played him, we were literally screaming. I didn't know what was happening. Everyone's going crazy, which is obviously, we were trying to put out a show for our major, but we were like, yo, boys, let's just do the same thing we do in practice, comms, do our thing. And ever since then, we've just been dominating. So we're going to continue to do that.
Yo, man, I got a bone to pick with you, though. You owe me 25 gifted, brother.
25 gifted?
You did it? What's good? Yes, I did.
All right,
I tweeted you.
This.
He owes me 25 gifted.
All right, link me and I got you.
All right, I will. I absolutely will.
Shotzzy, before you go, we also got to plug your work. I love what you've been doing on YouTube. Expo is the new map. When can we get Shotzzy's breakout routes? When can you give us a little guide on how to get on our bellies and slide around that place?
Definitely not a guide because I'd be teaching, but definitely subscribe to the YouTube. Been pumping content out there, and I've been just doing my thing on YouTube for sure.
Thanks, man. We'll see you next week. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Have a good night.
That's Shotzzy. OpTic walks away with another 10 points, as I predicted, climbing back up over 3,000 channel points. But let's talk about something you all can get right now for free. All you got to do is scan this code and get involved. Start collecting today. It's the new Upper Deck collection, the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on upperdeckEPAC.com. KiSMET.com. And of course, collect some dubs. Ranked play. I was grinding this morning. I had some red fire behind my emblem before I had to play Search and Destroy. ADHD, Search and Destroy. I lost that game, but I got some clips coming, and you can send your clips too. Allie, have you had any aces like Huke recently?
I don't know about aces. I've gotten some clips though, but yo, if you see me on your feed, please don't post that on the timeline.
Yeah. It's normally a triple. Her on the winning side of those battles. We're going to break. When we come back, we've got the final show of week 1. Don't go anywhere. Mutineers. Can they get the dub in week 1? We find out after this.
racks.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke. Give me the smoke, I want it all. What they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, give me the smoke.
Welcome back, everybody. The final day of week 1, Major 4. I got that out. It's Puckin alongside Alley Cat and Nameless, and we're gearing up for a big battle if you're Florida Mutineers. You lost earlier this week. You are desperate for some dubs because, as you can see on our standings, Florida, they're in a bit of a hole. After Røkkr's success this weekend, you can see they are now way back. 60 points. That's 6 wins behind the Røkkr, Alley.
And their strength of schedule is not looking great after this one. They have Atlanta. Following that, they have Seattle. Then they have Toronto. And then they have Vegas Legion also fighting to get into that top 8. So the Florida Mutineers have a very tough road ahead of them.
Let's talk about the Mutineers first. Clearly, they are the hungry squad. Atlanta at the top of the heap doesn't really need the 10 points today, but for the Mutineers, it's everything. So how does this squad get it done? Who are you looking to?
Well, I'm looking at the SMG duo. They had a really rough time yesterday, and going into this one, I'm expecting them to do a little bit better if they're going to have a chance. Going up against Atlanta FaZe has not been good at hardpoint. They haven't been as bad as Florida has, but at least there's opportunity there for it to get a little bit scrappy. And then also, when you think about this Florida team and where they've had success throughout the year, it's been S&D. Now, going up against Atlanta FaZe, usually you'd be like, that's an auto loss when you get to those S&Ds. But Atlanta FaZe, now we've seen them lose a CeeLo a couple of times, losing Game 5. So it's the most human Atlanta FaZe have ever looked. The first time in CDL history, they've lost 3 series in a row. So a lot of people might be quick to write off Florida in this series, as it's pretty lopsided when you look at the standings. However, Atlanta FaZe, maybe a nerf version right now.
If you're looking at the 3-0 from Røkkr, you did have one player from this squad that put up decent numbers. A 1.45 overall for the series for the numbers from Brack. The AR back in that main position for the squad. What does he need to do today in particular?
I mean, the biggest focus is probably going to be those search and destroys for me. I mean, they're going against the best S&D team in the game in Atlanta FaZe, and Brack's going to be that guy. I mean, he has a 71% opening duel win rate right now. That's challenging everybody in Atlanta FaZe, who's over 50% right now. So Brack's going to be that guy when it comes to your first bloods and that first engagement, but he's going to need some help along the way.
That 71 got me all kinds of excited. We're going to see some first bloods today. Florida, can they afford a Game 5 against Atlanta? How do you beat the squad that's currently #1 in the league?
I mean, I think you're hoping you can get to Game 5, to be honest. Like, I know I gave you guys a lot of numbers talking about Atlanta FaZe and where they stand, but they've been losing to great teams, right? Like, this is a team, their last 3 losses, Toronto, Texas, and New York.
And pause right there. This is the first time in franchise history that they've lost 3 straight. So this could be 4 straight losses, Ant. Does it happen?
I do not think so.
Okay.
I really don't. I mean, today we were looking at the schedule, like our last 2 games were pretty lopsided. You got some championship contenders going up against some struggling squads. For Atlanta FaZe, though, you have to make quick work of this team. You want to put them away. You want to avoid going to Game 5. Like, let's see the respawns be cleaner. As we always talk about FaZe and their hard points, their rotation win percentage, it's very low.
Yeah.
Allie, what is it?
10th in the league so far, coming off the stage #3. So the fundamentals aren't really there.
But if you do get a hill, this guy is going to drop about 40, minimum 32 kills.
I mean, Cellium is an absolute beast. He's obviously our player to watch in this series. I mean, we're talking about 1.27 in hardpoint right now. Go over to Search and Destroy, it's a 1.32. And not to mention, this guy is a 78% non-trade kill percentage in the league. So if Cellium's getting into a gunfight, you might want to put your entire bank account on. He's going to be the person that comes down on top.
Here we go. 40 Mutineers taking on Atlanta FaZe. The players gearing up, and we know our map. So let's take a look at the series in front of us. And I want to hear only positive things about Florida because I'm looking at the channel points. It is 13 million to 2 million right now. Everyone taking FaZe. So if you're down bad, you need the channel points. You're taking the Florida gamble. How do they get it done on these 5 maps?
Well, map 1 is good for them. I believe it's Hotel, which means they're 3-0 on that map when it comes to Hotel hardpoint. So they have opportunity to get momentum very, very early. The problem for them is they're playing aBeZy in game number 2.
Wait, I have a game plan, Florida. Listen, I have a game plan for you, Florida. Listen, okay? Atlanta FaZe, they are the best at getting the bomb down and winning the round. So deny the plan. That has to be Florida's entire game plan heading into maps 2 and 5 is to try and deny that plant going down, especially because you are second to worst in the league on defensive win rates on Search and Destroy. So if Florida can kind of tunnel vision on that one thing, and if you kill Simp, Simp is usually the guy with that bomb in hand, so at least you'll know where the bomb is dropped on the map.
It's time to kick this baby off. 14 million to 2.5 million channel points. Florida, the underdogs, as we bring in our casters. Welcome to the main stage one more time. In black and white, it's Study and my guy Lando.
That's exactly right, Chris. Maybe potentially dressing up for what could be a smack show. I don't know, Jay. It's hard to not side with Atlanta FaZe in this series. We've talked about it. I mean, the storylines are there, given the history between these franchises. And I just took a quick look. I know Puckett's talking about channel points, Jay. I just went to pick'em.callofdutyleague.com. This is the biggest disparity I have ever seen. 98.3% versus 1.7%. Everybody's betting the bag on Atlanta here.
Oh, well, I would definitely do the same exact thing if I was them, because Atlanta FaZe, we know they are a championship caliber team. Florida Mutineers, they recently made that roster change at the beginning of Major IV Qualifiers, and they've been up and down. You know, you had an upset at the Major. You were able to take down New York, but then you come into the beginning of Major IV, you fall short in a 3-0 versus Minnesota Røkkr, and biggest player that I have to talk on is Mr. DJ Cap. He was playing that bull job in that series. He had a 0.5, so he has to be the guy that steps it up.
Yeah, he absolutely has to be, as you said. It feels like both teams coming off of a stinging loss. I don't even know which one you may think is worse, honestly, Jay. What, you go on a flight to lose 3-0, or you lose a game 5 round 11? Which one would you choose?
I think the flight 3-0, because that means you actually have to leave your house, get on a flight, check your bag at the airport, and unfortunately instantly flew right back home after that series versus Minnesota. So I think if you are Florida, it's all about making the statement in this map. Number 1, like the Des touched on it, ever since this new roster has been formed, they are undefeated on this map. And the reason why is because they usually putting themselves in a majority of the better spots, winning their rotations, and their setups have been great as well. And already starting this game, you find 12 seconds off P1, you were able to flip those spawns over towards P2. They're just doing the fundamentals correct right now.
Yeah, hope they had that pre-check when it came down to the airport. Regardless of it, as you said, Florida, big map for them. All eyes focused on this game 1 for them, as they are betting all the cards that they can potentially walk away with this first one. It is great work so far here from the Mutineers. However, Slasher able to poke away at 2. Some close spawns for FaZe now make this much more manageable for them. Simp is jumping over every one. There's aBeZy. Havoc with a bit of an answer, but Atlanta run wild here in the lobby, and now they have got the time.
Yeah, that's just nasty work right there out of Atlanta FaZe. You fly straight on through middle arch, and you're able to find every single kill. Now it's all left up to Slasher. He does find 2. The rest of his teammates are finally back into the play, but Florida is still doing a great job just contesting this hill to the very end, until you have to challenge Cellium, who eventually finds 2. Capsule at least there for the trade. But now they don't have the spawns. Florida Mutineers' final 10 is going to be theirs, but this next play, it's all going to fall into the hands of Brack, the only player from Florida Mutineers off the rotation.
Yeah, and you can tell for Bracken, he was really hoping that Capsule could have made it to the kitchen with him. Now it's pretty much a mono on 3 fight. Yep, he eventually does get taken down. However, in the meantime, Fellow and Havoc at least able to lighten the load a bit, so that will allow now for Tyler Fellow to be in the back. Tosses out the stun, gets the information. The kills continue to go the way of Florida, and there you go. That's going to be the break for them. That has been their primary method of success here, Jay, on their hotel hardpoints, has been those breaks.
Yeah, that's a big break indeed, because they were able, even with losing a couple gunfights off the rotation, the only player on that point was Brack. All of his teammates were able to win their one-on-one engagements and eventually hold down the hill, but Atlanta FaZe, they find their way right back on in. Only player here now is Havoc. Havoc actually finds 2, so the test is still going to be there. Simp eventually finds a trade. Atlanta FaZe is going to take the lead right on back.
And as we now have basically a rotation over toward the bar, it is basically a tie game, even through 3. And a few shots extra there from Slasher just to ensure that the trophies are now gone. FaZe trying to set up shop, and there you go. A quick 3 down now lightens the load, makes things that much more easy. As Cellium bringing the Vaznev out. We've seen him do that on occasion, typically P5s on aBeZy, but decides to bring it out on a 3 spree. We'll see if he can extend it. Eventually does fall. And from there, Florida find a few in a row, and now they've got the time.
Yeah, Florida so far, just keeping the game really scrappy. Whenever they need to trade, they're finding a couple kills. They're also putting a lot of pressure on knowing where the spawns are coming in. On the side of Atlanta FaZe, as Capsule was able to find 3, but Cellium with the 2-piece Semtex is able to get him off for that time. Such a back and forth hard point. I think this is a must win for the Florida Mutineers for your best hard point modes. And going up against Atlanta FaZe, who have struggled in this mode as of recent, lost their last 5 in a row. Just need to get back to the fundamentals. The Slasher's able to find 3, but it's going to be about this one-on-one battle for the rotation, and Fellow wins.
Yeah, and here comes aBeZy, so now it's going to be FaZe who have momentary control, but as we head in toward Restaurant and a team kill occurs there for the Mutineers, that's going to slow their progress up. Jay, kind of getting on conversation with that. I mean, if you're FaZe, as you said, we know the hardpoint loss streak. What do you, as an outside spectator, right, as a former pro player yourself, like, what are you looking at for FaZe? What has been the biggest issue, things that they need to improve on?
It's just fundamentals, man. Like, you guys have the talent. You guys have the gunnies. We just got to make the game a lot more simple. It's not all about challenging every corner, flying around every corner. It's all about playing some corners sometimes. Make sure you're playing a little bit safe, playing your life, and just getting the fundamentals down packed, making the game easier for yourself. I feel like with Atlanta FaZe, we talk about the talent on this team, they always usually find the break on hardpoint. But when you get the fundamentals in play, that's when the scoreline starts to get really lopsided for this team.
Yeah, we'll see if they can start to make those improvements. And right now, the game is looking absolutely phenomenal for them. What, 125 to 68. If you are the Mutineers, something has got to change. An improvement has to be made, and maybe it could come through the hands of Capital. A bit of a slow performance in that series yesterday over in Wisconsin. Now he's playing from the home facility. Looking to make a play, even as we head in toward the final hill, the first set of rotations. And in fact, let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding in a moment like this with the Mutineers.
I'll kill him. We're right behind him. We're right behind him. Nice. Good job missing one. Nice one. Close. He's out in time. He's left behind the front chair. Dead. Nice. Good job. In bed, I think. One in bed. Dead. That is 3. We're missing one. Slash one shot. One shot flat. So. Help him. He's in the right corner. Nice. Nice. One cat. Nice one cat, guys. Okay. He's low bed. There's 2 men on me. 2 men on me. Couches in front beacon. They're rotating. Now trying to play for kitchen. Nice. They're trying to play mid kitchen. One is beacon. One more beacon. Beacon. Trust. Yeah, mid. Let's hot up. One shot down. I spun out, guys. One more side door kitchen. One shot on you, person. He's absolute. Laying down. He's laying down there. Same spot. So. Back kitchen spot as well. Back kitchen spot. Good play. Go around right, Colt. Just stay down from him. It's slash reach. I'm going right with you. I'm going right with you. Take my time. Slow play single. Kitchen fight. Asim. Is your right, Colt? Front door. There's one shot. aBeZy. Simp on around right. Simp on around right. He's going back. Going extra right now. Extra right now. Spawn back spawn. Standing on me. Absolute simp. He's spawn killing dub arch. Okay. I'm gonna go right. You go couches here. You go couches here. Spawn behind them kitchen. I'm gonna get court. One's behind a single. aBeZy behind a single. You know what I'm doing? Slide door kitchen slasher. Slide door kitchen slasher. I'm coming couches. Nothing lobby desk. Nothing couches. Oh, he's couches right now. aBeZy. One single. Couches now. aBeZy. One's behind the middle couch. One's my dubs.
I mean, I'll be honest, not bad comms by any stretch for the Florida Mutineers. The issue, Jay, they just can't seem to find kills.
Finally, they were able to stop that team spree. I'm pretty sure it was up to like 11 or 12 in a row for Atlanta FaZe. On the P1 hill, where you usually don't find a lot of success, it usually spawns everywhere around the map, towards kitchen, towards bedroom, but they were doing a great job of just reading every situation that was happening. which now allows Atlanta FaZe to grow the lead the way that they have. Up 80 points off the rotation over towards P2. At least you got some back control towards back street. Slasher finds another one, already on a spree. Atlanta FaZe, they turned up on the second half of rotations.
Yeah, they have indeed. Slasher off of a pretty bad performance versus New York in terms of the stats. I think he was pretty much around double negative in both of those hard points versus New York. Having a much different story here. Everybody trying to rewrite the script. This FaZe once more claim control over the lobby. Florida do have those close spawns in the meantime, so it is a current 3 versus 1. They get 4 versus 1. They weed out aBeZy. This is much at a time right now for the Mutineers. 25 seconds that you desperately need to have. And with those gunfights, it is going to be Florida who take those, and a few scouts have actually made their way out. So FaZe will grab the final 15, and if you're Florida, you do hold on to that rotation. So much better play, at least in these last few sequences. We'll see what they can do now at the kitchen. One more break, Jay, and it feels like this game potentially could be over.
Yeah, you need a full hold, a full 60 hold right here if you are Florida. Cannot allow Atlanta FaZe to break on in, especially with about 45 seconds left, because they will have the ability to close it out in towards the kitchen. Trades go back and forth on the back end. Fellow comes out on top. There's still one player, though, that you have to focus on. It's only Slasher. He's just trying to stay alive for his teammates to eventually pitch the front end. Cellium and Simp combined for 2, so there's only one player left in the point. You're contesting it all the way to the very end, but Havoc, he comes out on top again with that SMG in towards the kitchen with 2 to hold on.
Florida trying to make this one competitive. As we said, a break could really start to change the game, but how about a hold? How quickly Florida can get right back in this game, but here we go. FaZe a little late to the party, but they've eventually arrived. Quite a few cooks in the kitchen, and FaZe are turning up the heat. Wonderful work across the board from the squad. Another lovely team spree. It was 7 as a squad for a moment. Simp eventually dropped, but they can feel pretty good about that score line. The near turn on from aBeZy is going to lead us to 226 to 152. You got to give it all you got if you're Florida, and this is not an easy hill to lock down, Jay, especially with the streak coming in from the Skyz.
Oh yeah, the streak's coming in, and Simp on the flank. The streak is not even going to be useful, as Simp is able to find 2. Small is now flipped, 20 seconds away from Atlanta FaZe, closing out in the map number 1. You see the spawns for Florida. They're all the way across the map. Now they have to try to attack it from bedroom side. Atlanta FaZe got all the info. They're cutting them all down, man. This game 1 is done.
Yeah, this one's over. I've never seen a funnier cruise missile though, man. Like literally Slasher's just coming in over the top, and he's like, oh, everybody's dead. I guess I'll just go ahead and crash land this one. No big deal. Florida invests all of their chips into this opening hard point, and it does not work out favorably for them. That flawless record as a team on Hotel HP comes to a commanding halt as FaZe lock up our first.
And now it gets scary, man, because Florida Mutineers, since they decided to take Team A in this series, they chose that opening map number 1, which was their best hard point. Ever since this new roster has been formed, 3-0 on this map. So losing that map number 1 now puts you in a very, very tight situation, because Atlanta FaZe in this series, they have 2 Search and Destroys combined, where they're sitting at 12-0. And aBeZy, for them, they are 9-0, undefeated, first in every single category. So now it becomes more difficult. We know Florida, at least of old, were able to go toe-to-toe with any team in Search and Destroy. They make this roster change. Obviously, you got to get a whole new feel how a couple teammates like to play. But going up against Atlanta FaZe on aBeZy Search and Destroy is never an easy task, man. I'm pretty sure the closest they've ever gotten was in that round 11 versus Seattle. Closest. Usually, a majority of the time, they're beating teams 6-1, 6-0, or 6-2. That's how dominant they are on this aBeZy Search and Destroy. But take a look at the highlights. Florida, they did a great job on the first rotation of hardpoint, just keeping the game very, very close. But when it got towards the diner, that's when Atlanta FaZe were able to get a full 60 hold there. Florida tried to respond over towards Plat, but then on the second rotations, Atlanta FaZe did a great job soaking majority of that P1 time, keeping P2 scrappy, finding a break on towards P3, and then rotated over towards P4. So Florida kind of let their foot off the gas a little bit at the second rotation of hard points, but you got to completely shake this one off. You have to win this Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it just felt like some timely breaks and some wonderful holds from FaZe. It felt like once they got that hard point in their grasp, they were never going to let it go. And like I said, that cruise missile just to me kind of tells the tale of this opening hard point for Slasher. He's not even in the fights yet. That streak is supposed to help get the kills. Meanwhile, while he's in the air, the rest of the team is literally taking down everybody. But aBeZy search destroy. Okay, well, like I said, FaZe, well, that hardpoint streak has come to an end in terms of that losing streak, which is great. And now they've got, well, their best search destroy map. It's one of the best search destroy teams, I guess, of all time, Jay. I feel like we've not really had that conversation about Atlanta, given the wonderful spree that they've gone on. The only map that they tend to lose is El Asilo. Well, aBeZy has been red hot. Like you said, 9-0. I don't see that changing today. If there was a way that it were to change, what do you think that Florida has to do in order to put that one loss up for FaZe?
I think the biggest thing that Florida got to do is just shut down the aggression from Simp and aBeZy. Like, those guys just, even on their defensive rounds, push out of orange, take mid-map control, do not allow you to get that bomb down for free. And they just cause you so many problems. So if you're able to take care of the tiny terrorists, you get that bomb down, you're usually going to find a lot of success. But it's never going to be easy because they still have great AR players who are watching over them as well. So it's just going to be a straight square up. I think if you are Florida, you don't want to play scared in this situation. Atlanta FaZe know they are the best team at aBeZy Search and Destroy. But with them having 9 reps on it, you can go back and look at the homework. You can go back and figure out what they like to do, how these SMGs like to play, because it's all about just shutting down that pressure from the SMGs. You do that, you will find some success.
And I mean, technically, the Florida franchise does have 8 reps on aBeZy Search Destroy.
Okay.
But they only have 1 win. That's the issue. 1-7 here on aBeZy Search Destroy. Yeah, it's not going to be an easy task for the Florida Mutineers. And I don't know, man, like, one of the issues I feel like when it came down to this Mutineers roster forming was that, you know, at the start of the season, it was all about, we can't win hard points, but we can win Search Destroy.
Yeah.
Ever since that roster change has happened, I think they were hoping, Jay, to have that balance, right, of not just being great at Search Destroy, but hoping to translate that into the respawns, specifically into the hard points. And now it feels like they're in that weird funk where Search Destroys aren't guaranteed, and really neither are the HPs all that often.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Florida, especially when you're playing against some of the better teams in the game, hardpoint is always going to be tough. But the Search and Destroy is where it has to be your bread and butter. They actually have played this with their new roster once. They were up 4-1 versus the Guerrillas, but then they lost 5 rounds in a row to eventually lose that map 6-4. And the biggest thing that I took away from that was the impact that Brack had with the sniper. He likes to push his way towards the hedge side, likes to push his way towards back alley, and he was doing a great job of finding a majority of those first bloods the last time they played it. So look at Brack to try to set that tone with the snipe again.
Yeah, and like you said, the positive is for the Mutineers in this case is that we had at least some success on it previously. I know it was a loss versus LAG, but with this exact squad, we've had some had some repetitions on it. At the same time, we also know exactly what FaZe likes to do. Again, they've played it 9 times and they've won it every single time. We talk about denying to plant, job done for Cap, as he'll wipe away the opening 2. It's an instant man advantage situation for Florida.
So now in the 3v2. Havoc finds himself in a great position. They're not going to be ready for it. Havoc is able to take down Simp. So now it all falls into the hands of Mr. MacArthur. 1v3 makes it a 1v2. All up to him versus Capsule and Brack.
40 seconds to go. Bomb is down over on B, and obviously Florida are going to know that. In the meantime, due to that early round success, Capsule's going to have dead silence to work with, so you definitely are stacking up your chips. If you're Florida, Cellium with a bit of information, tosses out a nade, and really would love for Capsule to go for the challenge. Brack on the crossfire, not only weakens, but eventually does drop Cellium. Ali brought it up to start off this series. Deny the plant, and watch what happens. Florida do exactly that, and round 1 belongs to them.
Yeah, that's good work right there out of Florida. More specifically out of Capsule to find the timing to take that player off the bomb. Force it into a 3v2, and then Havoc, no hesitation on that flank, at least takes down 1. Makes it a more manageable play for his teammates to try to clutch on up. Wasn't that much time left on the clock for Cellium to try to get that bomb down, or at least find both kills, as Florida were able to take round 1.
If they can add on to it, Fellow, always a master of strategy. Seen him do that really throughout his entire career, bringing out the boomstick. Really, that bullet now belongs in a pile of concrete. aBeZy, no shocking, ends up walking away with the first blood. Capsule, hey, he decides to go for the challenge as well. High risk, high reward play does not favor him, and FaZe walk away with the first 2.
So now in a 2v4 situation, the bomb's going to be down at the dead center of the map. This is basically an impossible round to win if you are the Florida Mutineers. Fellow does at least get some information onto a player sitting towards top AC, but aBeZy's just waiting for his opportunity to strike. If Fellow decides to take a shot, aBeZy will turn that corner with an instant and try to pick up that kill, but time is ticking. Bomb still down towards the middle of the map. Brat just invested his dead silence and picked up nothing, but at least Fellow lines up the shot onto aBeZy. 3v2.
Patience pays off, and he knows this MC was actually over at top ACs.
No way he hit that one.
Cellium, I was gonna say, he's staking his heart out. You're gonna have about a fraction of a second to hit that shot. Oh, nearly does it. Problem being is that there are 2 more players alive. FaZe handle business. Some lovely shots coming in from Tyler Fellow, but it does not equal out to their second round. We are at 1-1.
And I was talking about Brack with the sniper, but I totally forgot. Fellow whipped it out versus Minnesota on that Mercado S&D, and he was hitting some shots. So young Tyler Fellow, he's making a former sniper very proud with the shots he's able to hit. But just not that much time on the clock. With bomb being down, Atlanta FaZe did not have to budge at all. As the Tiny Terror started off, finding the first initial 2 kills, and they're eventually able to close out the round. 1-1 now.
And it's hindsight, right? But obviously aBeZy finds that opening kill. Capsule really just jumps into the middle of abyss to give FaZe the early 2. Regardless of it, into round 3 we go. FaZe trying to go for that quick plant. We know the strategy that they love. Cap, he goes man. High. aBeZy's low. Plant is in, and now it is up to Florida to make the retake. Brack over the top. Meanwhile, it's Fellow. Can he hit 2 snipes? He's got 1, and Havoc ends up trading on the other. 30 seconds to go.
30 seconds to go. Someone's got to sneak on that defuse. It's going to be Fellow with a great route to make his way in towards top PD. You know that Cellium likes to play that position, but this time it's going to be Slasher. The double chow comes in. Now it's all left up to Cellium once again in the 1v3.
Oh, they know where he is. They know where MC is hiding, and it will be a retake there for the Florida Mutineers. Great work inside of Orange to help cut away 2, and from there, Florida utilize those numbers, clear out top PD, and get Cellium off the map. I mean, if he finds just 1 of those kills, it definitely becomes that much more of a dicey round, but it is Havoc over the top. Nice little sandwich there for the Mutineers as they start the search destroy off well, Jay. 2-1.
Yeah, that's good work right there from Florida on the retake, especially with Fellow to push his way into bottom orange and go for a quick scope onto Simp. You usually do not see that happen versus one of the best SMG players in the game, but once he finds that kill, like I said, the beautiful route to jump in towards top PD for the double chow, you take down that guy and then you get the information onto Cellium to now put yourself up 2-1. But this time you're back on the attacking round. It was all out pressure through P2, and they're going to go for it once again.
Yeah, love this call. Love the call from Florida. Instant blind counter. We'll see if Atlanta are going to be there on the quick reach-outs, and yes, they will. They've got 3 players pretty much in ear's distance. Meanwhile, it is Simp. Long-range shots. He eventually does get dealt with. And in the meantime, it is also Cap. He's able to clear things away inside of this A site. And it is instantly left up now to the ARs of Atlanta, Cellium and Slasher. The all-to-do. And Slasher will start things off well. MC with a massive amount of info right now.
Oh, MC has a lot of info, but so do Florida. Is able to team shot onto Cellium, take him down. Now it's all left up to Slasher in the 1v3. Dead silence is not going to be earned, but at least it runs out for Havoc and Brack. The time is starting to tick, man. It's a tall task ahead. All of Florida just sitting around that bomb, waiting for the trade.
We'll see. Slasher elects to do so many angles, so many spots. Able to beam Cap for the first. Had some shots granted there for Brack. However, Florida remain strong. That is back-to-back rounds. Now for the Mutineers as they'll go up 3 rounds to 1. Jay, what's impressed you so much? Or rather, what's impressed you so far about Florida?
It's just their blind counter. They're not trying to do what everyone usually does on this map, and that's just instantly go over towards B, cross towards the sign, and try to get that bomb down. So they're making the SMGs on the side of Atlanta FaZe completely irrelevant because they know that's usually where the pressure comes in. aBeZy pushes right up the middle of the map. He gets nothing, so he tries to go on that flank. But he wasn't able to pick up that kill, which eventually allows the pinch to come on in. You take care of him, and then eventually you take care of Simp. They're just making the SMGs try to overextend in some of these gunfights.
Oh, and Big Cap instantly through the middle. He's got the information. Cuts away aBeZy, so plant denied. Bomb is down instantly. A massive spot that Florida has found found himself in. Cat with a lot of real estate. He's got to clean it up. Thankfully, Havoc is there to save the day. Wonderful work coming in from DJ Cap as FaZe now left in a very precarious spot. Simp goes for the instant chow onto Fellow, dodging sniper bullets. And with that, we're into a 1v2.
So now if you are Florida, you know that the bomb is down at B. Don't give this guy another one-on-one engagement, but just the positioning right there in those final couple of moments. Florida able to shut down Simp. What would have been a 1v4 clutch. Rack plays it super patient towards top gas. He's able to line up that shot onto Simp. 3 rounds in a row now for Florida. They're coming out swinging in the search and destroy.
Yeah, they are, man. This is impressive work so far from the Mutineers. This is the search destroy squad that we really wanted to see since this team formed back at the start of the Major III qualifiers. As we've discussed, this squad, since they have formed 2-7 in their entirety in search, but right now they are taking it to the best search destroy team on their best map. Up 4 rounds to 1. We'll see if they can make it 5, and it all very well could stem off of one sniper bullet. Fellow aware of what could be the push toward the back. He's got Simp and Slasher to deal with. A stun to try and avoid, as Simp has now made his way inside of PD. A lot of things to work with. A lot of things to keep in mind if you're the Mutineers. You've allowed for somebody to get behind enemy lines. In the meantime, Cellium finds that opening pick.
Oh, that's a big kill onto Havoc, because he was the guy that was able to sneak his way on through Kitchen. Was trying to be the playmaker for Florida, but gets easily read. And unfortunately, Fellow not able to find that trade onto Simp, but at least Rack is there for that situation. Another 3v2. Left up to Brack and Fellow. This time the bomb is on their side of the map, but Land of FaZe, they aren't budging. They have every single cross watched.
And Slasher, Cellium, they set up the crossfire. Now it is all on to Brack. 1v2 now. 18 seconds to go, but this has really been the story of a lot of these search destroy rounds. Somebody left at a 1v3, 1v4, and the bomb is on the opposite side of the map. FaZe stabilize. And after, what, 4 rounds, they finally put one up on the board. Still some life. Swing round ahead.
Swing round is ahead. I just think if you are Florida, you got to continuously keep shutting down that B pressure. Don't allow that quick bomb plant to go down, or even if you do, be there in a situation where you can instantly try to go for the trade. Do not allow aBeZy or Simp to roam around and be the playmakers that they are. Their B pressure has been shut down the last couple of rounds. Make sure you take top PD. We might see aBeZy go for his dolphin dive right out the top windows. And already puts himself in a position to get this bomb down.
Should have put that bomb in the hands of Simp. Meanwhile, aBeZy instantly toward the ladder. Yeah, he'll spot Brack. And so with that, Florida with some information, but they know that someone's going to be on that bomb as it has quickly been planted. aBeZy does get found out. Lovely first blood coming in from Capsule. And now Simp will decide to edge himself in the corner. Florida have got to know Simp's got to be around here somewhere. At least takes one to the grave before he falls. 2v3 for FaZe. Now make it a 1v3 for Cellium. Dead silence popped, and he'll get every bit of usage out of it. One player toward Brack is there to stop him. 4 HP is all it takes to stay alive. And from there, the Mutineers now find themselves on map point.
Successful once again on the retake. You know that the Tiny Terrorists like to put themselves around towards sign. You get that first blood onto aBeZy. You know that Simp is the guy that planted bombs, so he couldn't have gotten far. They send both their SMGs through bottom orange. They're able to find the trade. And then you know, the last 2 players up for Land of FaZe are Cellium and Slasher. They're going to both put themselves in a clutch situation, a clutch spot. You take care of the guy back planners, and I thought Cellium hit a great route to potentially clutch up on that round, but the dead silence runs out. Brack gets the sound cues, and Florida are now at game point.
See if they can finally close out Atlanta FaZe. So many teams have tried 9 different times. They've ran on to Embassy Search and Destroy. And 9 different times they've taken it. Could this be the moment for Florida? Could this be the round for the Mutineers? Currently, you've got 3 players alive, and 2 of them are in the same spot. Meanwhile, it is Capsule pretty much off by himself, by his lonesome, over in that corner near Orange. He can have a fight soon with Cellium. In the meantime, Fellow with that sniper, he and Slasher I've definitely greeted each other a few times, maybe tossed out a few waves. This next kill is going to be huge.
Yeah, fellow just trying to play for Slasher. He knows that he's the guy that's playing over towards A. Might have been able to spot at least his shoulder. And now you definitely see him, but it's going to be really, really difficult to hit this shot. Slasher, usually a guy that has competitive integrity, but he's adapted to his roster. Cellium was a huge one-on-one versus Cap, but at least Brack makes it a 2v2.
Oh, and Simp is able to take Brack away. Goes for the instant chow. Give it to Simp. Takes away 2. Cellium, though, I feel like definitely had one of the more highlight plays that we've seen so far throughout this search. And that 1v1 versus Cap. Capsule tosses out the stun. MC quickly goes for the chow. And Atlanta remain alive. 5 rounds to 3.
Now they just got to figure out what they want to do on attack. Every single time they went for that B bomb plant, it's either been retaken pretty easy from Florida or instantly shut down on the side of Florida. So what do Atlanta FaZe decide to do different this time around? Gonna send Cellium towards the deep street. Bomb carrier is gonna be Simp pushing on his way out towards B2, and this might catch Florida off guard. Nobody's ready for this push.
Yeah, they pretty much just put everybody in the box inside of middle of aBeZy, not expecting the crafty plays. They're out of Brack. So a very fast-paced round now comes to a halt. A 3 versus 3 minute on the clock, and that bomb is not far away from the A site. Meanwhile, for the Mutineers, not really anybody in ear's distance. Capsule's gonna have to get a move on. As that nade is tossed, you can see the arrows from Florida beginning to adjust.
Let Florida know the pressure is definitely going to be over towards A. You start have Slasher just keeping 2 players from Florida at that B bomb. So it's all going to fall into the hands of Capsule, who's getting a couple sound cues, but Cellium and Simp looking like the dynamic duo, just double jump towards top gas. Not able to find that kill, but this is where Capsule can strike.
Capsule tries to strike. Wonderful work coming in from Cellium and Simp. Try to mimic Brack movement to full 1. Flasher onto fellow Brack. Last one alive. Able to drop 1. 2 more to go. Knows that Slasher's out of the fight. Has to go for the quick chow onto MC. But FaZe hold strong. Play aggressive to start. Things slow down for a moment, and that's when the wheels begin to turn. Great work from Atlanta. That's now back-to-back for FaZe.
Those are big mid-round adjustments, mid-game adjustments out of Atlanta FaZe. They know that the pressure is usually coming right up the middle of the map. They're playing to shut down our B push. So with the complete blind counter to put pressure over towards the parking lot side, Simp finds the timing. He gets the first blood, and even when the game slows down, they do not panic. They were just playing for that information. Once Capsule gives up his positioning, they're able to take him down and eventually work that bomb plant. Atlanta FaZe, necessity's far from over.
Right up for Atlanta. Take a look at those arrows. 3 strong to the bottom side of the map. They did have that information. They know the cross is in. All out push over toward B. aBeZy, the first one to hop in. How about the tiny tears? The Dolphin.
Oh my.
Sets up Simp. It's aBeZy from the top. And instantly it is Capsule left all by his lonesome. Incredibly clean as the tiny tears stand tall and now have brought us to a round 11 after being down 5-2.
Man, it's just these mid-round adjustments. They know how Florida have been liking to play their attacking rounds. You take embassy control, you put the pressure to them. And so far, that has been leading to nothing but success for Atlanta FaZe. Tiny Terrors just take over in that round. Find 3 to now force this round 11. And they're on defense again. Oh, this is going to be tough.
Oh, and fellow, you gotta be kidding me. Not able to land that early shot. All pressure on the Mutineers. Can they finally tame the beasts here on Embassy? And as you said, on the attacking side, go Florida here in round 11. Everything slows down for a moment, and boy, would a pick from fellow mean everything right now for Florida.
No one's on this side of the map. No one is trying to contest this sniper. They're just maintaining middle map control. Simp is able to fly in and find that first bud. Fellow actually gets the hit marker on him as well. So that's kind of not the best case scenario, but Simp is eventually going to get traded 3v3, 3v2 now.
All up to Cellium and Slasher. Can they keep the streak alive? Fellow with that sniper. Cellium goes for the chow. Cellium jumps out, and now it's all up to Slasher, dodging bullets, and eventually is found out. Some smiles and some smirks. That's all we get for the Mutineers, but for FaZe, it's gotta be frustration. Made an incredible comeback, down 5-2. They get it to a round 11. And that Embassy search and destroy record now has got a 1 in the loss column. Incredible work there from Florida, and incredible composure, Jay. I mean, if you're fellow, you get that snipe on the Simp. Not only does he stay alive, but he gets the first blood on your teammate. So many opportunities for the Mutineers could have crumbled, but they stay alive. And now they bring it to a 1-1 scoreline.
And that's a much needed map. Wasn't expecting them to take it because that's usually Atlanta FaZe's best search and destroy, but their game plan was flawless. You shut down that B-bomb pressure like the Dust touched on it. Don't allow that bomb plant to go down. They were able to hold strong on that end, but even in these final couple of rounds where Atlanta FaZe started to make a couple adjustments, Florida Mutineers, that round 11, played it super slow. They were playing from the pressure from the Tiny Terrors. They were locking down PD. No one was going to be able to get into that building, and even if they did, at least the trade was going to be there. Great work from Florida Mutineers to tie the series up 1 with some great game plans in that S&D.
Yeah, all good things must come to an end, and it felt like for Florida, they've definitely been watching some FaZe VOD. There is no doubt about it. They did everything that they needed to, and even that led us to a round 11. Just goes to show how formidable of an opponent that Atlanta FaZe are. But as we said, it's a 1-1 series now. When we come back after the break, we are headed to a good old hotel control. Make sure and stay with us. How's it going, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Lando and Stud closing out week number 1 of our Major IV Qualifiers. Currently, a series going down between the Atlanta FaZe and the Florida Mutineers. Mutineers just shocked the world and handed Atlanta FaZe their first loss on Embassy Search and Destroy. It was wild scenes. We even saw a round 11. So we've already seen some history made, Jay, and I'm curious if history maybe is a theme for this series, because I did a little bit of research coming into this matchup. You and I were chatting about it. It was like, when's the last time that Florida as a franchise has actually beaten Atlanta? We have to go all the way back to 2020. We're going to week 10 of the Paris home series. We don't even do that stuff anymore. It has been over 1,000 days since the Florida Mutineers franchise has taken down Atlanta FaZe in an official series. And I say that because if we talk about different themes that have continued, you and I always know this. If Florida can win a control, it's interesting because Atlanta, every loss that they have this season comes from a control loss.
Yeah, except for the last one. When they played against the NYSL, they were able to win the control, but they ended up falling short all the way in that game number 5. I think if you are Florida, winning that Embassy Search and Destroy will do wonders for your gameplay. Momentum is definitely going to be on their side. Atlanta FaZe, they're not going to be worried about it, but you are feeling a lot better if you are Florida Mutineers not being down 2-0 in this series, going into a control where it's about 50-50 for these guys. The overall organization has a record of 5-7, but this squad specifically has a record of 2-2, and their most recent loss was versus the Minnesota Røkkr at that home series. And the biggest thing that I took away from watching them was just simply their slaying. Like Cap, he did not have a good map on this map right here. He did not have a good performance. Yeah. But if he's able to turn it around with the aggression that he's been able to prove so far in that map number 1, leading into that map number 2, he's a guy that can really set the tone early.
Yeah, he absolutely can. We know right whenever he played on Boston Breach last year what his incredible nature is. Sometimes his inconsistent. Whenever he is playing, he is absolutely frying. As you said, I went back to see the hotel control performance. -24, went 12 and 36. So
not good.
Expecting a much better hotel control performance out of him. But Jay, I'll be honest, I mean, he helps kind of lead the opening, slay out essentially for the Mutineers. But the rest of the squad pretty much handles the rest of it. Mutineers, the early B zone capture, and to A we go.
And they found a couple kills as well. All of Atlanta FaZe coming off spawn, so these kills are going to be massive. As Havoc at least takes down aBeZy, but for all the players that are in towards the same point on the side of Atlanta FaZe, you have to at least win the trade battle. Slasher, he's able to line up 2 headshots, but Capsule is there for the trade. The rest of his teammates are able to strike as Cellium finds the last 2. So they shut down that initial push from Florida. Now you have to think of the game plan. It's all about maintaining kitchen side, and Atlanta FaZe, they're being the aggressor. They're trying to push on out, but Cap cuts them down.
Yeah, it's just so annoying as a Florida player. Like, okay, I'm going to back up, wait for my teammates off the spawn. No, I have 4 players, all from Atlanta FaZe, trying to chase me back to my base. Just the way that it goes when you're facing off against this FaZe squad. They are all out aggression at all times. As things do slow down for the moment, it's basically just waiting for Florida to make that first move. Nades tossed out, trades still back and forth. Mutineers with 2 men alive will have to wait for the rest of their squad to come off the respawn. Minutes still left to go. Definitely still doable here for Florida, but first job, Jay, is to just clear the first wave of FaZe players, and right now they are not doing it.
Yeah, they're not winning any gunfights right now. Atlanta FaZe are able to hold strong on this aggression up through kitchen. Now you're going to force Florida to try to overextend, try to push through the run of map, because they know if you go through kitchen, you got to check every single corner. It's never going to be an easy gunfight, especially going up against Simp and aBeZy, but they find an opening through middle. Capsule with the big kill, Havoc with the second. This might be the opportunity that Florida were looking for.
It is indeed. Still waiting for somebody to hop on an objective. There we go. Time's going to be paused. Now 33 seconds. It is a quick 2-2 trade. Now it's going to be up to Slasher in the back, pulling out the Vaznev. Why not? It is the right place for it. Love the way that FaZe have been playing this A-zone defense, just not wanting to turtle up, wanting to force the issue consistently, trying to force it constantly. Now 15 seconds to go. Last-ditch effort here for the Mutineers.
Last push, and at least Havoc's able to open up with the first, so you just want to take your time on this pinch. Every single player has to try to win a crucial one-on-one. They're able to get in towards the point, but Atlanta FaZe, they just cut them all down. Last player is Havoc. He cannot stop the clock as Atlanta FaZe hold strong over towards that 8 point for 2 minutes to secure the first defense of the map.
Yeah, And like I said, I think it's impressive, right, that FaZe were able to do that. How often do we talk about restaurant is pretty much a given? I know at the end of the game, it's, you know, a little bit of a different scenario, but as you said, 2 minutes where Florida instantly caps that first zone, and from there, all the pressure is put onto FaZe. And, you know, despite maybe not being in the more advantageous positioning when it comes to defense versus offense, I felt like they just had no problem. Like I said, chasing kills, trying to be as aggressive as possible. It just felt like for the Mutineers, they could not find a kill without escaping with their life. Great job here from Atlanta on the defense. We'll see if they can translate that now toward offense as they begin to pretty much diverge right into the center of the map. They've got 2 players on B. They've got somebody also at that A zone. Quite a bit of map positioning from Atlanta. We'll see how Florida looks to deal with it.
Yeah, Florida just got to deal with it. Over towards the speed point. Got to try to take them off of this site. It's going to be all out pressure through to the map. Simp is at least able to find one before he does get cut down. The second segment is already in. The stack is going to be here. Great shots from Slasher. I don't know if he's different without a hat on, Lando, but so far in the respawn, Slasher has been taking over. He's able to earn himself that cruise.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, I don't know if you checked it out or not, the Atlanta FaZe YouTube channel, Slasher Sweets. Indeed, it could be a YouTube series. Stay tuned for it right now on a sweet spree. We'll see if he can continue it with some crispy shots. Eventually does get found out, foiled in the end. So I guess, Jay, this is an instant comparison. Atlanta FaZe, well, they were able to hold pretty much for 2 minutes on this A zone on defense. We'll see if Florida now can do it as well.
Yeah, Florida have to try to mimic the same exact thing, and aBeZy's going to assist him a little bit by shooting Cellium in the back, which eventually leads to Havoc taking him down. So already wave done. It's all about maintaining this map control, staying pushed out towards kitchen, doing a great job of just funneling in towards this side of the map. Don't want to chase this kill though. There's multiple players outside this door. aBeZy's just gonna fly in. He's gonna go for the challenge onto Havoc. He's able to win it while his teammates are still putting on the pressure. This is a bad situation right now for Florida.
Ooh, wonderful work there from aBeZy. My goodness. Simp as well, able to find the third. It is Capsule left between a rock and a hard place. Wanting to go for the challenge. We know how eager this man is to try and foil things. Eventually he does get found out. That is now 2 segments over at A. 1 more to go. One last effort here for Florida. Brad goes for the dive. He will fall. aBeZy's got players below him. 1v1. Now inside, it's Cellium who takes it. And from there, FaZe will win the round. Excellent job here from Atlanta, up 2-0.
And that all comes down to just aBeZy doing what aBeZy does best, man. Winning those close range engagements, even when you think it's basically impossible, he's still somehow, some way, going to put himself in a position to come out on top. Once he finds those 2 kills in towards kitchen, those players are going to spawn all the way across the map because his teammates were already through double arches setting up that pinch. You allow those kills to go in their favor. Atlanta FaZe find all of them after that. Stack is in. Win the big one-on-one versus Capsule towards the final end. Now that puts them up 2-0 on the map.
See if they can close it out here. It has been pretty much easy picking so far at that B zone. Really for both squads. As we said in this phase, who've come out on top. Both on attack and on defense. And this time for Florida, they do decide to initiate pretty much everybody over at that A zone. Wanting to really kind of play this a little bit more comfortably, a little bit more calm. Taking a look at those numbers overall, Jay, Fellow, not the greatest of performances, 3 and 10. You see him step it up alongside the rest of the squad, and well, we can see Mutineers maybe finally put a 1-up on that scoreboard.
It all starts by just closing out these points. Already the second segment is going to be in, but players from Atlanta FaZe, they're not going to give this one up for free. aBeZy and Simp do fall though, so now the only player here is going to be Slasher. He's just trying to play for a couple exit kills. They actually leave him to a 1v1, but Brack is able to clutch on up. They're trying to transition over. They're trying to chain it over towards this speed point. It's all about these kills, but Cellium, he's able to find 2, relieve that pressure, shut down that initial push.
We've seen FaZe lockdown defense at A for 2 minutes. Now can they do it over at B? The continuous theme, as you said, Jay, coming into this was the lack of slang for Florida. We saw it really be on Capsule in that game versus Minnesota. I know I just called it out for Fellow. I believe 4 and 10 or 4 and 11 right now. And that little difference, that little situation, that one little stat nugget could really be the defining factor in what could allow for Florida to eventually get onto this B zone. Brack does get dropped toward the bottom side, and from there, FaZe clear. Another wave, a minute and a half away from calling this game number 3 theirs.
And Florida now put in a situation where they have to make a decision. Do we rat back and try to fight out bed? We have no bedroom control as aBeZy and Cellium are already pushed out towards back plat. Cellium finds himself on a 5 spree, can potentially earn himself a cruise missile if he can pick up another. And he does just that. 17-9. Cruise missile earned. Already a minute down. Florida, they cut their losses. They're deciding we got to go for the overextension. Let's stop fighting bed.
Great little push now brewing for the Mutineers. They actually don't decide to go for the full flank. They send everybody through middle. And that does not work out greatly at all. Tyler Fellow, yeah, he's found out too. Mutineers, I felt like they had something good going, and instantly it is dropped. Now with 40 seconds on the clock, they're really going to try to do it again. Simp tries to go for the dolphin dive. That would have been absolutely terrifying if he was able to grab it, but 30 seconds to go, maybe one last good push, and Capsule jumps out with no teammate support. Sloppy plays here for Florida.
Yeah, Florida just can't find their way in. Even when they're trying to overextend, Atlanta FaZe have read the play beautifully with only final 15 seconds on the clock. At least they have somewhat better control, but Slasher and aBeZy, they combine for 2. Fellow and Capsule still trying to keep it alive. Just have to take down Simp and Cellium. It's never an easy task. Time is starting to tick, and this is looking like Atlanta FaZe in a clean 3-up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you said for a moment, like, okay, Florida, there's a chance. All you gotta do is take down Simp and Cellium. Not an easy task. Not one that I think I would ever complete in my entire life, as a matter of fact. But
bronze rank, brother.
Actually, we're in silver, Jay. I'll be honest. We have.
Nice.
Lately, yeah. It's you know, I don't like to talk, but I don't like to gloat all that much. But you know, we have upgraded, and so have FaZe. 3-0 here at the hotel control. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, it's just hard to avoid Fellow stat line here. Like, just because of what you said. I know he has 7 assists, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And I felt like the team necessarily just wasn't in a good state of mind when it came to certain pushes. Like at the end, it just felt like their work toward the ending, you know, stages of that last round just weren't great. Not everybody in a direct line of cohesion, but you said it yesterday. Like when it came down to that series versus Minnesota, they got outslayed. I mean, obviously most players go negative here outside of Cap, which is a welcoming sight, but 6 and 15, you need every single person to at least putting up consistent numbers if you're going to take down any team, let alone Atlanta.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're at the top of your game when you're playing against some of the top teams in the league. And versus Atlanta FaZe, if you struggle in the slaying, it's never going to be an easy task to try to take this team down. So if you are Florida Mutineers, you just got to completely forget about this map. And it's not going to be easy because of the way Atlanta FaZe were able to do it. It's not like Florida came out and did absolutely nothing. They started off this map by closing out that B point immediately. Only needed to capture A, but just those gunfights were just not easy. Simp and aBeZy always staying pushed out towards kitchen. Even with them dropping, Slasher even picked up a fast name and he was holding down that position. So all of Atlanta FaZe played that extremely correct. They held down the power spots. They made the kills a lot more easy. They forced Florida to funnel in certain areas and played right into their hand. Atlanta FaZe looking kind of different, man. It's usually when we talk about Atlanta, it's always about their search and destroy. Their respawn has been lacking. But from map 1 to map 3 was flawless and map 1 was almost there. This is scary if you are Florida, because now you have to win an Embassy hardpoint where they have an overall 1-7 record. This is not good.
Yeah, this is it definitely gets, you know, more worrisome for sure. You know, it feels like if you were to tell me, like, you know, the Mutineers were going to win a map out of the first 3, I would, you know, definitely assume it was going to be pretty much anything other than the Embassy Search Destroy. But
yeah,
here we are, 2 for 2 in respawns. We'll see if FaZe can make it 3 for 3, or if we will be going to that Mercado Search and Destroy, which is pretty fun, Jay, because, well, Florida, they managed to beat Atlanta, and they're one of their best Search Destroy maps, a map that they were undefeated on. That game 5 as well, which is going to be guaranteed if you are the Mutineers, in terms of, like, if you could win this Embassy hardpoint, you're going to have to play that Mercado. Maybe they have the chance to do it again. Maybe they have that special sauce. When it comes down to this Embassy HP, though, don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. Who does it have to be? What are the players, or rather, what players are you looking out for on this map specifically?
I'm definitely looking at Fellow. Didn't really have the best performance in that map number 3. This is a guy who has the ability to play really well for his team, lead them in the communication, and also lead in the slaying. So on a map like Embassy, where he is running that man AR for this squad, he has to be the guy to really set the tone, hold down the power positions, make sure he's setting up his teammates, his SMGs to just roam freely, spawning on the better side of the map. So that's the biggest thing, because Atlanta FaZe on some Embassy hardpoint, they simply suck at rotations. They do not put themselves on the better side of the map for the beginning of these hills. But then on the opposite side for Florida, like I said, 1-7 record. You know the stats aren't good. They are dead last in holes. They are dead last in breaks. So if you're giving up rotations to Atlanta FaZe, it's over in 3. I mean, it's over in 4.
Yeah, and honestly too, like I do see a few opportunities here for the Mutineers maybe to walk away with this map, or to at least make it competitive, just given the fact that, you know, if you are Atlanta FaZe, as we know, man, you called it out. I think Ali was bringing it up, or maybe had been tweeting about it lately. When it comes down to Atlanta FaZe, like, just when it comes down to the way that they've been playing hardpoint, at least lately, like, it's not really based off rotations. They're banking on those breaks. They're banking on those holds once they manage to have the hardpoint in their grasp. FaZe are coming off of a 3-0 win. You know, they felt like they had the chance to maybe close this one out in 3 if one round goes differently. Maybe if you're the Mutineers, as you said, you see some consistency maybe coming in from this man and Cat. Maybe Havoc goes on a little bit of a spree. You win a few of those rotations, you absolutely can make FaZe work for this W.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. You got to win a couple rotations, and this is a guy that you have to shut down. 1.77 already on the series. Like, if Cellium is ever under a 1.0 KD, I need you to let me know, because I think it's a super rare thing, like a rare candy in Pokemon. It just simply does not pop up. He's just different, man. Florida starting off on the better side. They're going to try to play for some P1 time, but Simp with the Kobe right to the face of Capsule takes him off of that one.
Instantly, I love that. Cellium, just a rare Pokemon, Jay. I never really collected Pokemon cards, but I'll tell you what, if I got a rare Cellium, I would keep that for sure. I don't know.
Oh yeah, without question.
Would be.
I'll get him to sign it and everything. That's my guy, MacArthur.
He's definitely a holo, but if he was a Pokemon, which one would he be, you think?
Charizard, because he's literally godlike. So
easy. Love that pick, Jay. I don't know anything about Pokemon, but I know who Charizard is. Into the heart. Nice. We go, and it's Big Cap starting things off nicely. I love to say Big Cap. Instant work into the P1 as he looks to get things going. Everybody in search of those bottom side spawns. Currently, it is going to be a 2 versus 2 fight. Everybody spawns up, and now long range shots. Rack versus Slasher, and well, that van will do all the work for good old Litigo. The headbutt into the point we go. FaZe with the minor lead.
FaZe with the minor lead, and Cellium's working his way towards back gas, but Fellows able to sniff him on out. So if you are Florida, at least you put yourself in a great position to find this break on this hill, or at least not allow Atlanta FaZe to get a majority of this time. Great shots from Havoc to take down Simp. You got Slasher at 1 HP. Somebody hit a stun, someone hit an aid. But nothing's going to come over the top as the trophy system is going to keep him alive. That eventually sets up aBeZy on the pinch. He finds 2. Cellium with the third. Last player up is going to be Capsule. But now it's all going to be about this rotations. With FaZe finding a couple of kills, going to be a man disadvantage already at the next. And that's not a good way to start. You need to make sure you set up at these hills early if you are Florida.
Yeah, these are some great spawns as well that Atlanta are getting. I think aBeZy spawned up in orange, makes the hit to allow for the pitch to be solid for FaZe. Spawns up again over at middle. Then Atlanta have those numbers to now pretty much bounce their way quickly into the ACs. This is pretty much the hard points, Jay, that we look at when it comes down to Embassy. It is going to be this hard point as well as the next one. All about the top side of the map. Both teams will battle and duel to try and lock it down. Early time was going the way of Atlanta. However, few members from Florida waltzed their way on in, and now they could be in threat of a lead change.
It could be, but you still have to worry about aBeZy, who's just trying to take you off, take his time in towards orange, because you know he is currently one shot. Get that player off the time for now, but he goes for the chow. Beautiful crossfire set up by Fellow, sitting in towards top ET to at least relieve some of that pressure. But Atlanta FaZe from top bridge able to get right back on in, and with only 20 seconds left, now you're going to force Florida off that rotation, and that's a big 2 kills because at least you're relieving some of that pressure from O.
Yeah, I think you're happy with that if you are the Mutineers. All things considered, early rotation for FaZe. We talked about how AC can absolutely be a money hill. You make them work for it, and you ultimately pretty much do not lose the rotation. We'll see what Slasher can do in the meantime toward the back end, as he'll actually be able to tap away at Fellow. So by no means all forces up currently for the Mutineers. And toward the back, FaZe are going to waltz their way in. Brack lines up 2 and make it 3. Wonderful work there from Mr. Newberry as he delivers a triple, and the Mutineers begin to watch what hopefully should be a lead change and maybe a solid lead earned. 35 seconds to go at office.
Yeah, that was great plays from Brack and Havoc. The only two players there for Florida Mutineers at the time. Brack is able to find 3 and shut down that initial push from Atlanta FaZe. So now with 25 seconds left, this is where Atlanta tend to make a couple mistakes. They're still challenging goal with only 20 seconds left. We have to hit that rotation over towards Kitchen. But at least they win a couple gunfights. They're able to get those close spawns over towards next. But Florida with a great hold over towards P3, give themselves a nice little 30-point lead.
Yeah, and with a few of those late challenges, again, you're going to have some guys sitting in the respawn screen. So it does allow for the Mutineers to pretty much weasel their way throughout the map, pretty much uncontested. And if you had, you know, again, those players rotating, it may not be as easy. We'll see what the Mutineers can do with a slim to maybe not at all type of advantage. Capsule 12 and 9 trying to lead, initiate a little bit of something inside of the kitchen. He eventually flounders, but for the rest of the Mutineers, you necessarily can't say the same. Fellow pulling out that Vaz and watch it work. Great work coming in from Tyler Fellow. Lead continuing to grow now for the Mutineers. They know where FaZe are at, and they are running at them. Wonderful job here for the Mutineers. And we'll see if they can lock the remaining 20 seconds down.
Yeah, this is a big time right here if you can get this. If you are Florida, you know where the pressure's coming in from. Just got to win these trade battles as Capsule's going to start it off. Fortunately, he's only able to take down one. Brack eventually gets shut down as well. So Atlanta FaZe, they find the break with about 10 seconds left. So that remaining time is going to be theirs. But what a first set of rotations in the hard points from Florida. Yeah. Get a great answer. Keep P3 scrappy. Full 60 hold at P4. About 30 to 40 seconds in towards Kitchen. Exactly how you want to answer to try to force that game 5.
Yeah, like you said, it just kind of feels like they're pretty focused on what the game plan is. Like they're not necessarily trying to run with the likes of Atlanta FaZe, just trying to rotate, trying to set up, establish what they can. And I think, you know, as we talk about it so often, man, like I said, the P3 to P4 rotation, great work to at least make FaZe work for ACs. They hold down pretty much all the time over at the office, and that's the scoreline that you're going to see pretty much 9 times out of 10. But speaking of numbers, as we said, that P2 is what we are focusing on, and Mutineers are not about to let it slide. 3 members toward the bottom. FaZe awarded the final 13 at P1, and from there, Mutineers are essentially going to make Atlanta have to go for the attack here.
Yeah, they have to force them to rotate, at least find a break, because all of Florida, they're ready for the push. They know where the pressure's coming in from. Hopefully Brack has a trophy system to assist them, but no. Slasher with the nade is now going to be able to take streak control. Florida Mutineers are in a very sticky situation. You're getting those close spawns towards back gas, but you don't want to allow Atlanta FaZe to get this next wave of kills and eventually spawn you guys out. But what a repitch coming in from Havoc. Secure those spawns for his team. Brack finds a 3rd, Capsule with the 4th, and finally, Florida able to get on that point.
Yeah, they had to work for it. They had to allow for a few kills to go the opposite direction, but that pinch eventually does get established. Wonderful work there from Havoc. Oh, great shots covered in from Capsule. Was not firing on all cylinders yesterday versus Røkkr, but he is now confident as you'd like. Just runs right into the line of sight there of Slasher, regardless of it. 13 seconds on a fight for at P2, but it is Mutineers in commanding lead. And now, Jay, we're already talking about it for FaZe. This has got to be a lockdown hill. Last time it was not.
Yeah, you got to get some good time if you are Atlanta FaZe, and with Cellium dropping in that position that he was, it's not going to make it any easier, because you know at least one player from Florida is working that deep flank over towards PD, but so is Simp on the flank towards top bridge. He's able to cut down 2. Slasher reads the play from Havoc, and they maintain the better side of the map. So far, this has been uncontested 20 seconds. Atlanta FaZe, great hole.
It's a great position as well from Cellium, so that is going to be player 6 and Simp, who's also spawning toward the top side of the map. So FaZe doing what they have to and pretty much setting up an escape route. Regardless of how these gunfights go, they're going to be in a good position regardless of it. And with that, Slasher wins his fight. Final 20 look good to belong to FaZe. Another lead change inbound, as well as a big 1v1 happening over at the office. Player 5 versus player 1. See if Cellium or Capsule is able to take it. He will fall. Florida gets scrapped. FaZe get rotation.
Now this time around, Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be able to set up for this P4 hill. You take down the player that was coming off hold. You're cutting down the hallways. Unfortunately, Cellium with that team kill onto aBeZy might cause them some problems. Where the last two players from Atlanta FaZe going to spawn all the way across the map towards mid-tennis. So it's going to be Florida just flooding on into the hill. Every single body flies on in. They find the kills and they get the break.
Yeah, they see that team kill pop up and the kill feed. They're like, all right, boys, let's go. Let's get into this. Taking advantage of every opportunity are the Mutineers. Back and forth we go. A wild aBeZy hardpoint so far, and it looks to only elevate itself that much more. Mutineers continue to lock it down. 20 seconds still to fight for, and Slasher wants every single point. Mutineers will lock up the final 15, and now the rotation comes in toward Kitchen. Last time around, Jay, it was an early break from Florida, and no pun intended, but it was all out chaos, all out havoc when it came down to the Vaznevs. Here from the Mutineers, can they do it again and extend their advantage? Let's step aside though and go to the comms and listen with Atlanta FaZe.
Too close right.
Yes, bro, got bro.
It's too close right, bro. Okay, so I'm gonna break here, okay?
Orange on me, chow me. He's or sign. He's on sign.
Come left.
I mean.
Okay.
He's got.
That guy's gonna spawn up right.
I spawn on orange, guys. Yeah, good. Like, one shot, dead.
Let's just spawning items, try to go fast. Back alley.
One shot back alley, cap. I'm trying fast. On the head.
You're there, bro.
I'll go.
We still win this. Yeah. Don't pressure on this.
I'm playing bridge.
We need to pressure on this. Yeah, we got to. I'm staying top office. One's P2 all right now.
In cafe, one shot in cafe.
That's two wall there. Have no time. Just two on time now.
Cafe time, we went to there. I'm spawning.
I mean, those are fine comms, but it's not equaling out to anything, Jay. I mean, it's an instant break over at Kitchen, and now we're less than 15 seconds away from calling game here for the Mutineers and having a game 5 forced.
Florida. They just came out swinging, man. They find the break in towards Kitchen, hold it for basically a full 60, and now only 14 points away from forcing this game number 5. Atlanta FaZe have to start playing some perfect COD. You got to make sure you don't allow them to get any time off this P1, but you want to fight these gunfights towards the backside of parking lot. You're trying to maintain that P2, but Florida Mutineers, 12 seconds away. All someone needs to do is hop on the point, but they're thinking about playing for those spawns. You see Havoc, he has yet to move from Xbox.
Looking to change anything up, but how about Capsule? So far throughout this series, he has been a man on a mission. 0.5 yesterday versus Minnesota. He's looking for a 1.5 here in this series. Only a few more points left here for the Mutineers. The final 5 will begin to tick away at that first hard point. And now to the parking lot we go. Havoc, the first line of defense. Meanwhile, it's Capsule trying to put a fork in FaZe. Oh, he can't.
Oh,
he's not able to take it. And now here comes Atlanta. 2 members strong toward the back lines. Brack snaking his heart out. Give him the dub. Give him the victory. Game 5. Here we come.
What a hard point for Florida, man. They come out and they make the statement. They knew what the game plan was. We win a couple rotations. We will be able to set up properly and hold down some of these money hills. And even when they didn't win rotations, they were finding the breaks at the beginning of all of these hills. Atlanta FaZe, even with putting themselves towards the top SC spawns, towards that P4, they just couldn't get the proper setup, man. They're lacking in the fundamentals, and you see Florida were able to capitalize on it every single time. What a performance from Capsule. 32 and 27, almost 60 engagements on the map, but the other AR on the opposite side in Brack. 28 and 16, holding down the power positions. The Super Soaker alongside Fellow with almost 2 minutes in hill. They just allowed the SMGs to roam free, maintain the spawns, and just played some beautiful aBeZy hardpoint, man. This series is not going how I expected, Lando, but somehow, some way, we are going to a game 5.
But Jay, are you surprised? Are you surprised? Like I said,
it's probably the jackets, man. Like, we're matching today.
I tweeted out. I was like, you know what? I heard that apparently if you're matching with your duo, it means that we're going to game 5s. Well, you and I have got 2 of those. Not that we needed the extra buff, but, you know, we've got it today. Who would have thought Atlanta versus Florida going all the distance? It is what it is. Mercado Search Destroy up next. As we said, another technically map that FaZe is undefeated on. Can Florida make it back to back? Are they about to beat FaZe on aBeZy and on Mercado? That would be wild, but that is what it takes to take down a roster like the Atlanta FaZe. You do not want to miss this. The conclusion to this series and this opening week here of our Major IV qualifiers will continue right after this break. How's it going, friends, and welcome back to the Major IV qualifiers. What a crazy and wild day that it has been. We came into this series talking about Atlanta FaZe versus Florida Mutineers. We'd be happy if it at least saw a game 4, considering you'd imagine Atlanta are hungry to get a W. I guess you could say the same thing for the Mutineers, but they're off the 3-0 loss versus Minnesota yesterday at that Wisconsin home series. Now, Jay, I don't know what to think. We're going to a game 5. I don't think any of us expected it to get here, especially in the way that it happened. Florida beat Atlanta on Embassy Search and Destroy? Can they beat them on Mercado too?
That would be insane, brother, because we're talking about stats like 9-0 on Embassy S&D. Atlanta FaZe undefeated on the map. Should have been an easy one for them, but Florida clutch on up. 1-7 for Florida Mutineers on Embassy Hardpoint, and they make that one look easy. You see the records for both of these teams, 3-0 for Atlanta FaZe. When you talk about the numbers for Atlanta, everything on this map is number one. First blood, attacking rounds, defensive rounds, everything goes in their favor. But Florida, they are just trying to keep their champ stream alive, man. Taking a team down like Atlanta FaZe can do wonders for your confidence going forward, and magically making it to this game number 5. This is a crucial moment for both squads.
It is indeed. Into round 1 we go. Information gained for either side. Simp, position looked like it was known. He was stunned in the middle of the map, but it does not matter. Him and aBeZy handling business, and good night to Tyler Fellow. A statement round number 1 there for FaZe.
I just meals. That was way too fast. You had Cellium whip out the sniper. He's able to watch over Simp as he pushes right out the middle of the map through tunnel. He's able to start off with the initial 2. And then when the trades are starting to be abound, aBeZy whips out that AR and he's able to find the final 2. Already the Tiny Terrors are making their impact felt early into this map. Up 1-0 is Atlanta.
Good God. All right. Well, as we said, Embassy Search Destroy was dominant for FaZe. There's a reason why nobody's been playing them on Mercado, though. Maybe for reasons like that. Scary indeed. However, pretty much a mimic strategy coming in for the Mutineers. Sniper over the top, Fellow. Not able to hit it. In the meantime, they did send Havoc over through that middle tunnel. And this is a pick that he's going to need to find. Simp, aBeZy again. Everybody winning their gunfights, as now it is all left up to Fellow. A sniper and a pistol is all that he's got. And we'll see what he can do. 4 members to take down. And a bomb that has got to get planted. Tagged up and nearly bagged up. Best of luck.
I can't believe Atlanta FaZe just didn't go for the Eagle Chow. The guy's got a sniper pistol. We can all just run at him. There's no way in hell he's going to be able to get 4 quick scopes in a row. But once again, the Tiny Terrorists make it happen. First blood from Simp. aBeZy there for the instant trade. Already starting off at 5-0. This has not been a good time for Florida. These rounds are going by super damn fast. Now that leads to Atlanta FaZe already up 2-0.
For the Mutineers, I mean, like I said, 2 rounds that have quickly gone by. They were actually off of a loss on Mercado Search Destroy yesterday. They played it versus Minnesota, lost 6 rounds to 3. Only positive really was Fellow. I feel like Jay put up 6 snipes in that game alone. Other than that, not really too much to speak of out of the Mutineers. aBeZy again with the first blood. Cuts away. Havoc Slasher is there to drop Fellow as well into the instant 3v2. And boy, do you need an answer if you are the Mutineers. A quick 1v3 for Cap. What has he got?
1v3 for Cap. Slasher's going for that stretch plant. Stun comes in. They know exactly where he's coming from. Let me just tell you right now, I don't want to play Atlanta FaZe on this map. Just the way that they are playing it so far, non-stop aggression. They're not worried about the pressure in towards Cantinas because they have 2 of the best SMG players to ever touch the sticks in those initial engagements. Find another first blood. That's so far 3 on the map for Atlanta FaZe. Now that leads to a flawless scoreline so far, 3-0 for Atlanta.
We were talking about coming into this series just in general, Jay. The fact that FaZe are on a 3-series losing streak. It's the first time it's happened in CDL history. We're going to bring it up about how, well, okay, aBeZy drops off the rip. We're going to talk about how, really, for Atlanta, they've got to come in pretty much hungry. And you thought maybe coming into this game 5, they'd have a few of those nerves, but by no means. Feels like a Mercado. It's a chance for them to stretch their legs, keep that gameplay moving. All out aggression so far throughout our first 3.5 rounds. And the Mutineers pretty much have that Cantina door slammed right in their face. They'll back on up. And given that, Brack will actually stay here while the rest of the team decides to go for a bomb rotation.
They're trying to play the mind games right now with Atlanta. With Brack holding down this position, he's hoping he gets a couple sound cues of a couple players trying to rotate off. And it looks like it might be working out perfectly. It's what Florida are trying to do. Gets some information on the Slasher. Fellow's able to take him down, so it's all up to Simp and Cell. Can they clutch up in the 2v3?
Oh, Fellow. Great gunfight win versus Simp. You see the mind games that have absolutely been played. But Cellium 1v3, not able to take it. That round has Fellow's name written all over it. Not with the snipe, but this time with the tack. They get pretty much bruised and battered at the cantina. They make FaZe have to gamble, make them get a little uncomfortable by not actually expressing aggression. And with that, FaZe go for the rotation. They get cut out in middle map. In Florida, finally, after 4 rounds, Jay, they've got one.
Yeah, that was good work from Florida to find that first blood onto aBeZy. And then even when things got a little bit scary towards Cantinas, they slowed down the game. They forced Atlanta to rotate. They played right into what they wanted them to do. Florida able to finally get one on the board, but now you just have to figure out how you want to stop this aggression. Over towards this A-bomb, another first blood for aBeZy. aBeZy finds 2. He cannot be stopped, man.
Oh, you know he wants to go for the third. He wants to go for the third. Cellium takes it. Is it a hat trick? Not today. Not today. Brack thankfully finds one, and you can tell, man, you can tell for the Mutineers, they want to slow down the game, but they just cannot get a harness on FaZe. They cannot slow them down. Brack trying to go for the cheeky angle, but it's not going to work out. FaZe lose 1 round, and they say, well, that looks to be all that we're going to lose. Aggression once more established. 4-1.
They just got to figure out how to stop that Cantina's push, man. Because Atlanta FaZe and their SMGs are just not slowing down. No hesitation on that aggression. Over towards Hedge side. They find another first blood on the round. Keep in mind that aBeZy does have that cruise missile to work with, but he might not even decide to invest it with the way that they're currently playing in this map number 5. Like to see Florida try to get another first blood with the nades, slow down that pressure, but it's all about just slowing down this game because you're playing into the hand that Atlanta FaZe wants you to have.
Havoc, their main man, over at the Cantinas, thankfully does get on the board after an 0-4 start. As we said, the main guy that really could be a threat inside of this part of the map. Bit of a slow performance, thankfully. He's able to get one. And with that, FaZe wait. And look to play patient. All eyes onto the Mutineers. Bomb on the back of Fellow. Gonna dive in on the bomb. Actually finds a pick there on the slasher. Quick 2v4.
2v4 now, and both the Atlanta players are here. Ready for the push still. Through Cantinas. Fellow's just gonna fly out with the bomb. Cellium eventually sets up the team shots. Eventually tries to set up Simp to find 2, but he's at least able to get out with his life. Now it's all up to Cellium in a 2v1 situation. Capsule's gonna line it up. I thought it got a little bit scary, but Florida Mutineers, just a couple more bodies on that side of the map, are able to win the trade engagements and come out on top in the round. Now down 4-2.
That was one of the most disrespectful 1v2s I've ever seen.
Oh, God.
Look at the 2v4. Simp and Cellium just casually knocking a few away, and then Cellium in the 1v2 just goes for the dolphin dive out the window. We've seen that happen a few times, like Krim back on checkmate, like in Cold War. Cellium from the top side of the Cantinas goes for the dolphin dive. The craziest part is that he absolutely can win a fight like that, regardless. 4 rounds to 2. Swing round indeed. We'll see what the Mutineers can do with a little bit of life as aBeZy looks to bring in the streak and hopefully get them to that series point. Cruise missile looking for information and does. Hits off the building, and that is Fellow who's caught.
So now in the 3v4, Atlanta know that they have not all the pressure over towards B. Havoc tries to make the hero play, but he gets sniffed out. Now in the 4v2, left up the capsule. Hand Brack as that bomb is now going to be planted. Slasher holding back middle head glitch. Capsule is basically trapped. What can Brack do? He at least wins the initial gunfight and gets out with his life. Makes it a more manageable play, but Simp cuts down Cap. Now it's all up to Brack. 1v3.
Yeah, I know there's just not a whole lot of time left. Capsule's left in an awkward spot, but still just not a whole lot of cohesion there for the Mutineers. Once that streak comes in, it's just all-out chaos in this round. FaZe utilized that cruise missile perfectly. And from there, it's been a few rounds at times for Florida, but they deny the swing round, and now they've got pretty much everything going for them. As we said, Mutineers have had their moments, but Atlanta looking to close the series out here.
And right there, Florida, they were playing for a different little look over there to try to stop that Cantina's push, but it was complete blind counter on the side of Atlanta FaZe. They said, all right, We've been pushing you over towards that A-bomb every single time. You guys haven't been able to shut us down. But this time, we're going to catch you off guard with the cruise missile. Use it to get the information to get the bomb down at B for free. She's now going to put Atlanta FaZe at game point. And another dash over here towards the cantina.
Well, Cellium takes down Slasher off the start. Normally, we'd be beginning to panic, but thankfully...
Hey, it's a first blood.
That's true. I don't know if that actually counts as a first blood. We'll have to talk to our stats guy, Tim, about that one. aBeZy does find the first technically kill when it comes down to the opposite side of things. Simp at the same time.
Oh, man.
Finds one on to Havoc. A 2 versus 3 now for Florida. And what can they do given this position, given this spot? Looking to join up. Brothers in arms. Can they come away with the clutch?
Up to the arrows on the side of Florida. Making that rotation over towards B. Simp and aBeZy are both still alive, so you know they're running around as an army of 2, but Cellium's also a part of them, so it's 3 of them that you gotta try to win gunfights versus. As the trophy is gonna get down, time is starting to tick. All of Atlanta FaZe here for the retake.
Timing works out, fellow. Able to escape with his life. Both into 10 they go. Brack ends up dropping aBeZy. Now it's up to Cellium and Simp. Time continues to tick. Fellow jumps out and is able to win that one as well. So now it is up to Simp for the series, and he is gonna go for the defuse.
No way.
In broad daylight.
No way.
In broad daylight. Oh my God. Florida go for the chow. They take him down. And it just feels like anything other than that play is what's expected. Simp punches in the digits, and fellow, the intuition to maybe just check the bomb, the double, or just to make sure, just to double check. And with that, the Mutineers deny what would have been hilarity. That's for sure, Jay.
Yeah, Florida, we're able to clutch on up in a 2v3 situation. Brack with a huge one-on-one versus aBeZy, and then fellow, like you said, jumping out of top window, going for the chow onto Cellium, winning that 1v1. Such a crucial gunfight to keep them alive in this search and destroy. But how do you shut down this pressure towards green? You know where aBeZy and Simp are going to be. This time they get their trophy system down. Capsule's able to find the first blood. Already a different story.
Oh my goodness, and Cap right in the canteen. Wow. aBeZy gets gifted too. Florida, you did everything right, except you didn't account for aBeZy. Brings it in now to the 2v2. Position known of a few players. It's the double chow, and now it's all up to Brack, and there he goes. Atlanta FaZe deny Mutineers the upset and managed to get their first win on the board here in the Major IV Qualifiers. Florida made it close. They gave it all that they got, but it was not enough today. FaZe with the Game 5 win.
FaZe do what they do best, and that's in search and destroy on one of their better maps where they just take over, set the tone nice and early. You see the stat line from aBeZy. He had 4 first bloods, 14 and 5, 11 non-traded kills. He was just all over the map. Florida, they started to adapt as we got deeper into these rounds, but at that point, it was just too late. Atlanta FaZe gave themselves a nice little comfortable cushion in the score column, where they were able to just do exactly what they do best, and that's all-out aggression towards that green side. Florida simply did not have an answer, and I thought they did in that final round. They get the first 2 kills. It's a 2v4 situation, but once you find those first 2 kills, you got to be able to slow it down, hit the stop button, just basically put your controller down, because you don't want to give aBeZy, especially in green, one-on-one after one-on-one to eventually turn it into a 2v2. Atlanta FaZe, they got it done. It wasn't pretty, but at least they were able to clutch up in that game number 5 on the opposite side for Florida. I thought they played a great series, man. You just got to go back to that map number 1, where that's usually a strong one for them. They usually like to play some hotel hardpoint, but Atlanta FaZe is a little bit more fundamentally sound on that map number 1, and eventually are able to close it out all the way into game number 5 to get their first win in the major.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Jay, but it feels like we're going to leave this series kind of talking more highly about Florida than we will for Atlanta, despite FaZe walking away with the dub. I mean, I know we could talk about, some of those hardpoint struggles. It feels like for the Mutineers, you just wanted to see them show out, play at least a competitive series, and they did it, right? They win that embassy search, destroy. They look great on that embassy hardpoint. I think it's fair to say Florida leave this series with some improvements to work on, and you can absolutely say the same about Atlanta FaZe. They've got to be ready for week 2 of our Major IV qualifiers, but thankfully they get the job done. They get the dub here today. But that's going to do it for myself and Jay. Back-to-back Game 5s, Desk. We did our best. Take it away, guys.
Florida gave me so much hope. I had all of my points riding on that upset, and I was starting to brag in the green room. Then all of a sudden, FaZe becomes FaZe, and aBeZy's like, let me just drop 14 kills this Game 5, and we'll send them packing. But that got sloppy for a little bit there. Florida, definitely dangerous, especially if you allow them to play on aBeZy.
Yeah, no, the fact that Florida pushed us to a Game 5, I completely agree with Jay and Lando, and they're saying, you know, I'm definitely talking more high about Florida coming off that loss, having the strength of schedule ahead of them to push Atlanta to a game number 5. That S&D on that search and destroy on aBeZy was masterclass out of Florida Mutineers. They double hit the A side on both times on offense, catch Atlanta FaZe on off guard, and just some of the ways that they were countering the plays. Again, there's a lot of VOD review when it comes to Atlanta FaZe on that map. Nobody's just been able to actually put a stop to it. And finally, they're now 9-1.
Absolutely. We saw some switch ups as well. Fella with the sniper out making some plays in that game too. But you also talk about the aBeZy Hardpoint. Now, mind you, these are Atlanta FaZe's 2 best maps, aBeZy Hardpoint and aBeZy S&D. Florida just beat Atlanta FaZe on both of those, right? Capsule, big turnaround from yesterday's series versus Minnesota. Today, he played fantastic. They really, truly outclassed Atlanta FaZe on that map. But in the end, when we look at this series, it's a Game 5 victory where Atlanta FaZe took over, win that search and destroy, do exactly what they need to do. And to me, and I can't wait to get the interview so I can ask Cellium, it seems like maybe some of their better maps, things that have been their bread and butter, are taking a dip because they're focusing on other things, right?
Interesting.
Because there were some improvements that we saw, like the hotel control. If you look as of late, like they've played hotel control, I think, in 7 consecutive series. They've lost 3 or 4 of those. So today, much cleaner hotel control that we saw. And then also the hotel hardpoint looked pretty damn good.
I think Florida is just, or sorry, I should say FaZe is just entertaining us this week. That is 10 games, 20 rounds in Game 5s from Atlanta FaZe this week. The loss to NYSL, and then, of course, the victory tonight. Let's take a look at our play of the game, though. From the one game that was a clean sweep, a 3-0 in control. What made this squad so dangerous, Nameless?
Yeah, I mean, what we saw throughout this control, they just established really good control, especially on their defense, no pun intended. We saw aBeZy and Cellium sitting up top bedroom, back and forth, and then just left Florida Mutineers in a tough situation. Like, what do we want to do? Do we want to overextend? Do we want to wrap back? We're having no success anywhere. So clearly the comms are on point, and then as well as their offensive pushes, like just timing them out perfectly when they converge and play off those kills.
I was really impressed by their defense in this map, simply because Atlanta FaZe, where they have been hiccuping in those controls, it's been on that defensive end of thing. They're 9th right now in the league when it comes to defense off of stage number 3. So to see them win this in a 3-0 fashion and play their defense the way that they did, they played their lives a little bit more. I felt like Simp and aBeZy got a lot more comfortable on a map like Hotel, where they should be comfortable. This is a map where Atlanta FaZe should be able to go a little rogue on.
A lot of reps on it, right?
Like you said, it's good to see that they're getting better at it.
It's time to bring in the one and only MacArthur. Welcome to the screen, Mr. Cellium. How we doing today?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? I'm doing good.
Excellent. Welcome back to the show. Tonight, I was expecting to get home a little bit early. With the sun still up, I was going to go out, enjoy some dinner outside. Now I'm eating indoors. Cellium, what happened to this series? How did Florida take you all the way to a Game 5?
I feel like our first S&D, I feel like Florida was doing a really good job of power counting us. So I feel like that map was kind of like, it was close, but I feel like we could have taken it still. And then the aBeZy hardpoint, I feel like it's kind of dipped, like how you guys said, it's kind of like falling off a little bit. So I feel like after we get that on point, it should be cleaned up soon.
2.17 in your search and destroys today. What is it about that game mode that just makes you so comfortable?
It's just our better and better. I feel like S&D is just how like our whole team loves it. So I mean, it's just easy for me to like just get my picks and stuff, you know.
Yeah, and across every game mode. I mean, are we right? Cellium, I mean, one of the best players in the game. I do have to ask, though, obviously, the numbers can only say so much. You know, me and others as viewers can only say so much about y'all's hardpoint watching it from outside of the game. But inside of the game, where do you guys feel like you're most making those struggles when it comes to your hardpoints? Because you have the talent on the roster, but for some reason, that's where you guys have kind of misstepping.
I feel like it's just our holding. I feel like sometimes when we hold, like our team gets broken a lot. But I mean, it's just a lot of things, to be honest. It's not really like I can't really pinpoint one thing that we're like messing up on. But it's, I mean, it's like a lot of things, to be honest.
Cellium, talk to me about control a little bit. So I've noticed you guys are basically only playing Hotel. I know Expo's now in the mix. You've been on this team for a long time, and for the majority of that time, you guys have been dominant at control. Lately, that hasn't been the case. What are you guys working on?
Well, obviously our respawns aren't as like what we want it to be, but our main focus right now is obviously hardpoint. But I still feel like our control needs to work. Like our hotel's getting better, like our hotel control is getting better. So after we clean up some of these maps, then like our series should be looking a lot more better.
Are we gonna see Expo soon, or what?
I don't know. Like maybe. I'm not sure.
Bring it out, buddy. We're ready for it. Congratulations on a hard-fought win against Florida. Before you go, real quick, are you streaming ranked anytime soon? When can I watch the stream?
I'll probably be streaming in the next couple of days on Twitch.tv/Cellium. So if you guys want to tune in, I appreciate that.
There you go. One of the best in the game. You want to work your game like Cellium? Tune into the stream. Atlanta FaZe 1-1 on our opening week. Major 4 is coming up here in just a few moments. As we say goodbye to Cellium, we have to check in on exactly where we're at in this tournament. Of course, top 8 is where you need to be come our finals. Everyone's vying for that position. In Florida, they had an opportunity to close their gap from 6 games to 5. It's not going to happen. Atlanta extends their lead with another 10 points.
Yeah, but I will say maybe looking a little bit better because, again, I touched on that strength of schedule. Atlanta was probably one of their hardest. They pushed that to a game 5. So looking forward, maybe we'll see a stronger Florida this stage.
All right, there we have it. Let's take a look back at some of the other matches that went down, though, today because we had a banger to open things up. Toronto, major champions coming in, going up against our Raleigh runner-up, Seattle Surge. Get it done. Pred, the great work, right? Shark, he's dropping numbers here. We had Simp, though, was my MVP on the day. What did you guys think of the Surge and the upset?
I thought it was great. I mean, they win 2 search and destroys to win a series. That's the first time they've ever done it all year long. Yep. The first bloods for accuracy and Mack in game 2, then accuracy once again in the game 5 was just beautiful. They headed into, known territory in game 5, something that they've been terrible at. Also, when you think about the map that they had in Fortress, 12% retake, they were retaking the bomb like the best team on Fortress. So I really enjoyed what I saw today. A lot of assistance from the teammates. Pred was going out there doing his thing. Everybody played great. It was a sound series.
I think it was a great series. Easily my favorite on the day, maybe on the weekend. I mean, going to that game 5, I love what I saw from both teams. One of them had to start this split 0-2. I am definitely shocked that it ended up being our champions coming off of Major 3. But, sometimes it's kind of the tale that happens. You win the Major, you go into that following qualifier, and you fall a little bit short. Maybe you get a little bit overconfident. So Toronto Ultra taking away some things to work on, but it was a banger series overall. But that wasn't the only one we had on the day.
Toronto 0-2, but probably the 2 best series on the weekend if you're looking for top-tier Call of Duty play. In this series, well, we got one side of it was top-tier. The other side, they just need to hit the reset button and ignore what happened this week. London Royal Ravens smoked once again in a series that was close just a few weeks back down in Texas.
Yeah, I mean, this was literally a ranked play match for OpTic. Like, they had their way with London. You couldn't have a better match served up to you right now, especially after what happened to London in their first game. But enough about London. OpTic looked fantastic, emulating their success. They look good.
Excellent stuff here. OpTic able to lock it up. We learned a few tricks there on Expo, and at the end of it all, well, OpTic is going to be in 3rd place, a 1-0 tied with Legion and Subliners. Atlanta FaZe and Surge finished 1-1 with the Breach. Everyone else on the right side of your screen going to have to put in some work. But Thieves and Røkkr, undefeated at 2-0. Would you see this one coming in? I didn't have my money on that result.
I mean, Thieves always have that potential, right? So, I mean, they just looked incredible in the way that they did it, just dominating both games. For Røkkr, no one expected this. Right. I didn't expect him to drop a touch. And hell no, I didn't expect him to go 2-0. But hopefully they can keep it up because they need to.
Matches continue next week. We're done for week 1, but week 2, we've got some good ones. Allie's picked out her favorites here on day 1. Which one goes to a game 5?
Ooh, game 5? Honestly, low-key, I feel like that last one, New York and Minnesota, the way Minnesota's been looking, and New York also looks to kind of be back into the groove, so that could be a banger.
If Minnesota beats Subliners, Are they the best team in the game, Nameless?
God.
No, they could go 5-0 and not lose a map.
It is Bounty Week next week as well. As you can see in the top right, Citadel hooking the players up. $60,000 on the line. Each team with a chance to earn $10K. That's a pretty good chunk of money if you're going for one matchup here. Make sure you're all tuning in. Remember, we kick things off at 2:45 p.m. Eastern right here on Headquarters. Matches begin at 3. Before we go, final question of the week, and as always, what did you learn, Allie? What are you taking home tonight into ranked?
I learned Seattle Surge that if accuracy or Mack get a first blood, they'll win the round.
That's good learning. I like that lesson. What about you, Nameless?
Yesterday, Cellium taught me some wallbang spots that I'm not going to share with chat because I don't want y'all to hit me with it in ranked.
I learned that Toronto likes to entertain, but is going to have a tough road sledding into Major 4. They start 0-2 and have their work cut out for them. We'll see you all. Week 2 kicks off next Friday. See you then.
Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here, yeah. I ride the nation for my title, do what I must for survival. By any means, yeah, I know, I can't stop, I won't fold. Might bend the rules just to break the mold. Hella high water, calm and compose. Life will get messy, but I reach the goal. Climb the totem pole, be the protocol. Guess I had it in me after all. After penny falls and a lot of can't control. My years of rejection, giving me a lesson. I'm progressing, turning murders to blessings, I'm in it for the long run. I'm a problem to my problems. Fighting through the tears, fighting in my fears. See my past in the mirror. Closer than it appears, trying to take it to another tier. Prime time, yeah, my moment is here. Yeah, spotlight, it feels like never been seen. I was there to dream it. I see the chance to be a better me and everything. The possibilities are endless. How the guess is tremendous. Check this, I just check fear out the second. You must have forgot, boy, I'm relentless.
I dove in through the door.